Altec was the shining light of week 1 for Gravity.
This is potentially the best team he's ever been on in the LCS. It's a very real opportunity.
Gravity picked me up as their new AD, and for me it was very exciting for a new environment.
He's had a lot of individual accolades from fans talking about his potential, but now he has a chance to actually shine as a team.
Gravity gets all the way through. They're going to get these last 2 guys. A triple kill for Altec in his first game on the team.
I feel like Gravity definitely has an uphill battle here against Cloud9.
Sneaky has been one of the top, if not the top AD carry in North America. Altec definitely has a big challenge ahead of him, working with his new partner, Bunny Fufu.
I definitely have high hopes for me and Bunny, as well as for the team. We can definitely compete with the top teams.
Welcome to the 2015 North American League Championship Series. It's game day once again here in Los Angeles, and the crowd is fired up and ready for week 2 of our summer split. As you can see, lining up outside, supporting their favorite teams, getting pumped up, lots of energy. Phoenix and the rest of Team Liquid looking relaxed. They'll be trying to extend their undefeated record against our newer team, Enemy here in Ox. Definitely getting in some last-minute practice, as you see, yet to change into his team gear, but maybe that's a pre-game ritual. And, of course, Cloud9 getting in a little early today into the studio, and Balls in the back doing the heavy lifting there.
Of course.
We'll see if he can do some heavy lifting today in their matches. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me for our first 3 games of the day are Aiden Zyrene Moon and Joshua Chat Leesman. How are you gentlemen doing today?
I'm doing great.
Ready for some games?
Yeah, I'm ready for some games. I think all 5 matchups today are actually fairly compelling for one reason or another. Like the COG teammate game, Yen against COG, you go through every game and there's a cool storyline somewhere in there.
Well, and here's the thing. We're only 10 games into the summer split, and there's still a fair number of teams that are trying to, suss each other out. So which are the teams that you guys are specifically looking at today?
I'm looking at Enemy Esports because whenever I ask people for their power rankings, Enemy Esports has always had the most variance in where people think they stand at the moment. And I feel like they haven't shown us everything that they're capable of. And especially in that game against TSM last week, where they gave TSM a big run for their money. Afterwards, TSM had nothing but praise and a very little bit of criticism. They said their individual skill was great and that their team play was the only thing that was really lacking, that they were losing objectives off of that. Back in Challenger, though, Enemy Esports was the teamwork team. And so coming into a week against the 2-time defending champion with no practice for the last 2 weeks and fresh out of Challenger, that's a great spot to be in as Enemy. So I want to see them going forward today against the 3rd place finishing team, and that's going to give us a better idea of where this team stands.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to talk about the undefeated team so far in the LCS. So Team Liquid is going to be a really cool match right off the bat against Enemy, because Team Liquid's a team that played well last week, but They played well by the fact that they got the victories, but they were not happy with their performance, and they played pretty easy opponents overall. And then we don't necessarily know the power level of enemies, so how's that going to work out? And then COG, I'm just interested in that because Golden Age returns, right? How long will they be undefeated? They looked way better than any other team throughout all of last week, and it doesn't look like that collapse they had at the end of the split in the playoffs carried through to the start of this one, and maybe the roster changes are actually really positive.
All right, well, pulling up the standings, we see CLG and Team Liquid sharing the top spot, as Jat just mentioned. Then, of course, we've got the bulk of the NALCS tied for 3rd place, each with 1 win and 1 loss. Finally, Team 8 and Team Dragon Knights are tied for 9th with 2 losses. Looking at today's schedule, though, up first, we got Enemy Esports facing off against Team Liquid. Then Cloud9 will take on Gravity. And in our 3rd match, it's a rematch of our spring playoff semifinals with TSM versus Team Impulse. Looking ahead to tomorrow, though, and our game of the week, we've got the latest chapter in the longest-standing rivalry in League of Legends, Counterlogic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid. We've got lots of good matchups in store this week. We've hit on some of the teams that we'll be watching, but who are some of the players that you guys will be keeping your eye on individually?
Well, since I'm watching Enemy Esports, I think the big part of that team I need to watch this week is Trashy. Because their jungler, he was the guy who was out for those previous weeks, getting his visa taken care of. He was suffering from a lack of sleep and a lack of practice. This guy was a huge force in Challenger, both in EU and NA when he played in both Challenger series, and he was feared in the jungle. He was very aggressive early. He was making these team fight initiations. And last week he busted out an Evelynn. And when I talked to Enemy, that was their first game playing with an Evelynn jungle. And they whipped it out against TSM, and you can see right there, the gold was even 25 minutes into the game, and they come away with some great team fights in that game too. So I want to see Trashy step up to the plate and be the Trashy that we saw in Challenger.
Yeah, plus he's Danish, which gives him like 15 more league points.
That's like a +5 bonus to playing league.
Yeah. That's going to be exciting. I want to pay attention more to Quas this week because last week, specifically the two champions he played, Gnar and Rumble, he had big games on both of them. Gnar, ultimate after ultimate, he was kind of the consistent player to a somewhat inconsistent in-game Team Liquid team. So Gnar, he absolutely crushed. He got tons of big Gnar plays. I think that'll be a pick for him the entire split. And Rumble, he didn't do that great in lane. Calitrol started getting going on Aurelia, but then he had some spectacular Rumble ultimates later on in the game. And we always talk about every time we give Quas praise, the next week he'll go in lane egg. So we gave him praise. Maybe he can stay consistent, and that's what Team Liquid needs to be.
Our first MVP of the split. We'll see if he can continue rolling through with those MVP-like performances.
Yeah, and I want to talk about another guy too, Azingi, because this guy is a guy who's never really had an MVP performance. Last week, he had the best performance of his LCS career to date. He brought early game pressure to the lane of Kiwi Kid and Core JJ, and he ganked that lane and shut down Sneaky Elimination and freed up the map, which is how Dignitas works best. When they're able to roam around the map and they open up Kiwi Kid for roams and they get this early advantage on Core JJ, it's just a huge snowball. So this is the playstyle I want to see from Dignitas more. I want to see Azingi have early pressure and free up their laners because they're really good when the map is open.
Yeah, he played great. Another guy who played pretty well last week was Keen, but the main reason I want to pay attention to this guy is because he plays unconventional champions. Keen seems to get his edge on the opponent by just playing things that the other guy's not used to, which works to a point because if he's not winning the straight up matchups with Cassiopeia and Azir, how many new champions can you really pull out? There's 125 champions in League of Legends, but when you start thinking about the number of champions that are played in mid versus that can actually go mid versus things that people haven't seen, that pool gets much smaller. So I wonder how many more tricks he has up his sleeve.
Bard mid?
That's not one of the tricks.
Okay, shut down just like that. Another player to watch, though, is Lemon Nation. The man with the plan, Old Money Beard himself, joins Xpecial as the only players in the North American LCS to rack up 1,000 assists for the regular season.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we missed this last week when it happened. It was his 5th assist in the game when he got this. And what's impressive here is over in the European LCS, Yellowstar just got his 1,000th assist. Lemon Nation never played in the spring split of 2013, so he's done this in 28 fewer games than the people above him on this list. So assist per game and the pace Lemon Nation is going at is very impressive.
Yeah, out of everybody on that list, he has the most average assists per game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this list, you see all of these names that we've known from the beginning of the LCS. They're still on this list, but Lemonation shot right to the top. Meteos not terribly far behind another member of Cloud9, which did not partake in those early splits. Well, that's going to do it for us here. We've got lots of teams and lots of players to watch. Now we're going to throw it over to our casters to get us into the games.
Thank you very much, Dash. What's up, everybody? Got an awesome crowd here. I am David Freak Turley, and hiding out on the caster desk until the heat blows over is Sam Kobe Hartman.
The heat?
The heat.
All right, I'm never going back, Freak.
Never going back. No, you're safe here. I'll keep them all off you. We're ready to kick off our first game of the day. It's Enemy Esports versus Team Liquid. Now, Enemy Esports are coming off a very close game against defending champions Team Solo Mid. With a few more solid performances, maybe they distinguish themselves as a playoff contender.
Yeah, definitely. Inox, he performed really well in the mid lane. Of course, he did get a lot of help versus Bjergsen.
Sure.
You know, he got ganks from not only his jungler, but also flares roaming down from the top lane to get that first blood. He's got a really another tough matchup today with Phoenix, because Phoenix has really started emerging as a very strong point for Team Liquid, transitioning from just strong scrim play into LCS play. Though Phoenix was a little bit disappointed last week, of course, with that solo kill that he chased Bishu a little bit too close to the turret and paid for it.
Yeah, it was a pretty good outplay overall, though. The thing is, I do want to sort of stress how good Phoenix really is. Last week, I got to talk to Incarnation in Client on Sunday, and I asked him for his mid lane power rankings, essentially. And he's like, TSM's hardest to play against because they spend so much time there. But it's like one-on-one, Phoenix is the hardest player to play against in the NALCS. So Incarnation gives praise to Phoenix as the #1 here. But of course, we've seen throughout both these lineups that almost everyone on either of these teams can step up and carry the game themselves.
True. If we look across to the other side of the rift, we've got Otter. He showed up really well for them. Week 1 went 10-1-6 against Gravity on Vayne and established himself as a true bottom lane threat. Vayne, though, of course, that is Piglet's favorite champion. We'll see how he does against the world champion.
That could be a fun one to watch for, absolutely. Now, speaking of bottom laners, though, Xpecial isn't too worried about Otter or the rest of Team Enemy, but that doesn't mean that Team Liquid are taking this game for granted.
I'm not too surprised about Enemy's performance. I didn't expect them to beat Gravity, but I don't think they're a strong team. I mean, they had a lucky game, I'd say, and I still rate them as one of the bottom few teams. But just because I don't think they're strong doesn't mean that we can underestimate them or even think that they can't beat us. I mean, we lose early game a lot, especially in the past 2 games, and we need to fix that, and we need to beat them in laning and beat them in rotations and just map movement as well.
Lucky game.
I don't think they're a strong team. Actually, for those of you who missed it in the audience, everyone goes, "Whoa!" when he said that line.
Ooh,
so everyone's all ready for this one. Either way, let's check out the starting lineups on the blue side. Enemy Esports, Flares in the top lane, Trashy in the jungle, Inox in mid, Otter on AD carry, and Body Drop on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Liquid. Up top is Quas in the jungle. I will dominate. Mid, Phoenix, AD carry Piglet, and support Xpecial.
So we're going to get ourselves into game 1 of the day, of the week as well for North America. All 10 players in the lobby are going to be ready to go in a little bit, and I really want to see how these teams now approach the game now that we're into week 2.
Yeah, now that we're on to patch 5.10, how will they approach the Rise problem? Probably ban it every single game.
Or pick it if you can. Yeah, if you guys missed the European LCS, Rise was a pretty much first pick-worthy top laner in most cases, and seemed to be very strong. I actually looked, and Flares has not played it on his main account, if this is going to be first pick worthy. I haven't seen Quas play much of it either, so that is a question for me in terms of what is prioritized.
I'm pretty sure they've been playing it in scrims, because quite honestly, you don't even need that many games on him. He's not a very complicated champion. Once you get down your initial opening combo, then you pretty much just keep spamming any ability that comes up, and you're good to go. And chase them. Don't forget to get some moves in there. You have to get
click forward and pretend you're playing Sona. Got it. All right, we're good to go here. LeBlanc, Svenchwani, and Alistair all banned away. First pick Gragas, though. Going to continue the trend of 100%, and Rise is left open.
All right, so strong jungler, all-around jungler, gives nothing away here for Enemy. Very, very versatile first pick. Being on blue side, they don't want to give away any of their solo lane matchups quite yet, although they are guaranteed to get counter-picked in one of them.
Absolutely. Now, it is worth pointing out, this is the first game of 3 where Aurelia was not banned against Enemy Esports. The Hecarim now gone away from him. The Rumble is something that Quas is happy to play. Those are the 2 champions Flares has played so far, so we might see that champion come out. However, all the Team Liquid things they really care about, Phoenix is Cassiopeia, Phoenix is maybe Azir as well. Those are right open.
Yeah, definitely a lot left on the board. As far as jungle as well, even though they Enemy Esports banned 1 jungle champion and first picked 1, there's plenty for Awadame to go to. Been a big fan of Rek'Sai, big fan of Nunu as well, so he's completely fine. There's the Rise, though, they were talking about. And I don't know, I really thought it was going to get banned almost every single game. Let's see what Enemy have, because all the teams are very well aware of the state of Rise right now. So if you let it get through, you have something to counter it. And that is, hard CC, silences, maybe we saw Cho'Gath a little bit. He still does have a weakness to that Aurelia that you talked about. She can close on him early. He's still squishy early. It's just that, basically, if you want a TLDR of why Rise is so strong right now, his level 16 power was moved up to level 6.
Yep.
So
he just got a perma-roots.
On both his passive and his ultimate, pretty much the value of those from level 16 was moved all the way up to level 6. So he gets really strong a lot quicker, and he can pull off those machine gun moves a lot earlier. Aurelia, though, especially if she does get some early jungle support, you gap close on him, he's still squishy early.
And Gragas is one of those best early game junglers with some hard crowd control to really make sure that maybe Quas has a hard time. I do want to actually preface that there's a chance we see Rise mid, just because we haven't seen it yet. Rise used to be occasionally mid laner or top laner. Phoenix still has not picked his champion for sure.
Very true.
So this is what could almost be a blind pick Aurelia.
If you're gonna, pull out all the lane swapping, we've seen Aurelia mid
That's true.
as well. So that could easily just match the lane swap.
Oh, unfortunately,
If
though.
Baker did it, I can do it.
That's true. We saw Nuke Duck do it and nearly win with that as well. So a lot of fun things available now in League of Legends. You could pull, I believe it's a 2-sin and play support Aurelia. So 3 lanes for Aurelia in this year in professional play.
All right. That one, though.
I mean, one of the most varied champions in League of Legends right now in competitive. Either way, Enemy Esports do have to pick their mid laner as well as their AD carry. They know they're facing up against Kalista Thresh. Team Liquid got a lot of champions they really want, and it's mid. Varus here for Inox. No Kog'Maw, but how about the attack damage version?
So that's definitely going to be the top lane Aurelia then. Varus in the top lane would be a very, very scary situation for him. Team Liquid, I already like what they've set up here with the 2 very, very strong threats. So enemy won't be able to just focus one. We'll have to see how the poke does work, though. I like, Varus with Gragas as well as Corki. This is a very early spiking poke squad because Varus, he spikes so much earlier than Kog'Maw because it's a basic ability he relies on for his poke. You don't have to wait till level 16 to get that huge spike. Yeah. At level 9, he's got his maxed out arrow, and you're just trying to pile on items after that point.
Exactly. It's just a matter of getting your Brutalizer, Last Whisper, Manamune in there, and sometimes that just comes in a bit faster than level 11 Kog'Maw. Team Liquid make their last choice. Looks like the hover is on Azir after all, so just a very sort of normal team comp for Team Liquid. Big team fighting mid laner. Piglet gets to be in a playmaker, especially gets to make plays as well, and Quas set up to carry. Any one of these guys could take over the game for Team Liquid.
Definitely, and that's been sort of a story for them when one of the lanes, either bottom or mid, starts lacking in one of the games. Somebody picks up the mantle. Week 1 it was Quas and I Will Dominate comboing for a huge carry for Team Liquid. We'll see what they do this time around because Rek'Sai's got his choice of lanes to go to. Her choice of lanes.
That's true.
We talk about early game pressure junglers. Gragas and Rek'Sai here, 2 of the best.
Yep.
So it's all going to be about the early jungle pathing and who could get their carry ahead. I would definitely place my bets on the Ryze Aurelia matchup just because that is the most volatile matchup on the map.
Absolutely agrees. Even in long lanes, you can run people down if they get even farther ahead. Looks like the crowd's getting ready for the game. We're getting ready as well. You get to see just how fearful these champions really are. The first time we get to see Ryze here in North America. The first time FLICKR has been allowed to play Aurelia. And a whole bunch of fun things coming out here. So, what are you thinking? This game is going to be a whole bunch of fun. I'm taking it.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm just like amped up. I don't get to cast the first game of the day very much, so I'm just like more energetic than normal. Either way, guys, the teams are heading onto the Rift. Head over to Twitter. Let us know who you think's going to win. Tweet #enemy win or #TLwin to @LML Esports. Speaking is hard.
Freaks all hyped up on Mountain Dew. Come at you like a spider monkey.
I haven't drank soda in like 3 weeks, actually.
Oh, nice. I'm proud of you.
Thanks. Here we go, guys. Game 1, day 1, week 2.
Let me drink some Red Bull, get on your level, freak.
Nobody can get on my level. That's how it works.
All right, let's see. Yeah. So, if you have more questions about Ryze, the Mana Crystal start is definitely a thing of the past. Scales has plenty of AP scaling on him now. Ooh.
Oh, Inox winning the trade against Phoenix early on.
No joke.
Flask eaten.
Setting the tone right off the bat. All right, so yeah, this is another look for Inox. Yes, he was a very early adopter of the AP Kog'Maw mid, so they've definitely been a fan of mid poke style champions for a while. I haven't seen him play Varus.
Oh yeah.
But they're off to that. Was it 10 gold?
Yep.
Trinket Ward?
10 gold for Trashy. That's going to mean very little in the long run, but it feels great.
I'm really curious, actually, since they all rushed out and only got defensive wards up. No deep wards to see lane swaps here. So I'm curious if we will even see the matchup between Ryze and Aurelia. Because right now, Xpecial up on the top side, so it looks like they will opt for a lane swap and try and get Ryze to level 6 as quickly as possible. Just because, well, yes, you still have your passive you can rely on pre-level 6 to pull off, the semi-automatic machine gun style of Ryze. Once you get your level 6, that move speed boost to chase people down ensures that They cannot run away from you once you pop your passive.
Well, as you talk about Rise leveling up, he has started the Wolf Camp himself. He ranked E at level 1 for the Area of Effect clear. So Quas going to do some of that. Inox meanwhile trading with Phoenix. These guys already battling back and forth.
Nice skirting around the range of the Sand Soldiers here for Inox. Yeah, Rise, you pretty much always start E. It's so strong early in lane. Some people even put 3 points into E, or 2 or 3 points just for laning phase, and then transition over to W. But a lot of people also just maxing W straight up for the permanent incarceration once you get level 6.
But right now, Enemy Esports going to go ahead and jungle the right-hand side of the map. We just a little while ago saw Special look for the blue buff on the left side. That didn't happen, though. Quas puts a defensive ward, teleports to his lane. He's going to start leeching experience. And, as my voice clears, Enemy Esports will get 2 buffs, as will I Will Dominate in the near future.
Yeah, let's see if they decide to go for the risky dive here, because even if you have a ward, enemy can still shove in and try and cut you off. Gragas could try and cut off the exit route for Quas. And Aurelia heading bottom. They have 4 people bottom side. If you mess this up, though, and you give a kill to Rise early on, it's going to be really rough. They're going to try and take advantage of his low base stats, though.
Ward over the wall by
Running for the hills.
Gets spotted, and Quas going to hide very far back. Trinket over the wall will not spot anything. That ward certainly does. He's all aware of this.
Yeah, he's just waiting for reinforcements. By the time, Dominate gets here, they'll actually be well equipped to take the... Oh, a little bit too early.
Trying to take the fight before the rest of the team shows up. Flash, body slam comes in, but the knockout from Dominate with some turret shots as well, and Trashy goes down. First blood comes in, Quas battling Otter. A nice hook from the backside, body drop with the ignite on Quas, won't get the kill. Otter the second drop as well, and Dominate to run away. 2 kills, maybe make that 3 as FLICKR tries to dive with the turret, gets root prisoned up. 3-0 Team Liquid.
All right, so we said if this goes poorly, if you execute this poorly, then you're going to have a really rough game. You don't take that chance. Quas even gave them a warning shot. All right, Phoenix is going to be next in the line for the train, able to get out with the dash. But man, Quas even gave him a warning shot firing off the E to let him know, I have a ward here. I've seen you for the last 15 seconds. We probably have a plan for dealing with this dive, and enemies still go for it.
Trash is going to lose his Raptor buff. Special's going to zone him off his own ward.
Can he?
Oh, well, yeah. Hold on, though. Yeah, you're right.
Buff.
Special does have Flash, but a whole lot of damage coming through. He's trying to get away. Flashes the wall. Yeah, he's fine.
All right. Special not backing down from a fight over a ward. They're very important to support players.
Flash reward, I guess that's worth it. I feel like it's not.
Just because they gain so much early game, it's not going to be too big of a deal. He did use up 3 people's time. We'll see if he ends up paying for that. Yeah, see, not only... All right, well, you pretty much know the story here. Basically, the biggest mistake is Trashy flashing into turret range. 1 turret shot, 2 turret shots. Dominate jumps on the opportunity, by the way.
3 shots.
Good job, yeah, 3 shots. Dominate jumps on the opportunity, so good job by him reacting to the bit of a misplay there. But man, the cleanup is brutal. Quas also just sort of baiting in here, chugging his potion, and he has a shield. FLICKR, I guess he did not have E up for that all in, but definitely the move of a desperate man there.
All right, well, a great early lead for Team Liquid. It's, I think he'll live, maybe? Special said that they were worried about the early game maybe a little bit, but that they expect to beat Enemy Esports. Well, with an early game like this, Team Liquid has to feel very confident they're going to take this game home.
Definitely. They have so much scaling. Rise, Azir, Kalista all look pretty good for them. We'll see how they do the mid game, though. Definitely need to transition this early lead into some extra ward coverage so that Dominate... Oh, here comes Dominate, speaking of the Rek'Sai herself.
Oh, almost in range of the Rune Prison. FLICKR turns around, gets hit up. One more spell! Oh, won't quite die, but FLICKR won't quite die.
Passive not quite charged there for Quas. You can check, by the way, how close he is to popping his passive. The new icons around him, around his feet. You can see once he gets up to number 4, his next spell will trigger it. That's also why You see like Hunian guys earlier in the EU LCS just throwing out random Qs every once in a while to keep up their stacks.
Also of note, Quas has not gone towards tier just yet. Typically the rises, I see Rush tier, the Goddess, get it stacking early on, but he's looking at like parts of Catalyst first.
True. Guess he was aware that enemy are not afraid to go for early dives, wants a little bit extra maximum health so that he can survive any shenanigans. I still think that he will, turn that into attack Catalyst, go Rod, go tier. But you're right, will be delayed a bit.
Let's see, as we go ourselves. That's true. Those are a lot of really good champions.
Is dumbfounded.
First pick Dragon's definitely strong, but you're right. Right now, the duo lane of Team Liquid, despite being slightly down in items, as Piglet hasn't backed, doing a pretty good job of winning the 2-on-2 here.
Yeah, and this lane, Thresh Kalista, it's so hard to punish this lane. Even if you wanted to try and focus Piglet in this game, bringing jungle pressure just seems so futile. As a jungler trying to gank a Thresh Kalista lane. All right, well here goes the double hookins.
A lot of damage dealt back, but it looks like Otter wanted to get away off the back, so body drop nearly living up to his name. Low on health here. Dominate coming back with Quas. The movement speed looking for flares. They're going to probably land the root into the knockout. The passive is on a whole ton of damage, and the tenacity that Aurelia gets, not going to be enough. 4th kill for Team Liquid.
So, about that Ryze Aurelia matchup, yes, that's going to attract a lot of jungler attention.
Yep.
Finally does pay off here. Dominate sticking to the game plan, returning to bottom lane, as it were. 1 versus 1, and they're able to take down flares again. What a start for Team Liquid. The only thing that they might be a little bit sad about is that Quas didn't get the last hits for any of these kills.
It's true.
So he will be a little bit delayed, but very, very happy with the way the early game is going.
Even with mostly assists, he's still sitting on more gold than Phoenix and practically as much as Piglet here, so you can't be too bad or too sad if you're Quas right now. Even individually, he's up like 1,000 gold over flares. So this matchup definitely feeling good for Team Liquid.
As they say, things could always be worse. Things could always be better as well.
That's fair. That's fair. Team Liquid could be 18-0 right now. Wouldn't that be great?
All right, but honestly, this is going to be a arduous path back to even an even game for enemy. It's going to be very difficult for them to work their way back in this one.
All right, let's see how they do it. The game certainly isn't over. It's just one with an advantage right now. Trashy looking for a lane gank, has snuck through the brushes. But as soon as the wave pushes out, Quas just recalls back. He's very cautious about this. He's one of the top laners who has very good sense around when he might get ganked.
Yeah, you can also tell, how strained enemy feel right now. Trashy going for that lane gank onto a lane that Ryze is double the CS of Aurelia. He's going back to purchase right now, so he's going to have a huge, huge advantage in that lane. If for any reason I Will Dominate is on the bottom side of the map or even has a tunnel there to teleport to, that gank gets turned around on you. You get destroyed in the 2 versus 2. But he's got patience. He knows that they have to make this work or else Ryze is going to get out of control. So go all in for it.
Stays the entire time. Still has flash. Gets knocked back into the team. There's the 2-on-1. Quas gets the shield. He flashes backwards. And Flare starts running away. He turns on a Trashy instead.
So imagine if that was 2-on-2 Freak.
Oh yeah, they'd be dead. Like last time.
This is Ryze in the current state of the game. Pop his ultimate, gets the AoE off.
Flare's trying for the first time. He's 2 hits away from getting the kill. The body slam lands. There's the kill picked up, and Otter's joined to the fight. Summoner heal used to keep Trashy alive. The lantern pulls out I Will Dominate.
Yeah, maybe that was a bit of hubris from Quas. He started up the re-engage or the bait before Dominate actually closed the distance. So that's a huge win for enemy. When we talk about the steps that they're going to need to take to get back in this game, that was definitely a welcome kill down bottom.
We'll see how many more steps it's going to take for enemy esports. Right now they sit down about 4,000 gold in this one. No global objectives gained. That's just farm and kills. In fact, every single lane winning in farm right now. Making sure the Team Liquid really are feeling great early on. Flares will lane swap to the top side to face Piglet. But that's nearly Bloodthirster versus just components worth 400 gold here. Flares can't feel good about this matchup. And you're seeing the kind of damage he's taking. Great hook by X Special. This could be a kill on a body drop. Top lane turret dies to Piglet in the meantime, but nothing picked up on that bot side. Body drop can feel safe.
Let's see how they swap this back, because if they actually leave the lane pushing... Oh, good. They've got it pushing towards Quas, so he can feel fairly safe on the rise. You really have to protect him now. You know, he does not have flash, and enemy have decided to start focusing him. Still sitting on mostly mana items, so there is a possibility of, you know, chain stunning him, 100% to zeroing him. But, you know, anytime the counterplay to a champion in the game is just stun lock them from 100% to 0.
Yeah, that's good luck with that one.
That's a strong champion. All right, body drop and special trading blows.
Play box, a lot of auto attacks. Body drop forced to flash out the box, but here comes Dominate. Flash knockups too. Body drop puts the ult down to only stun up really one. Still drops down 1 for 0 again. Team Liquid farther ahead.
All right, Dominate again. Another move down bottom. Still the ward coverage here.
Oh! Yeah.
What was that? We need to replay that.
8 health.
Like, all right.
That's my guess.
You sounded so confident. I thought you saw it.
I saw regen to 11. So
definitely single
guessed.
digits.
Yeah.
But the ward coverage here for enemy is obviously going to be lacking because they have 0 map control, but they need to try and get some defensive ones up at least. Right now, they're just taking gambles of, you know, the move, going for risky moves in places they just hope that Dominate is not on the map. That's really, really hard against Rek'Sai because she, you know, has the global, can jump across to where she pleases. Dragon number 1 does go down.
Crush is at 4 health, by the way. I got that one wrong. Thank you very much, guys in the back, for telling me the number. But yeah, so first Dragon comes through to Team Liquid. A lot of leads everywhere on the map. We don't watch the mid lane much, but Phoenix has been getting very far ahead of Inox. This Varus so far not doing a whole lot in the matchup. Just trying to farm what he can from range.
And if we are talking about vision there, we can critique Team Liquid a little bit. They have such a substantial lead right now. They could very well, you know, shore up their vision very easily, especially around that mid lane you just talked about. You know, make sure that enemy don't have any windows back into the game. They're leaving it a little bit askew.
And we'll see. Maybe Team Liquid will make him install Mac OS instead. Get rid of the windows here. Here comes the engaging special, looking for body drop. Oh, does not quite stop the anchor toss, but Fate's Call might help. Body drop knocked up. Gonna get locked down. Piglet to get the rend kill. There we go. 6-1 Team Liquid, just everywhere on the map.
Yeah.
I Will Dominate is there, killing someone of enemy esports. And now Inox looks for the play.
Whoa.
Can't the banana engage. There comes the flash knockback, and Rise is here. The first kill that Dominate misses. Great plays by Phoenix and Quas.
Surprise! Quas is in town. Shoved up the top lane there, move down mid, take down the turret. All right, time for Team Liquid to close the noose. Outer turrets first on the docket.
That one's down quite low. This bottom one as well. Otto's got nowhere to run to. Bit of a fish out of water, gets knocked down. Piglet takes him out. And that bottom outer turret sure to fall. Now Dominate finds Trashy. This man's also really in the wrong spot. Jumps over the wall. And he's going to stay alive.
That was a stretch, Freak.
Yeah.
An otter is not very close to a fish.
It's a mammal.
Not very close at all.
Much like Otter the player. Also a mammal.
There, all right, there's your connection. Great. But honestly, yeah, even with wards, there was nothing you could do against a Rek'Sai Lantern gank over that wall. Really, really, really tough situation for the entire team. All right, so Phoenix, a little bit off on the drift there to the side, but doesn't matter. He has all of his summoners available. Oh wow. Tried to
flash
jump
away from Quas, yeah.
Can't even get over the wall there. Soldiers doubled up.
And that was the first time we saw those mid laners fight, and it wasn't a fair one. Good job, Team Liquid, though. There's the fact that everyone on the map is running around so well and making great making great calls, and again, they find botted up once more. TP comes in from Flares, the CC onto Special, who can just get Fates called out. It's a bunch of wasted damage. Flares getting targeted, might get picked up. Piglet gets one. Now they're re-engaged from botted up, but Quas has joined into the fray, and it's going to be more kills coming through. They do knock down Rek'Sai, but a second kill for Piglet. Make that another one for Quasic. Special trying to get away from Trashy. Does get the kill, so at least 2 picked up for enemy Esports, but Piglet gets 3, Quas gets 1. Even Phoenix grabs one for the cross-map ace.
As predicted, this is going to be one of the strongest stops of North American LCS so far. Team Liquid, off of that early misdive from enemy, into probably the worst area on the map for them. Really, really difficult for them to come back from this. Not to mention, you know, Team Liquid with such great. Whew. How does he follow it up, Freak? Dash, dash,
He
dash.
presses keys on his keyboard. WEQ.
He's just waiting for the cooldown for his Sand Soldier dash again. What's it called?
Arise, shifting
the one where you
sands, and
summon
then
him.
E is. I'm gonna hover over it and figure it out.
You already said it, shifting sand.
Oh, it is. Oh, the other one was conquering sands. Oh, okay.
Makes sense.
Emperor's divides the ultimate. Didn't look that one up. I just knew it.
A for effort.
It's like my job is to read off champion skill page or something.
Piglet currently 6-0, by the way.
Yeah, he's doing great.
Stat line there.
He wasn't even part of those first 3. He was chilling farming top lane monsters.
Yeah, we were so focused on the bottom lane. Piglet here. Let's see if we can pull off a 1 versus 2. I
But
like
he
it.
walks into him.
I like it.
And they don't even fight back.
Oh, the odd job strafe.
Jeez. Oh gosh, now Piglet on the chase. He did get the rend reset, by the way, so body drop.
Take him on, Piglet. Keep going. All right.
Wow, what a pansy. I would have fought that.
He's just waiting to even the odds here. Special's got us back. Time to 2 versus 3.
I gotta say, even the odds is a cool term. Because they both refer to numbers.
That one was at least better than the fish out of water referring to an otter, which was ridiculous.
It's an aquatic animal, at least.
All right, turret go down's pretty quick. Summon a shoulder on top of it. Nice little chunk there. Blue buff on the Azir. Siege is easy. Skirmishing is easy. Pretty much everything is easy for Team Liquid at this point. And man, we talked about, you know, oh, last split, Team Liquid, they had a 2-0 start. You know, this time they again had a 2-0 start. But people are questioning the strength of schedule for them. This again, enemy, one of the new teams that came into the league. However, this game has been, you know,
they're most convincing by far.
definitely the execution this game has been much better for Team Liquid. So,
oh man, and speaking of execution, body drop might get to walk about 4 paces before flashing the wall and still dying. 15-3, second dragon picked up, 3 turrets as well. Very few things are going well for enemy Esports this game. And practically everything well for Team Liquid.
yeah, Team Liquid definitely feeling good about themselves so far this split. Piglet already up to the Bloodthirster plus Runats as well, so
That's early.
you can definitely go for poor odds as far as taking, you know, pretty much any fight that enemy decide to throw at him.
Alrighty, so 11,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. One of the biggest disparities we have seen in the NALCS and in competitive League of Legends as a whole. 20-minute Baron could be a thing. I mean, pretty much anything, as you said, right? All the objectives are easy. All the skirmishes are easy. The question is, what does Team Liquid do with this kind of a lead?
Exactly. Move up your vision, control neutral objectives very easily. I mean, they have the option of going for sieges with Phoenix, but they don't even need to give that opportunity for enemy to get a Miracle Gragas ultimate that, you know, might knock one person under their turret. As long as they just control the map.
And they're
Pretty
trying to
easy.
control it through Baron. Scuttle Crab respawns. Ward gets put down. Specials in the brush, though. Hooks up Otter. Goodbye, AD carry. Flashes out. Does stay alive for now. Fate's call. Maybe to re-engage. Baron's been picked up already, so the rest of this fight is with bonus attack damage and ability power. There goes the kill on the Nautilus. Knock up once again onto Otter. Special quite low, but wow, Inox gets the kill. I will dominate. A 1-for-1 so far. Flash engage. There's the dodge. Flare's now getting locked up only on a Triforce and Boots 1. More poke coming down. The team trying to disengage. Team Liquid only get 1 kill. Oh, take that back. Piglet is legendary. Nice kill for him. Maybe a turret too.
All right, definitely a turret. Let's see if they decide to recall, because their waves are not pushed up very far. So just going to take the safe route here. Everybody got chunked fairly low after that. Yeah, not ideal giving up the kill on Rek'Sai, but got Baron, got 2-for-1. Pretty much as expected there for Team Liquid. Now that they do have Baron buff, their siege much easier to pull off. They could actually split very effectively as well too.
Yeah.
You know, push several lanes at once with the Baroned up minions, just because they are so strong.
And with all the threat that Rek'Sai, Azir, Thresh can kind of project, even the Rise route, the wave clear options get a little bit worse. Normally, Inox can charge a Q and knock down minions decently well, but with all the fall-off damage of Piercing Arrow, he can't even kill the caster minions very easily, let alone the fact that the melee minions just take 80% reduced damage from champions, so actually knocking the minions off the turrets is already a difficult effort for enemy esports.
Yeah, it has to be a combined effort from Trashy and Otter as well, lending what they can to try and take out the minions. Looks like the focus will be bottom. 1-3-1 initially from Team Liquid, but everybody making their way down to knock out all the outer turrets first, clean up all the global gold there for the squad. Yeah, finish the game out cleanly, get more fantasy points.
All right. If you're running Team Liquid, it'll be a lot of points for these guys. Just put the wards down, make sure that Piglet's not getting flanked, and the rest of the team joins when he does reach the turret. Now to the inhib turret, but you're seeing the risk aversion of TL. They don't get much damage on that structure just yet.
Yeah.
They're letting Quas push top lane because he's uncontested here.
Yeah, nobody can 1-versus-1 the Rise at the moment, and even a 2-versus-1 is a fairly scary situation.
We saw it before, they didn't even win. All right, one more attempt now, and you can see, again, playing pretty safely until they see Aurelia join the top lane.
All right, so all-in prospects from enemy. Trashy has to get an amazing Gragas ultimate to split the team and get alone time with one member of Team Liquid under the turret. Then maybe they could pull off a kill and try to hold. Barring that, Team Liquid, pretty standard here, trying to close the loop.
Well, Baron buff's timing out on this wave. This is the last chance they've got the buff, and actually it times out right now. Here comes Vital up to the front line, hooked in. A lot of damage dealt. Special is low, but Fate's call keeps him safe.
Phoenix low.
Ooh, low health on Phoenix indeed, but they can't get the kill. Quas stuck in the top lane, pushing things down. And slowly but surely, the turrets are losing more and more health. Team Liquid aren't losing any kills, and they can recall, heal up, and take Dragon 3 in a minute.
All right. Just going to back off. Got all the outer turrets that they were looking for. Increase the global gold lead there for Team Liquid. And the standard execution. Now, looking forward for this team, they've definitely shown that they can carry from all three lanes, especially by their champion picks this game. I mean, well, if you're going to get the option to pick up this strong of carry champions from all three lanes, of course they're going to take it. But definitely showing that all three of these lanes want to be the carry for the team. And we'll see if later on in the season, if that does start to cause any problems, you know, if they have to, if there's a game where they have to actually fight over CS and they can't freely farm all three lanes, and you get to that mid game where you only have a couple choices of, you know, 1 or 2 free lanes of farm, do they decide, who do they decide to give it to? Because Phoenix as well definitely wants to be a point man for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so funny seeing how little Phoenix has done for team fights. He's been stuck in the mid lane, just pushing minions down. He's been part of 2 of the 17 kills. Just like everyone else is winning. It's like my favorite solo queue game. I'm just farming and my team's winning in every single other lane. Show up for team fights. So Dragon number 3 going to be easily picked up by I Will Dominate and Xpecial as the rest of the team runs around the map. The red buff respawn. Maybe Piglet goes for that first. Seems like Teal happy to take their time, grab everything off the map. They've seen games be very hectic before, and there's no bonus points for winning fast. They've indeed cleared their entire jungle away before moving on the other side of the map.
Yeah, in fact, there are bonus points for winning by collecting everything on the map and winning slower, I guess, if you're looking at fantasy.
One of those completionists.
Yeah.
They gotta grab like all the gold skill chulas.
Conquer the world. Well, from enemies' perspective, though, they're probably still thinking about that level 2 play, the very opening minutes of the game where they decided to go for the dive even after Team Liquid basically alerted them that they knew what was going on.
We've seen that play, though, go well and badly. Sometimes they zone out the other 3, and it looks so good.
So you can chalk it up to just that mechanical error of Trashy getting, flashing, body slamming just a little bit too close to the turret, and then Dominate being there for the knockup to ensure he took 3 tower hits.
Yeah.
If they didn't take those 3 tower hits, then yes, it could be a completely different story. It definitely wouldn't have been
as bad,
an all kill for them. But probably gonna have to revisit that one and shore up at least the clarity of shot calling for this team.
Well, they've got another match tomorrow. We'll see if Enemy can fix those mistakes. Right now, though, Team Liquid just kind of... This is basically what sort of 5 vs 0 League of Legends would look like if you were to play the game like sort of strategically and like cut off all the escapes. Enemy Esports not really contesting anything because they can't. I'm thinking at this stage of the game.
True.
Right, the last 50 minutes have been Team Liquid sort of like anyone aspiring to be a shot caller can go watch the VOD and like watch all the word placement and be like, this is what a team should do if you never get opposed. All these wards, all these rotations, this is what Team Liquid will do without opposition.
Just methodically cleaning the map of all resources.
Yeah. I mean, there's like, what would be the in for Enemy Esports at this point? They can barely get farmed together. Both jungles being farmed by Team Liquid, all the neutral objectives going to them. There's just there's no inroads.
Yeah, pretty much. Hotshot's got the right idea. Does get a little bit hard to watch when you have that big of a lead. You feel bad for the the underdog at that point.
Man, Dom didn't even need Smite to last hit that Baron. Burrowed Q took it.
Grats?
He outlast hit Rise, man. I'm just saying this is how good Dom's mechanics are. I'm just saying at this point. Yeah. I'm making up fake storylines.
I like it. You are digging deep. Stretching.
Isn't it cool how Phoenix picked an Avian champion?
Let the crowd take that one. Are you going to compliment him on his arrow dodges now? He's dodged 2 in a row, freak. That's all you need for a line.
I don't.
2 points.
Oh,
all right. Let's continue on with the split push here. 4-1 here for Team Liquid.
Ooh, Dominate a bit close to the enemy champions, but he's so tanky he barely even cares. Doesn't even register the damage.
At what point do you decide to go for a tower dive here? Because Dominate's getting pretty tanky. He's got the full tank Rek'Sai going.
Yeah, I just feel like there's actually so much crowd control, like their assault, Grag assault, you can totally screw that up. Like no matter who's the one who gets isolated, you can knock Azir and Kalista back, and then Rek'Sai is alone. Like she is going to die under an inhib turret. Now, I do think there's room for a bit more, like Azir presses W once in a while to knock the turret down. I think these turrets could definitely die fast.
Hello, freak. You could buy an Ohm Wrecker.
You could buy an Ohm Wrecker. Oh man, it's true. Gives health and armor. And
if you are this far ahead in gold, buy an Ohm Wrecker.
Oh!
Phoenix! You can do that.
That's like a Messiah status play. He burned like 3 ults on himself. I mean, he didn't use flash, and now Varus ulti's down. So what are those good like counter engagements?
They show just how strong their team comp is right now. You can make a mistake like that and just zone and wait for a lantern to get out perfectly without having to blow summoners.
Dom almost got knocked into the turret. The explosive cast was used, but he stays alive. But you're seeing the defensive power of Enemy Esports. The fact that they're just playing slow and methodically and waiting for Teal to go into them. You're seeing Liquid actually have to respect that. But Dom recalls, ults back into the fight, and it's like nothing ever happened.
All right.
This might be the wave.
4 hits on that turret, let's say, if Azir is there.
Well, that wave had 0, and Phoenix is still running around the map. Various sides find some damage into flares, but gets poked back out by Inox.
Yeah, honestly, the enemy squad, they talked about their mid-game poke from these guys. The Corki, Varus plus Gragas is strong at defense here, and since they were so far behind, their mid-game basically is now.
Yeah, all the power spikes have come in for enemy Esports,
they're
guys.
so behind on gold.
They're down 19,000 gold.
All right,
Here
there it
comes
is.
the engage. Couple of hits onto the turret. That will be it being picked up. 5v4 inside the base. Body drop gonna get locked up there. A stun on a Piglet, but is there enough damage? The AoE root from Varus not doing enough to keep the team alive. Inhib will get killed. Some poke from enemy Esports might not do nearly enough here. Flash hit from Quas. Finds Inox, takes him down onto Otter. That's the third kill of the fight in. They go to the base side. Will dominate Crest 10 assists.
Leave it at
10 kills for
420.
Piglet.
Don't kill anybody.
Oh my gosh. Well, we'll see what the rest of enemy Esports does in this one. Trashy's up at the front. There's the flare. There's a whole bunch of damage. 421. Phoenix will get his first death of the game. Flares gets on the scoreboard of the second kill.
Dominate.
That's going to be GG though. 5-21, 5-22. Team Liquid in a dominating fashion take down enemy Esports.
What is this?
Everyone has shoes.
Yeah, what?
Should I just like take mine off right now? Will that make me cool?
I'm down.
All right, here we go. I'm going to unlace.
I don't like wearing shoes anyway.
All right. I got boots on. Do you have like sneakers? Oh, you got boots too. Okay. Good to know. Either way, though, enemy Esports putting up a valiant effort, but Team Liquid 3-0 to start the split out. Certainly the kind of start you would want for your team, not losing. Who would have thought?
All smiles there from Peter as well. And you have to say, Peter, good job in Champion Select.
Yeah.
Being able to come away with that squad.
Yeah, it was strange seeing some of the picks come through. I mean, the rush pick on Gragas with Rek'Sai still up, that always raises a couple of eyebrows.
Yeah.
They didn't try to ban out Phoenix. I think there are a lot of good teamfight mid laners. The top four seem to be Azir, Cassio, Victor, Vladimir. Seems like the general top tier of like teamfight damage mids. So, well, just pick one of the four. We can't get rid of all of them. But Piglet allowed to hard carry Calista if he wanted to. The Rise came through. Again, we thought that was going to be a big deal. Ended up being a big deal. He crushed everybody.
Yeah. To be fair, that early dive, if they had, performed it the same way, it would have turned out the same way on a different champion if Rise was not in the game.
That's true. You're absolutely right about that. He managed to scale pretty well, but yeah, when you flub the dive, you take 3 turret shots on a level 3 jungler, you tend to give up double buffs, and the game goes badly from there. So enemy Esports certainly have one big thing they can look at to shore up execution-wise. They, I think, played fairly smart in terms of rotation play. Once they were that far behind, they defended around turrets, didn't give up too many free kills around the map, but I do really like Team Liquid's killer instinct. They had forced so many ganks by lanterning Rek'Sai over the wall, tunneling in, knocking up Body Drop, killing him for like the 7th time in the game. Yep. That was good stuff by Team Liquid.
Yeah, Dominate had some very impressive ganks to snowball this game.
Yeah.
And keep, like you said, it wasn't until, like 20 minutes in until someone got a kill without Dominate being there.
Yeah, it was like the 7th or 8th kill where Quas and Phoenix just like 2-on-1 Inox in the mid lane. Otherwise, Dominate's final scoreline, 15 of the 22 kills. That's pretty impressive. Highest on his team. Like overall, like just a solid game from Team Liquid. You got to see them play, unfortunately for enemy, largely unopposed.
Yeah.
They forced a lot of ganks. They all worked. They rotated well. They waited for 2 Barons to win the game, which you can't really complain about.
Piglet, the only man on his team to go deathless.
Good for Piglet. And he even tried to save a special with the ulti. What a tryhard. Either way, for more on Team Liquid's 3rd straight win, let's send it down to Riv on the stage.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. Rivington here, joined by I Will Dominate, a Team Liquid who just took down enemy Esports quite handedly, if I do say so myself. You said yourself, you're a little sad, your KDA just got hit, but coming into that game, Dominant, you guys got some amazing power picks. How did it feel just coming out of Champion Select?
It felt all right. I think we had a really good ban. When they banned LeBlanc and we banned Kog'Maw, I think that was a really good adaptation we made because it felt like they kind of wanted a Kog'Maw comp, and Varus isn't as strong of a poke champion as Kog'Maw, so I think we kind of threw them for a loop there. And then we just ended up getting comfort picks for us all around the board.
So 3-0 now for you guys. Last split it happened in the 2-0, and you said keep it reserved. There's still a long split to go. Are you guys kind of keeping that mentality still, or is it kind of full steam ahead?
Yeah, we still have the same mentality. I mean, we haven't beat a top team yet. We've been playing like kind of like the middle to lower standing teams, or at least the predicted middle to lower standing teams. So I think that it's just kind of it's good to win these games. I mean, we kind of have a history of losing to the lower seeded teams and doing well against the top teams. But at least if we're getting our wins over the lower seeded teams, then hopefully when we hopefully when we go into the games versus the top teams, we're able to get some wins and we can actually get a good playoff standing for once.
All right, man, and talk to me a few more questions about the dynamic. It's definitely changed. You guys look so much more solid. Piglet's on his game again. What's the dynamic been like, and what was that change?
I just think we're a lot more comfortable. I mean, we kind of just have a more friendly team environment. I mean, Phoenix and Piglet both speak a lot more English now, so we can joke around the same way that like the old team used to. So I think it's just like we're all more comfortable around each other. We have like our own inside jokes and everything. So having that like joking and like happy side kind of helps if we go through like bad days of scrims. We bounce back a lot quicker like as a unit.
Awesome. And final question, you guys have Gravity tomorrow, Move and Alltech now on that team. How are you feeling about that matchup?
We don't really know that much about that team. Move is kind of a new player to LCS, so I don't really know what to expect out of him. I think our team play should be better. That's how we've been able to pull out these victories, but they're all really skilled individual players, so they could always get ahead early games, so we got to watch out for that.
All right, Dom, congrats on the win. Best of luck in the rest of the season. Right now, we're going to throw it to the analyst desk to break down that game some more.
Thank you, Riv. And I do want to touch on the team comps. They were touched on a little bit there. As Dominate mentioned, banning out the Kog'Maw after seeing the LeBlanc ban, a good pivot from them. But really what I want to look at is the fact that they came out with so many huge picks.
Yes. So I want to just explain a little bit deeper the concept of power picks right now. The reason you can call them power picks is they're generally safe to pick in the majority of situations, and they're highly contested. And the reason this champ select was so poor for NME is based on the bans, there were 2 power pick junglers up, Gragas and Rek'Sai, so there's no need to blow your first pick on the Gragas. The other power picks that are on the board, like the Ryze and the Kalista, don't have anything that match them. Ryze was 100% pick ban in Europe last week, and Kalista was 90% pick ban in North America last week. So we know those are the 2, but they don't have anything that matches that. So by picking Gragas, they're allowing the Rek'Sai to fall down super far, giving 2 free power picks to Team Liquid, and basically making it so they're easily outnumbered, like 3-1 on the powerful picks. Like, that's terrible champ select trading. Whether or not you want to build a poke comp or build a versatile comp or whatever you're doing, trading power picks to that level almost never works well.
Yeah, there's a lot there. Like you talked about, the first pick Gragas was really just mind-boggling to me, because Trashy's most targeted banned and most picked champion in Challenger was the Rek'Sai. So picking the Gragas over it was just in and of itself really strange to me, because they could have picked the Ryze. They could have let Team Liquid have whatever they wanted between the Gragas and the Rek'Sai. The only situation would be Quas being like, oh, I want to play top lane Rek'Sai, right? That's the only time they'd ever take both, which I don't think was going to happen. And the Thresh.
Yeah, it's not even talking about Thresh, because the other thing that has been traded as far as picks is Alistar and Thresh is the 2 top tier supports. Yeah. Alistar was banned, therefore Thresh is now a higher value pick. And they let Team Liquid get it in the second rotation as the 4th pick of their draft.
Right,
Yeah,
so it seems
Nautilus.
what happened then is that they got stuck in this idea of a team comp that they wanted to play, a style they wanted to play, which was a bit of this poke disengage, and that's why they jumped at the Gragas, because that's the jungler that'll better allow them to do that.
Yeah.
But what you're saying is that they needed to recognize, based on the bans, the direction that this champion select was going and make the proper adjustments to disallow such high priority picks to fall into the hands of Team Liquid.
Absolutely. It's a lack of a pivoting in champion select there, which is a fault of the coaches, but also they didn't just change their vision after they saw the bans come out. And they're like, well, did they actually expect Ryze to make it through? And then they didn't pick it? Like, that's just kind of a lose-lose scenario there.
All right,
and so... Turf.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, let's get to the actual gameplay.
So all of that happens before we even get into the game. Now we jump into the game, and we have a very unfortunate dive there from enemy early on in the lane swap. They're attempting an aggressive move to wrestle control into the game here, and I think part of it is the overcommit, as to why Team Liquid comes away with 3 kills.
I think he would have made contact without flashing there as well on Trashy's side. His body slam looked like that last part of the hitbox was actually still going to make it. Also, it's like, you don't have Otter and Body Drop in position just yet to assist on the damage towards Quas. If they had just waited a couple seconds, you would have just waited it off. He can just sit under tower, then you dive him. You're going to be in a much better situation.
It looked a little bit to me like just jitters.
It was panic.
Yeah, because I think conceptually, that was a good play for them. Rise is very diveable under the turret, and technically, Enemy had the people there before Team Liquid had rotated their support down. So if they just kind of move into the lane and just
cut them off.
Well, that's the thing.
Just sit there, because at that way you're going to create separation between the support and jungler as well as Quas, and create a kill on either side. But by kind of flashing it on one side, they spread themselves out, and then they're fighting the turrets as well as the three members, because they were outnumbering them regardless. It's one of those plays that I don't think they'd ever make in scrims, like that type of mistake, but it just seems like that's one of those new things to the stage.
And if you did, you GG right there, and then you
Well, so there's a couple things that a couple directions I want to go out of this. One is, Team Liquid recognizing that they were in this tower dive scenario, and they did rotate their 2 members down. So it is nice to see the development of strategy to counteract these early turret dives.
They had all the information they needed. They had that ward there for so long. They saw the setup for it. They saw flares sitting in that bush. They saw Trashy wrap around, and they were like, all right, let's bait them into this. And then Quas throws a Q into the bush, and Trashy and Flares are like, we're still going to go with this play. So it seemed like Enemy was being stubborn in champion select and in game here, just kind of being like, we're not going to let them dictate the pace of the game. We're going to lose on our own terms.
And then, Jet, the other thing I want to look at is for Enemy, these teams that are going for early aggressive plays, when they don't work out, we're seeing how detrimental that can be to the rest of the game. Down 3K gold within a few minutes into the game. Would it behoove the newer, younger teams to play a more passive early game, at least give themselves the opportunity to move into a team fighting stage?
I'm not necessarily sold on that. Like, basically, they were... Like I said, I conceptually liked the turret dive play, because Team Liquid wanted to swap away and almost have Rise in the 1v2 and then just play that dive game and play it better. But Rise is a very diveable champion when you're sending 4 people over there. I think it's one of those things that it'll take time for them to not choke in those situations, because it did feel like they just misplayed that, and it's not a play that I think they're going to misplay often. So continue with what you're doing if you're Enemy, change champion select, but in-game, it was just some big misplays.
Yeah, you're not going to get better at tower diving and being nervous at the same time if you don't at least try it.
Very good point. Well, 3-0 for Liquid now. We've got to take a quick recall for a break, but when we return, it's back into the action with Cloud9 versus Gravity. Keep it tuned right here. The North American LCS will be right back after this.
Onto the second drop as well, and Dominant to run away. 2 kills, maybe make that 3 as Flares tries to dive with the turret, gets prisoned up. And now Inox looks for the play. Hits into an engage. There comes the flash knockback, and Rise is here. Flares getting targeted, might get picked up. Piglet gets 1. Now the re-engage from Botted up, but Quas has joined in the fray, and it's going to be more kills coming through. Flash hit from Quas, finds Inox, takes him down onto Otter. That's the 3rd kill of the fight. In they go to the base side, while Dominic crests 10 assists. Team Liquid in a dominating fashion take down Enemy Esports. Keep your fantasy team in tip-top shape with the help of LOLesports.com. There you can stay current on the latest LCS news with stats, box scores, and player profiles that will have you dominating your league, just like the Team Liquid jungler or me. Now we're going to dive ourselves right into the next match. It's Cloud9 versus Gravity. Now, both of these groups are adjusting to changes in their team, and not the least of which is new shot calling rules.
True. Now, as far as the shot caller adjustments that are going on, Meteos does have the benefit of doing it for a longer period of time. You know, he was sharing the task with High pretty much all split long. Bunny Fufu, on the other hand, is not only stepping into the captain's chair, but he is also adjusting to a new AD carry. So shot calling on the LCS level, of course, that takes a long time to perfect. And Gravity, as we've already seen in week 1, have shown some areas for improvement. You know, they didn't all pull off of Baron at the same time, which is one of the first things that you need to get down. They also had split focus as far as tower diving compared to going for an objective. So spreading their resources a little bit too thin.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see if they can shore up those weaknesses. But meanwhile, Cloud9 are still working through their own adjustment period, as was evident from their one-sided loss against Team Dignitas.
Ooh, yeah. Cloud9, they went back to that Kog'Maw mid, which they did all of week 1. It takes a long time to scale up, and it doesn't have early game pressure. Plus, they comboed that with Ashe, who also is an AD carry with no dashes. So Azingi was able to bring the Zac attack, shutting down Sneaky, and leaving Cloud9 without anything to do from basically 5 minutes on in that game. So we'll see if they were taking notes, and we'll have to see if a similar approach can be taken against Cloud9 in this game, early jungle pressure.
Yeah, absolutely, because right now it feels like Sneaky is really the definite strongest point for Cloud9, the one that's still doing very well in the games. But on the other side, of course, it's not often that pros can handpick and groom their successor, but Cop has the chance to do exactly that. It says that his bottom lane of Altec and Bunny are poised to be a powerhouse duo in Gravity.
I've only played with Cop in my competitive career, so I think playing with Altec is a great opportunity. We'll have Cop like right behind us the whole way, so I think that's even better.
I felt he would fit my role in the team, but a little better than I did. He played similarly to me, but I feel like if I teach him more, he can be even better.
We've known each other for maybe 2 or 3 years, so we're really close. He's been wanting to step down for the last split. He just wanted to find someone that's equal in terms of level or even better.
I had been thinking about quitting for, I think, more than a year. I don't know, I just sort of wanted a break. I wanted to do something I might like more, which would be coaching. I'd still be able to go to Worlds, which is my dream, but in a different way.
Bringing in Altec, who has the drive to play 10 games a day, and we got to know him a lot because he was our neighbor.
He knew all the players on our team because he lived right down the street, and so we already had that friendship going, which is just good for the team environment.
Altec's personality is actually a lot like me and Cop's. Kind of surprising because we're kind of outside the box weird, I guess.
They're both actually really motivated. They want to play the game, they want to learn, they want to just get better together, and so they duo a ton, which is something I could never really give to Bunny.
I'm still really young, so I think that's one of the things I have. You know, it's not work for me. It's just me trying to improve and have a fun time.
Cop, he still wants what's best for the team, so he knows the potential we have together, and I think he'll help us get there.
I feel like Cop can be a really good coach, and I can learn a lot from him just because he used to be an AD player.
He comes to me with more questions because, as most players want, they want a second-hand opinion, and I have pretty reliable opinion for him to look back on. Our main problems from, I guess, week 1 of LCS was that we just weren't really on the same page. The scenario where that happened was when we were doing Baron, and then I think only Move stayed on and everyone peeled out. Bunny wanted them to finish it, then fight, and he was going to sacrifice himself.
Vayne cannot join this fight. This is a 3v5 fight.
Sejuani.
Finish Baron server.
A bit of a stun to buy some time. Trashy goes down to Keen. Body drop forced to run. Otter has joined in. Move forced to flash away from Baron. Body drop goes down. Inox gets the kill, but it's going to get traded back on. But the Vayne cleanup is here. That is an ace for enemy Esports.
I feel like if Cop and Saint were still on the team, they would at least have a really clear understanding of what to do mid to late game. I think that's a huge thing that we're lacking right now.
I'm going to be working a lot with Bunny because we're trying to make him our dedicated shot caller. Once we just get more clear calls, I think we'll be a lot stronger.
I definitely have high hopes for me and Bunny that we can be a really strong bottom lane. When we first started, we were getting stomped. As of right now, we have been going even or sometimes even winning, so I think that's really been a positive note.
In a short period, they'll have really good synergy and they'll be a really, really strong bot lane.
I honestly view our duo as a trio with Cop, so I have high hopes just because of how well we all work together.
Well, I guess it's the first trio lane then in the LCS. Cop coming in to add a lot of extra insight to a lane specifically. And I do think it's actually interesting seeing a player turn coach because they obviously have way more insight into a specific role. And so sort of, you know, how he can help sort of shape that new duo is interesting.
He's trying to bond with the young guys too. They're trying to be hip. He's hanging out at the skater park. They got their leather jackets.
It's pretty great. Overall, though, it's gonna be fun watching that entire team develop. Of course, Bunny saying it's of course difficult to both shot call and learn to duo with a new guy. So
it definitely is.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting road for both teams as we move on to the rest of the split. Let's check out the starting lineups though. On the blue side, it's Cloud9, Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, Incarnation in mid, Sneaky on AD carry, and Lemon Nation on support.
And on the red side, it's Gravity. Haunter up top. In the jungle, they've got Move, Mid, Keen, AD carry, all tech, and support, of course, Bunny Fufu.
And we gotta figure out the new duo name for Altec and Bunny Fufu. They don't like sort of run together.
How about Altec and Bunny Fufu? I think you got it already.
Altec and it doesn't roll off the tongue very well. I feel like you're not
That's fine.
You're not inventive enough. I think we need something really intricate and crazy at Level Esports. Hashtag LCS big duo lane names. Don't hashtag that. Let us figure out what we're going to call them. But either way, we're getting ourselves into the match. Cloud9 in blue, Gravity in red. Got percentages for champions that aren't even there right now.
All
Hecarim and Alistar.
or Bunny Tech.
So in case the bans are busted right now, Alistar, Hecarim, and Fizz are the 3 bans from Cloud9. Gragas and Kalista are the 2 bans from Gravity right now.
Yeah, once again, Alistar finding himself on the ban list. Been first pick very frequently, actually all across the world, as bringing that tank power and engaged power from the bottom lane. It's been huge for playmaking abilities. Let's see here, though. Kog'Maw left up for Cloud9. They went back to that both
the
games
final ban.
Last week. Ryze also on the table. Man, once
there
again,
we go.
left up. Let's see if Gravity can do a better job of attacking him early, because you need to do it even more so than before. The efficacy of Ryze's late game has never been in question, no matter what stage of the game we've ever had. Now, though, with the changes, moving that level 16 power basically up to level 6, you have a smaller window with which to attack him.
Yeah.
And you need to make it count.
Well, as we talk about what Jat was saying earlier with power picks and looking for equalized champions, the Ryze goes on one side, the Gragas band turns into the Rek'Sai pick for a move, the Sivir comes in with the Kalista band away. You're seeing Gravity put that to the test right there. And
yeah,
you know, picking up high priority champions early on.
As far as jungle goes right now, I don't feel like the priority is that high anymore. If you're just spending 1 ban on jungle to try and pick that up, maybe it's because Move doesn't feel as comfortable on the new patch. We saw, you know, he was even playing Lee Sin, didn't have a very good time last week, and he really needs to have that comfort champion of Rek'Sai. But not only is Sejuani still very much a powerhouse in the Cinderhulk jungle, but there are other options as well. Evelynn is extremely potent, and Evelynn is a great champion to have when you do have solo lanes that are susceptible to early pressure, because she gives you that unseen presence. Always the other team has to question their moves unless they somehow get some intel on you, because you could very well be up in that Ryze's lane, and counter ganking for a Ryze is one of the most successful strategies you can go with. He's amazing in 2 versus 2 situations, so definitely attracts a lot of jungler attention.
Absolutely. So the question is then, what does Gravity pick to make that top lane 2-on-2 work? Can they flip that matchup back for themselves? Right now they're hovering on Haunter, playing Haunted Maokai, maybe. Thresh comes in for Bunny Fufu, all the same, one of his best champions, absolutely, and Cloud9 to make their last few choices. So, comps so far, Gravity once again holding on to their mid lane for last, just like Team Liquid did. Cloud9 hitting a bunch of tanks.
I feel like Cloud9 need to get some strong lanes for their last 2 picks. It's very difficult if you have a Sejuani and a bunch of lanes that are susceptible to early pressure to make it through the early game. So I think they need to at least get a couple of strong lanes, strong laning phase champions. If they went for a Kog'Maw as well, that'd be too much scaling for them. And I feel like Gravity would be able to pressure them early, transition into a mid game with Sivir and run them down before they had a chance to scale up.
Yeah, well, it does give them time, of course, to just pick lane bullies since they always have Ryze for that back pocket late game scaling. Maybe like a LeBlanc from Incarnation. The Victor, though, looks like the pickup, and Ezreal for Sneaky.
Yeah, Victor, strong all around. Definitely does have a great laning phase. So I like this from Cloud9. Definitely a different look, giving Incarnation the tools that he needs to not come out of the early stages of the game with a 100 CS deficit.
Yeah,
so
that would be ideal.
Let's see how he does around this time on Victor. As far as Ezreal in the bottom lane, all around, pretty safe pick there. It could be a lane swap as well. Every time that we do see this, we have to account for that possibility. But, with Nautilus, he definitely has the ability to quickly jump on a pick if Nautilus does get a hook and add a pretty good amount of burst. Also, I kind of like what Reckless did on his bottom lane Ezreal, where he did not go the tier. He just went straight into Trinity Force. You skip that sort of trough where it's a bit easier to deal with if you're mid lane because you're safe and you can farm and stack up. Whereas bottom lane, definitely very viable and a good solution to go just straight for Trinity Force and then transition into lifesteal or Bork or whatever.
Yeah, well, Ezreal's a champion has been kind of really rising in popularity very recently. I'm still not quite sure why, and based on my knowledge of Ezreal's strong points, I don't really love him in this matchup until we see the TF come through. So TF Maokai, Rek'Sai, Sivir's in there as well. There's a lot of room to dive for the back line. At least Sneaky will be safe this time around, but still unsure what the champion's going to be doing here in this game specifically. But Gravity, yeah, bringing out the Twisted Fate for Keen. First we've seen of him play that champion, I believe, in quite some time. His 3rd champion in 3 games. This Incarnation moves to his first Victor game of his professional career.
So I do like what Gravity have done in champion selects here, since they have been having, some clarity issues with their shot calling.
Yeah.
Their team, this is a very clear team of Engage. They have TF, they have Teleport Maokai, they have Rek'Sai. This is a very, very clear. We have Sivir, Pop the Ultimate, Engage. So this is a very, very straightforward squad from Gravity. They have so many tools to engage. When they want to fight, they will be able to find it. Can they get to that point and get an early game lead?
And something even a bit similar for Cloud9 as well. A bunch of teamfight ults go show up and press R at the same time. Now, guys at home, remember to share your vote throughout the game. Tell us who you think is going to win this one. Tweet at LOL Esports. Send either hashtag C9win or hashtag GVwin to at LOL Esports on Twitter. Let us know what's going on. Here we go with game 2 of the day. Who's going to be victorious? Both these teams sitting at 1-1 so far. I think both teams picking up losses they didn't expect earlier on in the split, and now to make a statement here in game 3 of their seasons.
All right. Well, I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on Meteos as well. I'm always really curious what mindset he's in because, last week he had a first game, early game, where he pulled off a bunch of ganks that were unsuccessful, and so he sort of reverted into hard farm mode the next game. This game, I think even though he's on Sejuani, he has an opportunity to try and attack TF early. Always like to go to the source of the global. And with a strong Victor lane for Incarnation this time around, maybe we see some Incarnation Meteos synergy that we've heard about. Ball's going to get a couple autos on the Hansur, which he will brush off.
Some Ryzes back in the day used to go twin in utility. That would have given him 3 gold. Not the case here.
Yeah.
6 months ago, that would have been money.
Yeah. Ryze is definitely a very different champion. Also, as we said, starts Doran's ring now. Mana Crystal, thing of the past. Don't get nearly as much bang for your buck out of it any longer.
Yeah.
AP, you get a lot more than you used to, so.
Yeah, they don't itemize tank or CDR nearly as much. Frozen Heart is actually rare to be seen.
Yeah. The one thing that is curious to me as far as Ball's mastery, even if you do with the new Ryze, you usually go 9 points in utility to get biscuits and the extra mana utility. So that is definitely one thing that's probably different, and we can check it after the game.
9 defense.
But yeah, going 9 defense here to try and shore up his early game vulnerability rather than get those mana utilities as well as biscuits. Double jungle here with the support since the lane swap is going to get pulled off.
And that'll put Balls walking into a lane to absorb XP early on, while Hanser is simply walking around the jungle at this time. So this rise level will happen.
Yeah. Also, Gravity bottom lane did take the Gromp, so they didn't have the chance to group up the minions and get them pushing towards their side of the map. So Balls actually should not be denied too heavily.
Oh, but you know who is going to be denied is Meteos here. You're seeing that Gravity managed to grab their red buff top side, get all the way down to this bottom jungle. Hanser beelined it here, and Meteos is only going to get 1 buff on his first clear.
Yeah, you can get a really, really early quick clear with the Maokai jump start of the sapling start for jungling, and they've already started to attack Meteos. So we'll see what he does when he reacts to no red buff. Fully cleared, so they will have the timer. Meteos can go pick from his Wraiths. With the dive onto Rise. This time they get him before the turret.
Ooh. Very close. He had to flash the hook before it landed. Even a pre-play sapling slows Balls down. And here's the fight that enemy needs to take notes on. Here's the 3-man cutoff that C9 can't do anything about.
Yeah, they're zoning 3 people off of any income. No gold, no experience. They completely zoned them from the turret because they got there first with the 4-man squad. Now Cloud9, all they can do with 3 people, so inefficient. They're clearing Raptors with basically 3 people at the same time. All that has to happen now, Twisted Fate back off. He had a ward, and it was a very, very good experience gain there for Gravity.
Yeah.
Even though, you know, the gold is not going to reflect the advantage that Gravity just got until they take the turret, man, that was a very strong early move for them.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind, aside from wasted time, though, Sneaky has the exact same thing of a 1v0 down to the bot lane.
True.
That you know, both teams have really just taken 2 lanes of experience themselves, but you're right as far as wasted time. There's nothing going on for the rest of C9 right here, and that bot lane turret is a sneeze away from dying here. As Keen fights up against Incarnation, Keen is winning this early lane, so despite getting a much stronger laner in Victor, Incarnation is losing the early laning phase for the 2nd time here in the North American LCS.
Yeah, so basically the advantage will be, hey, can Gravity get up and defend their top side of the map? Because that's where Cloud9 have migrated to. The early advantage not quite as big.
I actually really like this timing, by the way, from all of Gravity. Altec managed to get a pickaxe recall off the turret kill with the exact number of waves and number of minions they took down, which is a really awkward breakpoint for Sneaky's Ezreal. There's no good items to buy until 1,400 gold or so, when you could either get most of pickaxe tier, which would go to Manamune, or a Phage. So really awkward timing for C9's dual lane if they do match back up, which looks to be where the Sivir is headed. Very well orchestrated early game by Gravity.
Let's see, though, because they have not accounted for the double jungle here. Bunny is going to be... Now he has vision. See how he gets out of it.
Ooh, and the lantern's down, though. Altec's going to have to spell shield. Nope, just block. Okay. Just kidding.
They lose a pink ward, and that's about it. Yes, they will be, you know, zoned a little bit longer from the minions. But, as he said, bottom side of the map... they do have the extra lane of income this time around. Move freely farming the opposite jungle as well. So basically trading jungles here for both teams. Not too big of a deal.
We've still yet to see Balls get money in any meaningful way. He's still double jungling alongside Meteos, and yet at this time, Hanser is in a lane getting golden XP, and Balls just like chilling in the jungle.
Yeah. Now they've finally been able to shake it out into Gravity having the 3 lanes of income. Their bottom lane was able to circle back around.
Oh man, looks like 1 week's worth of work though has done absolute wonders for Gravity though. These guys are, I don't know, everything I'm seeing, just moving around the map so much more cleanly than Cloud9 right now. This looks so good from where I'm sitting. Meteos and Balls clear away, pink ward in the jungle. And with a dead turret, Balls still unwilling to lane. He doesn't want to get killed off by move since he's still missing his flash from the level 1. Huge risk aversion by Balls to not get snowballed on.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to provide a whole bunch of vision, which they're not equipped to do right now, to allow balls to go to lane. And Haunter's doing a really good job of just nurturing his bottom wave. All he's doing is sort of pruning it, clearing off the last hits on minions, and he can keep it there indefinitely until Cloud9 come to force the issue and shove that lane all the way into the turret. They need to change the situation down bottom and make something happen, because right now Haunter is just growing massive down there with the minions all to himself, able to keep them right in front of his turret. So they've sent Sneaky down to do the work. He is Ezreal, has his own dash plus a flash and heal ready. And Lemon will follow shortly.
All right, so the end gain here is Balls is level 4 with no XP. Haunter's level 5.5. As far as AD carries are concerned, Sneaky is basically 6.
Plus, Haunter has 500 gold on Balls as well.
I mean, he's up 30 CS from farming, so... oh, geez. That's just... Yeah, it's a massive disparity. So XP in the advantage and gold in the advantage both of Gravity here. Great early plays by them, and Sneaky should be safe for the 1v1. Ball still jungles with Meteos as he's afraid of the top lane. Oh, man. I mean, Rise has a late game, but how late's that game going to be when he's actually relevant?
Yeah, as we said in Champion Select, cautioning against a lot of the scaling champions all at once. Looks like they are content to just continue the double jungle here, though. Balls really wants to be able to at least purchase his tier so that he can stack up during the double jungle. And he's trying to scrape together that last 50 gold off of the Raptor camp.
Yeah. So yeah, he can afford it after the recall now, finally. But you're right, a very long, long road ahead. That's the money for the combined 200 and change. Right back over to Meteos. Now, Rek'Sai is about to hit 6, by the way. Move is a camp away from that. Meteos, 5 and change, so a bit of a disparity there, though he's going to slowly catch up. But as the lanes shake out, we're just seeing more lanes get used by Gravity.
Plus, we're well past the time where turret protection drops off. So Gravity should be able to take this lead, this early lead that they've gotten, and knock down the last 2 outer turrets very easily. The reduction in champion damage gone, so Altec can take the top one, or just deny as many minions as possible at the top one. And then if they can close out and switch him down to mid, they've taken the entire outer ring and can start to make use of the TF and the Sivir to catch people in rotations. This is a perfect early game for this set of champions for Gravity.
Absolutely.
Keen's really, really set up to make some big plays here. There's not much protection here for Cloud9 to hide behind and try to farm up.
Absolutely, and speaking of people farming up though, Altec's gotten solo gold on both the outer turrets down so far, so here's a BF sword to add to his pickaxe, to add to his 70 minion kills. This guy is the scariest force on the map as far as raw damage output's concerned. Boomerang Blade's going to destroy people, and Maokai and TF going to lock them down for those damage outputs.
Yeah. Cloud9 have to be very careful. It's actually very curious. Cloud9, this split have been such a poor early game team. They bank everything on farming up into the late game, whereas last split, they were all about mid game. And, it was this time where they'd start making objective trades. They'd start making very quick cross-map movements to gain advantages on their opponents. But this split, they've had a really hard time just in the very early stages.
They have. Incarnation pretty much holding up in his lane. He is technically down in CS, but by a margin that you can consider acceptable, I suppose. If you're going to just do pass-fail, he is technically behind Keen, though. Gravity going to make the move for a dragon. That'll be picked up pretty easily as well. So the third objective to get picked up so far. 11 minutes in. C9 still with goose eggs and everything that matters.
All right, level 6 Rek'Sai. Move, if he can get some tunnels down, even in neutral territory. He doesn't even have to get them that far into Cloud9 territory. Cloud9 can really not make side lane plays. They have to worry about a TF and the Rek'Sai global teleport abilities. Anytime they even hint at going for a move, Keen can be there. Oh, never mind, his ultimate's used mid.
Right in there, the flash play's gonna land. Exhaust is there, and there's first blood. Keen picks it up with a blue card for the extra damage. First blood on the board for Gravity.
And it's Bunny's roam that you have to worry about. Bunny Fufu able to come up after littering the red camp jungle from Cloud9 with wards. Sweeps right up into mid lane for the first blood, and Keen. Talked about him being set up for early success here with all the outer turrets down. He's got plenty of room to play with, and now he's got some cash to back it up.
Well, that's going to be wonderful then. Abyssal Scepter Rush, interestingly enough, for Keen. So holding on to the match against Incarnation, not wanting to get chunked out. He gets to even take down the mid outer turret almost by himself as Move and Buddy now show up to make it go. 3 outer turrets picked up.
I love the buy here from Keen. You can tell how he adapts his builds to what he's facing in-game. This is one of the most flexible players that we have in the North American LCS. This is an Ezreal with tier. This is a bottom lane Ezreal that has opted to go tier, not trying to skip that trough. The entire rest of the team is magic damage. So that Abyssal Scepter is hugely, hugely effective for Keen.
I mean, even Ezreal's damage profile tends to be about half magic in team fights. I mean, this is about as AP heavy a team as you could get in League of Legends, unless you had support Brand. That would be like the only difference.
Yeah, so let's keep track of Haunter's build as well. See if he decides to go early magic resist, because I would recommend it. It looks like he is just going for Righteous Glory Rush as usual. They want to be able to force those moves, as we said, with the Teleport Maokai, Righteous Glory, TF. You have plenty of things to engage with. Sivir going to boost them all up as well.
Yeah. Move's going to move really fast in this game, that's for sure, with all the things picked up in this team. And here we go. Cloud9 sitting down 3,000 gold 13 minutes in. Gravity have earned every bit of that advantage. The Bunny so far has been a fairly quick study to his new role. Coach Kopp helping as well, I must imagine. But Gravity looking, I would say the best. It's only been 3 games, but the best hand they have all split, certainly.
Yeah, and once again, they've got one of the waves, Haunter, up top. He's babysitting these minions, keeping them right in front of his turret, denying Cloud9. He can keep those there until they decide to come shove it into the wave. So Cloud9 have to make a cross-map play. They decided to go for bottom, for Keen. Teleport could go off. There's the Rek'Sai. They do have Summoner Teleport, and that would be a 3 versus 4. Right now, they've been able to at least salvage the turret, keep Haunter up top so that they can keep that extra lane of experience and gold coming in. Looks like it may converge into a 5 versus 4 here as Incarnation, it looks like they're debating the call, and he heads back mid.
Yeah, it looks like Cloud9 are trying to head things off, keep all the lanes under control as best they can. They've still got no one to head off against Haunter, who's now level 9 here.
Yeah, all Haunter has to do, all Gravity have to do is keep the game with nothing.
Oh gosh, Incarnation stunned up, pops the cleanse this time around, will get away as best he can from Altec. The ult is on a Summoner Heal means another gold card will likely lock it in. Big Boomerang Blade move takes it away, 2-0 Gravity.
Kane's not even using his teleport to go after other lanes. He's just coming straight back to attack Incarnation with some member of the bottom lane there. There's your Sivir ultimate. Boom, chase down, gold card number 2. And they've got presence in the mid lane. Will they be able to trade turrets though? Gravity, they still had their presence down bottom, so Sneaky was able to grab that turret. Looks like they're going to make some headway here on number 2. A long way from minion wave.
Oh man, Gravity is absolutely crushing this game right here. 4 turrets to 1. Cloud9 have 1 objective on the board overall.
I just don't see how Cloud9 are going to be able to kill this Maokai in mid-game. Haunter is getting so rich, and he has a very clear build path. As far as tanks go, if you see this team on the enemy squad, then you get very happy because you can build pure magic resist, extremely effective. His only HP item probably going to be that Righteous Glory, and then
3 Spectre's Cowl.
Yeah, whole bunch of magic resist.
Looks like first major item after Juggernaut being, Cinderhulk being Locket for move. Sightstone to help the vision, seems pretty standard for these junglers, but no magic method to turn into that. Interesting also seeing, as of 5.10, there were buffs to Ancient Coin, and Bunny Fufu actually went for that and not for the Targon's Brace. Certainly a lot more gold income.
Yeah.
But in 2-on-2s, I find the lack of tank stats actually really hurtful for Thresh, but as it was a lane swap, they didn't get punished at all. In the late game of Ancient Coin's very good. Now Haunter getting jumped on. This is a 1 versus 4. He hadn't bought in forever, sitting on 2,000 gold. Gets popped up, kill for balls.
Cloud9 finally with one of those mid-game map movements to grab a kill and pressure on top turret. Can they take it down before Keen gets there? It looks like with, okay, 3 people staying, they'll easily be able to get it, even if Keen does arrive. So Cloud9 able to grab some of the global gold back.
This is, yeah, the mid game's starting to look a whole lot better for C9. The early game definitely rough, but these guys have answered back just a little bit. 4,000 gold still the advantage for Gravity.
Should cost them a dragon though, because they committed everybody up top.
Yeah.
So Gravity stacking dragons, 2 by 17, not exceptionally quick. So Cloud9 won't have to worry too much about number 5 very quickly, but it does mean that eventually Gravity have the ability to try and draw Cloud9 away from turrets, where Gravity are free to use all of their movement spells and try and get one of those advantageous fights where they get someone flanking in from the side, where they get a pincer movement, and just have TF teleport in and force the issue.
Absolutely, and that TF ulti is back up. Dragonfly would happen around 36 minutes if they got it roughly on cooldown. So not incredibly late, but certainly not a rush, as you were saying.
Yeah.
We'll see if that pans out over time. So far, a pretty low kill game, but twice as many turrets picked up for every kill on the board. Gravity still in control right here. C9 doing what they can to eke advantages back. Luden's Echo gets completed for Incarnation, so wave clear's pretty strong. It's actually allowed him to eclipse Keen and minion kills.
Yeah, wave clear is #1 priority when you get so behind like this.
Sneaky's not going Triforce. He did Manamune right into the components for a Blade of the Ruin King. I mean, you talked about scary tanks.
Yeah.
Let's get a Ruin King ASAP. And if he goes for just basically auto attack focused Ezreal, that'll actually be, I think, a smart adaptation against a no armor team.
Yeah. See if he's gonna have the line of sight to take down Maokai. One of the problems Ezreal does, work with. If he does get line of sight, though, extra stacks of the percent health damage.
We'll see a good blue buff steal by Gravity. You can see how much respect Cloud9 are giving them. The early levels from Balls. He refused to land against Maokai without flash or a turret behind him. Blue buff attempt, not even a glimpse from C9. They're aware of Gravity's power levels right here, and Gravity, aware of their own, are taking everything they possibly can. 70 minion lead in the top lane, and even Altec has managed to build a farm lead over Sneaky.
And remember, this is Ryze. This is the champion that builds 2 scaling mana items. The tier as well as the Rod of Ages. Rod of Ages not even completed by 20 minutes here for Balls.
Ouch.
So it will be a long time coming, the power of this Ryze. It will take a while for it to scale up. So Gravity definitely have an opportunity as far as the mid game goes to try and press Cloud9.
All right, let's see. The pressure's on as the tier is stacked and the Rod of Ages has just begun. Manamune, of course, still stacking up as well. I mean, you talk about scaling champions. Of course, Ezreal tends to fit that mold. I know you referenced that before, but bringing it back up. Baron's now on the table, 20 minutes in. I don't imagine that getting rushed down, but if the situation permits, you never know. So far, Balls has yet to find himself a farm lane like the one Hanser had earlier on. So the big Magic Resist tank versus the still gold-starved carry top laner. Looks like Move's gonna find Balls. TF comes in as well. Can Ryze get out?
He sees, he sees the entire team of Cloud9 at his back. One of the benefits of TF Ultimate, you can pause for a moment
and say, nope, just kidding.
And decide if you are going to tunnel vision or not.
Yeah. Very keen to the Twisted Fate to not go in there. 5,000 gold lead now, slightly stretching over time as Gravity are holding the driver's seat still.
And Cloud9 make an incursion into Gravity territory. After the TF Ultimate was blown, they saw a recall down bottom from Sivir, so they take that opportunity to get a ward down. This is something that they've pretty much always done, is they really value those deep wards. So anytime you get that small opportunity to go get one down, rush in there with a couple people backing up Lemonation, and they're able to grab one deep ward for a little bit of vision. That is, taken out actually very quickly by Gravity. So all that hard work, using that timing window.
Hey, they made him blow sweeper cooldown, okay?
All right.
Bunny Fufu had to press T.
Who puts it on T?
I do.
Freak. Nobody's going to get that reference.
Whatever. Okay, it's on 4. Whatever. I don't care. Whatever the keyboard bind. I know a guy who calls Flash on A, by the way.
All right, well, on button number 1 here, maybe he could have it. I don't know, Spectator does weird things. Keen's got a Zhonya's Hourglass. So we're looking for Gravity to make those moves. They have everything to make those initiations happen. And obviously that's what Keen is looking for. He's looking for a frontline TF. Keen's got the Abyssal straight into Zhonya. So he wants to make a Messiah play, teleport in, bait out as much as you can from Cloud9, and pop that invulnerability.
And static shift done for the AD carry as well. Oddly enough, though, both AD carries sitting on 2 items here. Though Altec has gotten all the local gold from turrets, he's only sitting on an assist. And the farm equals out, so though Muramana is still stacking up, Sneaky does have 2 items.
Gravity have a ward perfect for Hanser to teleport in behind the team.
He's recalling.
He should teleport on that ward. That would be a 4 versus 5 initiation.
But the turret's going to die too fast, and no one's in range anymore. Yeah, it was...
guys.
They were 6 seconds away from that being just a kill. Home guard does get picked up by Hanser there, but yeah.
All right. That initiation, that should have been action. I'm sorry for this silent crowd right now. They should have been able to see some fireworks there, because even if Balls answers the teleport on Rise, it's a reactionary teleport. He'll come in later. Plus, he does not have the teleport impact that a Maokai does coming from behind you. The perfect flank right there.
I absolutely agree. I mean, you're right. And so for all I plays Gravity, there's an example of, there's something they missed. There's an engage that Gravity could have had that could have put them even farther ahead. And I mean, you can see the evidence of it as well with how much space C9 is typically giving these guys and how rare their incursions are.
Yeah, Gravity even had them up against a turret to work with.
True.
The best place. All right, well, let's see what they do around Dragon, because they've gotten the first 2. They want to chain that. They want that to be one of the ways that they can add late game pressure.
And there's no outer turrets left for C9 to trade for. They managed to get a couple. That was really good. Okay, C9 have mostly equalized the turret score, but Gravity's still sitting on a huge farm lead, a huge gold lead. Dragon 3 is on the map. Cloud9 are first to mid lane. But Altec able to clear that away very cleanly. Gravity get the inside track still on Dragon, but these guys have ward coverage up with a 5k gold lift set. They're even starting Dragon.
All right, this is
so risky.
Curious situation. Right. Wildcards come in for a little bit of poke. Move goes in for the steal. Gets it.
Fight begins. Bunny Fufu low on health, knocked up by Nautilus. Kill goes to Balls. Incarnation stays alive so far. Keen getting just evaporated. Pops the Zhonya's levitation, flashes out. Balls dies great left by Keen. That's multiple kills picked up. 2 for 1 so far. Meteor's got nowhere to go. 3 for 1. Flash by Hanser. Dragon gets stolen, and it's going to be 4 kills for 1. Gravity crushed that fight.
Wow. I can't believe Keen actually flashed out of that ult. That was a really well-timed ult from Sneaky, almost sniping him, but the insta-flash there from Keen, he's able to survive. I'm not really sure why Cloud9 is starting this one up, but Move gets the steal anyway, so it doesn't matter. And then Cloud9 are trapped in here. TF's on the outside, throwing wild cards. Keen jumps in. Remember, he's built to be a frontline TF, so even though Meteos caught him, and he got the combo there with Incarnation, they still weren't able to take him out because of the defensive way that Keen built his early magic resist. He was able to survive. Gravity got the Dragon. They got the 4 kills and transitioned into Baron. So Cloud9, they had some of those good mid-game calls that we were talking about. You mentioned the outer turrets they were able to sneakily take down. Steal away from Gravity, but rushing into headlong into a mid-game Dragon fight there. Gravity are able to collapse and take... Let's see what they can do with this Baron, though. That is a really big tool they need to make use of. Leverage this Baron into some deeper turret kills.
Well, I think it's going to be a pretty high likeliness of that. They do have wave clear on Cloud9's side. Victor and Ezreal both pretty good at that. But Baron buff is on. A big gold lead and 2 tier 2 turrets still to kill is likely to happen for Gravity.
Yeah. I think Gravity are probably going to continue to look for split push. While Keen has built the defensive route for all these mid-game fights, he did just pick up a Sheen. So he's going to have a bit extra pushing power if he does get a split push off. And of course, you want to have as many lanes of Baroned up minions as possible to make work Looks like could be a possible collapse on balls there. Top lane, 4-1 split push for Gravity.
Looks like he's safe right now, though. 8,000 gold lead as Gravity do look very good in this one. A small number of missteps, but overall a great game by them. They're in onto this top lane tier 2. Keen will be the split pusher of choice, set down to the bottom lane. That's going to be easy for him. And with that Sheen, as you mentioned, he will knock down turrets pretty fast.
Scott is Zhonya's back up. No summoners available. Ghost should be available by the time he gets anywhere near danger, though. So he'll be able to work with that. Sneaky's the one to go and answer the split push. We'll see how well they can hold here. Sivir is short range, but does have the spell shield here. Looks like the wave clear is just too much for Cloud9, even with just balls. Able to pop his ultimate.
There we go. Bot lane tier 2 now under fire by Twisted Fate. Gravity looking for turret number 5. Sneaky, the man sent to defend against him.
Yeah, even just the minions. Like, this is the thing about why we keep mentioning you want to get as many lanes of Baroned up minions. Even if you don't get your champion autos off on the turret, just empowering up the cannon and a couple of melees, you'll make a lot of headway on those turrets. Top one down, bottom one probably soon to follow here, especially as Altec starts to move.
And Cloud9 just trying to scrape together whatever they can. They don't lose an inhib turret just yet, but they've lost tier 2 top lane. Ezreal, Sneaky still holding on decently against Keen. The health bar is going down slowly, but not gone. He blew ult to clear the wave away this time around. Baron buff ending.
Oh, he's gonna steal it
by now.
It's the small things in life, freak.
Nice. Like big Krugs. All right, Baron buff is gone. Gravity got a turret kill for that. Again, we're seeing teams play rather slowly with big leads like this, really unwilling to siege heavily. This is a team with like a Twisted Fate. Like, chunking turrets isn't that hard with this kind of composition, but teams have, over the last few months, been very slow to knock bases down. They're playing much more for the global objectives.
While there have been a lot of games like that, they've been fairly different, right? Some of the games are teams just massacring the other team early on, and so they got all these kills and they have a bunch of gold, and it tends to feel like they're having fun getting a lot of kills. This game feels a little bit more stressful for Gravity because pretty much all of their advantages were objective based and through map movements. So the choice here is just to continue on and control the neutral objectives. They had those 3 dragons, stack up number 4 here, and not really wanting to take any chances with the scaling power that Cloud9 do have. Balls has finally gotten his rod stacked and his Seraph transformed. So
yeah. Well, that's
getting
the weird thing, though, is you're saying, they don't want to take any risk with the skill and composition, but waiting till 50 minutes to win a game is exactly the kind of risk you don't want to take. And I'm not saying it's going to take them 20 minutes, but they're certainly giving a little bit more time for balls to grow. Hanser now being left alone on an island in the top lane. He's going to get found out here. TF will pop, and they're going to go to push down mid. Hanser will die, but so will the mid inhibitor most likely. He's trying to run away. It's a very tanky tree, but finally falls in the forest. Someone's around it here. Incarnation, a wave clear mid, but the turret's still going to drop. Keen takes some damage, but here comes the fight for the inhib. No, they back out.
Yeah, they need to leave 4 versus 5. Definitely don't want to give away any more kills to Cloud9.
30
Cloud9
seconds.
on its chase. Sivir ultimate works both ways.
Yeah. Good attempt by C9. I think the right choice to go in for that fight, but smart enough by Gravity to be out of range of all the engage tools.
Okay, you need to watch the death timer now. Cloud9, they only have 15 seconds to burn this dragon down. Basically, all of Gravity right now are just waiting for Hanzo to come back up as well. How will Cloud9 exit this area? Sneaky's really low on mana. If Gravity can keep him balled up here, buy time for the teleport, it's a home-guarded Maokai.
Now, is there anything to TP to? Yeah, he's going to TP to the tunnel entrance. Move gets stunned, though. They're trying to chase him down, and they catch balls on the backside. Rise has nowhere to go. Dies to Altec. They trade 1 for 1. Keen is on the run, but Lemonation going to die first. The flash gets followed by Hanser. It's a 2 for 1 off the dragon, and there's time now for Gravity to push.
Interesting. Mid is open right now, but they're not making the call to bring Keen with them, who doesn't have teleport. Oh, almost back off a cooldown. He should be able to get there.
It's just Incarnation who has wave clear right now. Sneaky's ult is down. TF ulti popped. Incarnation can't stand this far up. And it doesn't even matter if it's minions anyway. Inhibitors are easy to take with just a numbers advantage when they do so. Mid inhib goes down. 32 seconds on Baron. The team will be well respawned by then.
Good response there from Gravity. Cloud9 were able to interrupt the chain of dragons and push that number 5 back. However, costing them the 2 kills as well as Inhibitor. It's a huge amount of pressure that Gravity can gain from that Inhibitor because they're all about the split push already. And Baron comes up in 10 seconds. If you have the mid lane shoving down, it gives you a lot of vision and a lot more control around that Baron with which to bolster your vision game around that area.
Well, Cloud9 trying to play that vision game right now as they head over into the northwestern river. A couple of wards down into the jungle. But with the mid inhibitor dead, of course, they've got to... almost gets the steal. Smite forced to be used. And here comes the engage from Hanser. TP in from Balls to the backside. And the kite back by Sneaky is good. But Lemonation going to drop down way too quickly. And Keen's going to find Balls with the gold card. Double kill for Hanser's Maokai. And now Mita's in the front line is going to be the third casualty picked up there as well by the TF. Sneaky's going to drop. That's 4 kills in this fight. Altec on the move. Looking for kill number 3. Once Incarnation gets stunned with the gravity field. But now an open mid lane and 30-second respawn timers.
Don't need Baron. They're looking for the Nexus.
I don't know if they're going to kill it quite in time. It's going to be, I think, close.
This is such a test of Bunny's shot calling. Bold to go for the Nexus rather than grabbing Baron, the safer call. But see if he's got the timing right here.
All right, 10 seconds on Balls, 10 now on Meteos. Turret number 1 is down. This is going to be it, I think. Turret number 2 down as well. Incarnation cannot clear the wave. Elimination's here, and nope, out they go.
All right, so he learned something from this as far as judging the mid-game push that they do have.
Yeah.
That will be a lesson that Bunny can take home, and it doesn't cost them much. Yes, they were not able to take Baron. Baron would have been the better choice, you know, seeing...
Yeah, an opportunity cost them Baron.
After. But they can still return to it. They still have plenty of vision control. They still should be able to get it. But he did get to judge.
I think they're saying, if you went for the rush, Baron, we're going to be here in time for you. Keen heading down towards the bottom side of the river. Cloud9 are going to go for ward control here, and they will start the Baron.
There's
Keen
no
has
teleport on Maokai. So
he's got home grab. He's got to walk. This is going to be a Baron rush. Ulti pop. Here comes Destiny. Balls gets hooked again. These guys are staying on Baron. Now they turn back towards move. Sneaky is nowhere to go. Altec takes him out. Keen gets focused, but that man has a Zhonya's Hourglass. Wasted damage. Balls goes down to Altec. Now the push on towards Meteos and Lemon. At the same time, a triple kill for the new AD carry. Goes for Lemon. Keen takes the 4th. And yet again, Incarnation, the last man limping out. And yet again, Gravity goes towards mid.
Yeah, every time Cloud9 has tried to start a neutral objective, they've paid for it. This one was obviously a desperation because they were so far behind.
Man.
Incarnation gets 1 for himself.
All right, 2, 3, and 3. KDA over 1, but Hanser's going to have an easy time walking away from this turret. Not a problem at all. There's no turrets defending the Nexus. That's going to be GG. Gravity in 35 minutes knocks down Cloud9. Improves to 2-1.
All right, definite improvements for Gravity after week 1. Some good cross-map play for the opening of the game. They got themselves such a substantial lead from the lane swap. Also, we're even able to learn a few things in the late game.
Yeah. Man, I actually sat in as we had interviewed Bunny Fufu for all the features we've been seeing today about him and Altec together. And one of the things he mentioned was talking about learning how to play lane swaps now with a lot of the direction from the old team gone. The amount of sort of knowledge and proper prediction displayed in this one. They 3-buffed them. They, Gravity, you know, cut off Cloud9's escape to the other side of the map. They got the turret kill. They got a pickaxe recall to further imbalance the dual lane. The first, 18 minutes were played so incredibly well by Gravity, and I got to give so much of this credit to Bunny Fufu, the man on your screen right there. What a well-played game.
Definitely a well-deserved victory for Gravity, adjusting to the roster changes that they made in the off-season.
Yeah.
Cop as well, moving into the coaching position. Props to him for working with Bunny and the rest of the team.
And it's one of the first tests for Gravity as well. Week 1, they played Enemy Esports and TDK. And, you could consider those kind of not very difficult opponents potentially. They're the 2 challenger teams joining in. You don't know how strong those teams are. They play up against Cloud9, the guys who beat TSM opening day, and you're like, okay, that's pretty darn good. Props to Gravity. They're clearly showing that the roster moves have done well. Move himself, only 1 death all game. I mean, this was a controlled game. This is the type of game we don't see Gravity normally play. And right now under Cop and Bunny Fufu, it's a good bit of growth by these guys.
Gravity.
Yeah, it's, Gravity's really taking off. Their icon's a rocket ship. It's like right over our heads over there. You'll see it next time the camera pans out. Overall, though, absolutely great game by them. C9, they do have some things still to learn. Another game where they get behind early on and don't quite pull it back either. We're going to see what the pros have to say about that game. Right now, we've got Riv on stage with Gravity's new AD carry.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am, in fact, joined by Alltech of Team Gravity, who just got a very nice victory over Cloud9 right out of the gate. I kind of want to step back to last week, however. You guys came out 0-2. What was kind of the mentality? What? 1-1. Sorry, 1-1. What was your mentality coming out of that, and, how are you guys going to repair it?
Last week, we didn't really play that well. I think that we still had the LAN jitters, of course, but this week we practiced pretty hard. We didn't really know what they were going to play. We expected some of the picks, but we didn't know how strong they were because they're obviously training really hard. So I'm really glad that we got a game off them.
And you seem much more confident now on this team. What's it kind of been like you for that transformation, moving from team to team now, different supports? How are you feeling now, and what's the season going to be like?
I'm feeling like I can definitely do a lot more things on this team. If I don't carry, then someone else will carry, And I think a lot of it just Cop has helped me a lot, basically. He's helped me improve, and I think he's molding me into a team player, kind of.
How much easier is it for you to kind of receive that information and become a better player now?
It's easy because he used to be an AD player, so whatever I respect him as a player, as a coach, and it's really easy for me to just take criticism and learn.
Well, it definitely seems to be paying off, as we just saw in the game. I want to touch on tomorrow for the last question. You guys are going to be playing Team Liquid now. Could be looking at a perfect record if they are able to take you guys out. What are you going to do to stop them?
Today they looked really, really strong, but I think we played really slowly this game. So I think we have a better strategy in terms of later game. So I think that can help us out.
All right, Alltech, thank you very much for the interview. Best of luck in the rest of the split. We're going to throw it back to the analyst desk now to break down more on that game.
Thank you, Riv. Fantastic win there for Gravity. What I want to look at is a lot of some heady stuff here. So we're going to jump right into our first replay, which is the early game map movements made by both teams.
I was so impressed by this level 1 strategy from Gravity. And it all basically started with this 1 deep ward, and then there's a series of conditionals that basically Gravity do just right. So let's just start rolling this right now, because Meteos tries to take the slow route around because they knew this ward is here so he doesn't get spotted by Gromp. But obviously he doesn't want to waste time, so he does get spotted. That is immediately pinged. And this is the coolest part, because Move starts on his red buff, which is the weak side of the map. A risky start, but we're going to get to see this pay off huge. Gravity's bottom lane shows bottom, which basically tells you, since they did Gromp, that a 4-man dive is coming. And Cloud9 knows this, so Meteos wants to hit level 3 before that happens and run all the way down to the bottom lane. But this is why it's so cool, is because Gravity is 1 full step ahead. By Move going red to red, they automatically beat where Cloud9 started. And all of this was contingent on that very first ward. Once that happened, Cloud9 really didn't have many best decisions. The way Cloud9 plays this is it looks like in the game that they're late to the bottom. But that's only because Gravity was so early to that dive. Because they got 4 people bottom before Cloud9 could get 3, they're completely zoned off the turret. And they're also 3 buffed. Everything went well for Gravity this early game, and it set them on a very good path in this game. And as we saw there, it was really brilliant. We were so impressed by that start.
Yeah, you can see all the minions there dying at the end, denying the CS from Rise, getting Alltech that huge lead. And that's very unconventional in terms of what you do strategy-wise, because usually you want a Rek'Sai level 3 for the dive. He blows his flash just to get the gap closed there to force out Rise. Overall, It was absolutely amazing, and I was really surprised that Elimination on his classic Nautilus did not go for a strong side invade, because he could have pushed Rek'Sai off of it, and he knew it was safe because of that ward. Because as soon as he saw Elimination there, he's like, oh, this is 100% going to work out. And Haunter does Raptors, wraps right around and comes down. Really, 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 really just premeditated, great play, and it caught Cloud9 off guard.
Yeah, I think one important thing to recognize there is that any other standard dive like that, they would have been there in time, right? But as you pointed out, Rek'Sai skipping one camp, not needing to go for that level 3.
And every time I see one of these dives where it's like 4 people are there and they got beaten to the punch, and it's the 3 people on the outside have to just sit around, there doesn't seem to be, once you get to that point, a good choice. Because after that, you see like 3 people go like, oh, we have to do Raptors now, and we have to try to gank mid.
Yeah, basically, what most teams do is they'll have 3 people down there, and they'll just try and find a window to sneak under the turret. But it so easily ends in defeat, which is why it was technically the right play for Cloud9 to abandon that turret. But just because of the early game, it ended up just destroying them.
Yeah, I don't think there's a right move at that point, because it's like the right move was 45 seconds ago.
And at that point, the gank mid is telegraphed, so it's very easy for Keen to walk right back up the lane, avoid that gank. Sneaky's getting the freeze up top, but that's at the end of the day, it's not enough. That CS differential that we saw is not enough.
Yeah.
So at this point, as you mentioned, there weren't too many good decisions there for them at this point. Now we move further into the game. We're going to jump into our next replay, because this is Cloud9's attempt to even things up.
Yeah, they had given up the previous 11 Dragons to their opposition, 5 against TSM, 4 in the next game, and they were down 2-0 here. So Cloud9, they just wanted the Dragon. But honestly, because they were down so many early turrets, this was the only team fight that could actually get them back in the game. So I don't fault them too bad for trying this fight. It just had a low probability of working. Let's roll this clip right now and basically see Cloud9 played this fight decently, right? Balls is in the middle of the fight, not getting focused immediately. They get a good bit of damage down onto Keen, as we're going to see in a second. And it's basically just over-committing on that one resource. Once he Zonias, instead of Cloud9 moving into the rest of the fight, using the True Shot Barrage and the Victor Death Ray for the other people like Altec, they don't even end up finishing Keen. Like, that flash ended up turning that fight in some pretty monstrous ways. And once this happened, the game was practically.
The gold card as well that came in at the very beginning on Sneaky, which lined him up for the wild cards, forcing him back over the Dragon Wall. It meant that one of their most fed players and their consistent damage was entirely out of the fight. The only thing he attributed to that fight was the True Shot Barrage.
Yeah, and you said they had a pretty low probability on Cloud9's side of winning it, but it was the highest probability they were going to have for the rest of the game. Like, Luden's Echo was completed. They were hitting some spikes. They were down about 5,000 gold at that point. But the way that Gravity played that fight, with their skirmishing composition, where like we have a Twisted Fate, we have a Sivir, we have all these champions that are really good in just 2v2, 3v3 brawly situations. They split them up, and they make it so that the Sejuani ultimate is only good on one person, because they're not close enough to capitalize on it. So they don't play into the hands of Cloud9's team fight. And that was, I thought, really brilliant shot calling there and execution of the fight.
I also thought that Gravity's use of Twisted Fate throughout the game was pretty solid, both in abusing Incarnation in the mid lane, basically over and over and over again, using the TF on the way back when he thought he was safe to push one extra wave, but also to recognize which fights they should not take. Don't put themselves in a bad position for a team fight up against Cloud9, who's normally touted as, pretty solid in those areas.
Yeah, and this was a very one-sided game in the land of Gravity, and it feels very impressive because there's this aura of excellence around Cloud9. So anytime someone beats Cloud9 to that level, you're always kind of tempted to say they're great. And we will know more about this later, but there are some things that are unquestionably good that Gravity is doing. So last week, I just want to talk about Move briefly and his vision control. Last week, it didn't look like Move was doing very much in their games. But as far as junglers are considered, he had more wards placed and more wards killed than any other jungler in the North American LCS. And in this game alone, he killed 19 wards and placed 47. So on top of the other stuff he's doing, he is an incredibly proficient ward killer, as well as maintaining vision for his team, which I want to see develop throughout the rest of the split.
Fantastic stats to have even in losing matchups from the prior week. Well, Team Solomid and Impulse are setting up on stage and making final preparations for our third match, and we'll be bringing you that in just 3.5 minutes. Stay with us.
What do you do when your ear is like scratchy?
You scratch it.
Oh, scratch the headset?
No, you take out the headset, you scratch your ear.
E to lobby, please.
The ult is on a summoner heal means another gold card will likely lock it in.
Nice.
Push mid. Kill goes to balls. Incarnation stays alive so far. Keen getting just evaporated. Pops the Zonia's levitation flashes out.
I'm on rise.
Rise.
Rise. Nice. Go. Stand giant north now. Go to us, no flash. Nice.
But Lemonation gonna drop down way too quickly, and Keen's gonna find Balls with the gold card. Double kill for Hansers. Maokai. Balls goes down to Altec. Now the push on towards Meteos and Lemon. At the same time, a triple kill for the new AD carry. Gravity in 35 minutes knocks down Cloud9. Improves to 2-1.
Welcome back to week 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split. We're gearing up for our next match, which just happens to be a replay of our Spring Split semifinal. It's Team Solo Mid versus Team Impulse. Now, TSM had a slow start to the split, going 1-1, and their schedule gets even harder this week.
Yeah, and talking about hard matchups, historically, this has been Santorin's hardest jungle matchup. And these two guys, Rush and Santorin, were number 1 and number 2 when deliberating about Rookie of the Split last split during spring. These two guys expose one another's weaknesses more so than any other jungle matchup. Like towards the end of the previous season, in the regular split. Santorin, he didn't really have early game pressure versus Rush, and that was exposed from him, and then we saw a lot of that at MSI. So when these guys expose each other's weaknesses, they're on display for the world. And in playoffs, Rush, he had to expand his champion pool. He went to Sejuani, he went to Nunu, and they had really lackluster performances. So every time these guys clash, one of them gets the edge, and the other one just looks like they have a lot of improvement to do, and I want to see which one it is today.
Yeah, I almost feel like Rush creates those types of situations with how aggressive he plays. Yeah. Another lane I want to watch this game is basically the mid lane, for obvious reasons. Xiao as well, though. He used to be known for his consistency in putting up huge games back when he was on LMQ, best mid laner in the NALCS for a split. But then this year, there's been a real fall off for Xiao. He actually had the lowest kill participation among all LCS mid laners in the spring split, North American LCS mid laners. But then, you know, according to Impulse's owner, Xiao, he's reinvigorated the split. He's going to bed early, he's waking up early, he's practicing much harder than he did in the spring. And that's incredibly important for Tip, especially in the TSM matchup, because if Xiao can go even with Bjergsen, the rest of Tip will have enough skill, I think, to take down TSM because they are stronger in many of the other positions.
Thank God he's going to bed earlier, because I remember when he got 3 hours of sleep before a really big game.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're thinking in those situations.
I don't either.
Well, he's watching LPL at that point.
Right.
But
well, yeah, at least he's learning from other regions. I don't know. Well, as we send it over to our casters to take us into Champions Select, Impact says it's a good time to be a top laner because of the wide selection of champions and strats he's got at his disposal.
일단 챔피언이 무엇을 하든 상관없어요. 요즘은 그냥 잘하고 그냥 좀 라인전 된다 싶으면 뽑아도 되고 야소나 뭐 피즈나 이런 거 다 할 수 있기 때문에 누누도 가능하고 뭐 많아진 것 같아요. 그래서 좀 탑라인이 재밌어졌어요. 그래서 제가 좀 좋아하고 있어요.
Please, for the sake, go ahead.
He mentioned Fizz.
Oh.
And they watch LPL a lot.
Yeah.
I really don't want to see a Cinderella Fizz. I don't think it's very good.
Well, see, mine was on the behalf of everyone who's ever played against Nunu Top, please don't bring back Nunu Top. Please just... That was one of the worst experiences of my life, like, ever. And I've had to cast with...
Do lineups.
Okay, lineups, yes. Check out starting lineups to the blue side. It's Team Solo mid. In the top lane is Dyrus. In the jungle is Santorin. In the mid is Bjergsen. AD carry Wild Turtle. Supporting his Lust Boy.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you there. Red side, though, it's Team Impulse. Up top, Impact. In the jungle, Rush. Mid, Xiao. AD carry Apollo. And support Adrian.
All right, so I guess we're going to get ourselves into Champ Select pretty soon, and we'll see just what crazy fun things Impact brings out.
And what Xiao brings out, right?
That's true, yeah. I mean, if we're just playing Yasuo and Fizz every game, we're good to go. If Rush keeps up the pattern, he'll just play Evelynn again, but we'll have to see. Cram for your test at the end of the day, because Champ Select has begun, and you've got to now pick and ban properly. Well, there's the Fizz ban. So already, answer 1 is correct.
Well, yeah, that is a double ban. I guess you get double value out of that against Team Impulse. Xiao using it last week as well.
TSM have learned what Impulse like to play.
Well, the crucial champion to me in the first week for Team Impulse was the Evelynn for Rush. And that is still on the board. Yes, Fizz and Yasuo were very big parts, but Yasuo was, I feel like, a really big part of the Yasuo success was due to the Gnar matchup specifically. And then the Fizz there for Xiao is... What?
Sorry, I was wondering if the Rise is going to come in or not, because I was in my mind, I'm like, okay, so Evelynn's still up, and Rise is still up as like 2 really important ones, and Rek'Sai is still the grab though.
Rek'Sai is a great pick against Evelynn though, because of the tremor sense. You can see her when she's trying to come in for one of those ambush. So he skips right over the Evelynn. Then all right, Rek'Sai is going to be classic Rush. Lee Sin, he's definitely been keeping up his practice on the champion as well. One of the main ones he used in Korea to grab rank #1 over FLICKR.
Yep.
And he's bringing it overseas.
All right, the Lee Sin is back again in the summer split here in the North American LCS. Move had played it in week 1, but now it's Rush's turn to prove that he is absolutely amazing, and I have faith in the player. Impact gets his Rumble, and TSM to make their next choices.
Yeah, you know, pretty much as scheduled here for Impulse. They've got early game pressure. They have mid-game teamfight prowess with the Rumble, so check for the classic Team Impulse playstyle. Should be similar today. Also, since they since they banned Yasuo, they are free to pick the Gnar for Dyrus. And We'll see how he does in the Rumble matchup. Once again, this is definitely a skill matchup. Can easily be tilted by jungler intervention. Both the junglers have premier early game junglers. So
yes, they do.
Let's take a look at that top lane jungle matchup, which is always very important in Impulse games. Rush and Impact, two of the strongest players for the team, and two of the guys that have really just worked together so well.
And we talked so much about the Team Impulse top jungle synergy, one that TSM almost doesn't have at all. So if you talk about matches being tilted, well, how about a 2 versus 1 the entire time?
So I watched their show last night, and they said on the show that they spent an entire week, practicing top priority style League of Legends, where they just gank top a whole bunch, that Dyrus be the carry. So they said that they put in a lot of practice on it.
Well, speaking of things that teams put practice on, as the crowd chants behind us, Bard could be one of them.
That's a champion. All right.
Yeah. Just, transitioning to various things happening around the stage right now. Sivir Thresh, though, still a great utility lane down here. This would be interesting. TSM does need some team fight damage, though, with a bunch of tanks for the most part, and LeBlanc not known for her real 5-on-5 power. Maybe Wild Turtle does pick something with great cleanup.
Yeah.
We are on 5-10. There were some Jinx nerfs in the last patch.
Yeah, I always talk about, chaos, quote unquote, whenever we talk about Impulse playing, but really, the planning stages for planning to play against Team Impulse is one of the easiest, because Team Impulse, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get the tempo game style, you're going to get the fast early game, you're going to get them pressuring, looking for tower dives, looking to transition into a mid-game win. So you know exactly what you're getting when you're going to face Team Impulse, and the question is, can you come up with the counter for it? They're looking for the Annie to set up a good Gnar ultimate. They've got Bjergsen on LeBlanc, the mid-game carry, or the mid-lane carry, excuse me, one of the easiest champions for mid-lane to snowball with. Very prominent assassin here, and they're challenging Xiao to that mid-lane assassin who can carry the game harder.
Absolutely. When you've got a team like Team Solamid, who have traditionally done so well to get mid lane ahead, and you talk about Xiao, who's had a rough split so far, a rough season so far, it just seems like, great, let Bjergsen go carry you. Wild Turtle on Vayne also interests me quite a lot. Not a champion I've seen him play much, but again, a carry to add to the lineup here. An Impulse will let time tick down as Azir is the lock-in. Azir versus LeBlanc can be a very difficult matchup.
Yeah, that one's pretty scary for Xiao. Now, he has been able to play farm lanes versus assassins fairly effectively, pretty much throughout his entire career. So we'll see. This is a real test. How well can you play the long-range farming versus an all-in assassin, or not even an all-in assassin, just an assassin in general, in Bjergsen. The thing also, though, about that Vayne counter pick into the Sivir, I'm actually very, curious to see if Wild Turtle steps up this game and can carry TSM, can carry some weight, because that is a matchup I really do like for Wild Turtle. Vayne counter pick into Sivir looks pretty good for him.
Definitely agree. She's quite strong. The one difficulty Vayne will have, though, is against Azir in team fights, where she just simply can't hit him back and get slowed around. But Wild Turtle solo killing Apollo could definitely happen this game. The question is, TSM, they're dueling. We don't typically talk about their laning strengths as far as talking about what those two players bring. Whereas we do characterize TIP's dueling as being very consistent. So getting that advantage may be difficult for Wild Turtle. We'll have to see as we get ourselves into the game. But before we do jump into the Rift, log on to Twitter and send your game predictions. Send either hashtag TSM win or hashtag TIP win to @LOL Esports. We'll be checking in to see how you're calling this game once we get the match started.
All right, let's see how TSM can do. The spacing of their carries is going to be very important. I just mean the positioning, the team fight spacing. Turtle and Bjergsen, they're both on very mobile, high DPS champions for the team fights. They're going to need to spread out. They're going to want to avoid the possibility of Rumble tagging both of them with the ultimate. That's basically all that the communication between Turtle and Bjergsen has to be, coming from different angles, working around the AoE from Impulse, the Azir ultimate, the Impact ultimate, and trying to pick apart. This is duck and dodge team from TSM.
Well, it's thankful for TSM that, since you say they do want to duck and dodge, there's not a lot of reliable hard CC for Impulse. There's no Sejuani, no Annie, no Leona. None of those bigs sit here and take a million damage, so
Yeah.
maybe it gives room for TSM to use those mobility abilities.
That reliability factor should be on TSM's side. The Annie plus the Gnar. That should be something that TSM can count on.
Oh. TSM
we
got spotted coming in, and Bjergsen's caught off. TSM now stuck in the Impulse jungle. All 5 are around. Q hits Dyrus. And Impact is right here to put people on fire. Lustboy's losing a lot of health here. No flash hook. TSM gets out.
So neither team will be starting with a tremendous amount of information, but TSM did get a couple of the wards down. And because they saw all members of Team Impulse, they know that the response wards that you usually have to deal with on the bottom side won't be there. So TSM, because they went for that invade, because all members were revealed, they can swap the Vayne up onto the top side here. Is this an attempt at calling the lane swap from Impulse, though?
Early laning, I wouldn't actually like Vayne. Like,
Not
really
really?
early on, Sivir can push you through. I like her after 12 minutes, but I don't think Vayne has any winning matchups in the first 10.
All right. I will take your word for it.
I could just be a worse Vayne than everyone else, and someone's going to be like, new. Here's all the free matchups, and I'll be like, oh, you're right. Either way, Bjergsen, they're getting a lot of damage on Xiao, but takes like 4 Sand Soldier attacks for the harass. Flash for both these guys, really trying to chug through everything to deal damage here. One more minion till level 2 for both these mid laners.
Bjergsen working on that melee minion. Got it.
Gets answered right back.
So because we have the lane swap, of course, and because there's so much trading going on in mid lane, you gotta remember for the mid laners, the mid lane pressure comes way earlier since they can't keep track of anybody. And Xiao is the one shoved up on Azir, so he's pulling back very quickly, wants to get a little bit of vision down on that side, goes toward the exit from his own jungle so that he doesn't get 3-man ganked.
And everyone is safe after all is said and done. Wild Turtle is pushing the wave in very fast. The same thing we've been seeing every single team try today in the North American LCS, cut off the turret.
Yeah. A little bit safer move from TSM is that they put that lane ward down, the trinket ward, so they would see if Impulse were going to try and pull that same move of the sneak in and try and get just a couple members under the turret to soak experience.
Oh, that's Xiao's flash, though. Everyone's still here. Barrier pop. Almost enough damage. The last tick of Ignite brings him only down to about 12 health on this one. Impact's TP keeps him safe. TSM with the advantage, I think.
Woo. Checking on some more potions here as well. Xiao going to be able to stick around. Doesn't get either. Oh, got one.
Got 2. All right. Back to OK, and with the blast charges and potions still in tow, Xiao will have enough health to survive this lane, I believe.
Well, Bjergsen also still has 2 biscuits left.
Yeah. All right, nice by Apollo. Knocks the turret down. He's sitting on about 900 gold, so he can get the pickaxe recall. That'll be answered by Vamp, Scepter of Wild Turtle, most likely, as the top side of the map is getting knocked very low.
Yeah, the question is, can they finish this turret off before the reinforcements arrive? Pretty slow going here, since it still does have champion reduction, champion damage reduction.
Yeah.
And Impulse are able to grab the 1,000. Ooh.
Oh.
Expecting the dodge. That was just a prediction of Lustboy backwards dodge. Adrian not able to read Lustboy's mind.
Mark of a true LCS pro player. Telepathy.
We're going to start seeing Magneto helmets show up on the stage.
That's why Helmet Bro's so strong. He never truly dies.
Doesn't he usually die? All right, well, there still are deep TSM wards on this red side jungle, and you can see Santorin returning to that side of the jungle. The one thing that TSM did gain from that top shove is they saw Rush. Anytime that the jungler shows himself, you take away something. And Santorin wasted no time. He took away the Raptor camp. However, because I haven't seen Rush anywhere else, no, he's going to be top side. Shows himself again, but Mr. Dyrus has made his way to the top side since his turret is down, and they really want to force this one.
They're just allowing Apollo a freeze. After that bottom lane turret went down, he never even recalled. He's just banking money, doing exactly what Hanser did last game, just farming up and getting huge.
Dyrus does not feel safe extending pretty much ever now. So TSM made the call to concentrate all resources up top just to even up turrets. They come away with it though. Turrets are evened up and they have that slight gold lead. Bjergsen's got 9 for himself in the mid lane. And Santorin, hard farming, was able to take away that Raptor camp as well as one other. He's up on Rush as far as CS is going. So that's where the gold is coming from.
Dyrus down 300. The rest of the team, though, up 500 in his stead to make it a gold lead for TSM, as you point all that out.
It's pretty much, most of the rest of it is from Santorin, by the way.
Yeah.
So since Rush keeps showing himself in lanes, Santorin's taking the opportunity. I just point this out because whenever Rush beats Santorin, it's very visible. And everyone is like, oh my god, Rush is just crushing him. Santorin's not doing anything. This is what it looks like when Santorin beats Rush. This is what the style difference means. Comes away with CS discrepancy, and the gold lead is still very much there. It's only 2.5, 250 or so.
Sure.
Gold, but
still relevant.
But it's still relevant, almost as much as kill.
And we're seeing further style differences between these two junglers, by the way. It's going to be a Warrior Enchant for Rush versus the Cinder Hulk for Santorin. Both these junglers could have gone either way. We saw CLG do Cinder Hulk Lee Sin in their opening game, I believe. And we've seen Warrior Rek'Sai from a couple of teams as well. So, style choices abound. Santorin here to be a tank for the team. He will join up with Dyrus as the beef.
Yeah, no surprise with jungler choices. Uh-oh.
Silver ult pop, though. They're trying to do some damage to Wild Turtle, but of course Santorin is here and force the ward hop away from Rush. The TSM feel just safe. Bjergsen is starting to lose some health against Xiao Wei Xiao. The Azir, though, is out of mana at this time.
Santorin able to take a chunk out of Rush. And now they're pinging the invade after it. They do have a ward.
Oh my god!
All right, he's just... Oh, he's got barrier back up.
Oh! Got him!
And his flash. Oh, Xiao Wei Xiao! The Ignite's still on him, and he goes for the flash. Bjergsen once again coming out with a solo kill in the mid lane. And their faith in Bjergsen, grabbing him LeBlanc, pays off. Xiao Wei Xiao, so bold of him to go with that Azir right into the Assassin, and does end up paying for it. Yes, we must mention, of course, there was the early support that Bjergsen had in the mid lane. This is TSM. They sent several resources towards mid lane to attack Xiao Wei Xiao early and get him a small advantage in the matchup. But in the end, the 1 versus 1 is where he finds the kill.
And I also do want to point out a bit of disrespect by Xiao Wei Xiao. No magic resist, glyphs, or anything. So he's sitting on base MR against LeBlanc. Even doesn't AD carry on him do that. Which is going to show up at some point. Apollo taking a fair bit of damage. Actually manages to block the Cutlass slow with the spell shield. Right. That's a minor cooldown, but looks like now as we transition later onto the game and Vayne has lifesteal, she starts doing a lot better in the matchup. Because she doesn't get like ricocheted down anymore.
Yeah, the Cutlass active used very quickly there from Turtle, so he can get the extra pressure in lane, force him to chase. Let's see here, as far as Santorin goes, coming up, he is level 6 already, so he can use his network of tunnels to come up for a counter gank. Meanwhile, he's continuing with his farm. By the way, the Cinder Hulk is even better at hard farming now. Yes, the damage to champions was nerfed, but it does even more damage than it did before to jungle camps and doesn't take any time to ramp up. So if you're playing this style and you're hard farming, it's much better. Okay, lands the hook. All he gets for it is kudos. And Santorin looks to invade on the top side. He'll get a pink ward for his troubles, but all the camps are down.
Oh, nice knocker from Xiao Wei Xiao. Still fighting Bjergsen. Blue buff on the LeBlanc. Takes a fair bit of damage. Still wants to do battle. Wow, those are fun fights to watch.
LeBlanc in his ear. Ooh.
It's a 20 minion lead for Bjergsen, by the way, after all is said and done, though. He is getting very far ahead.
Santorin is looking for a tower dive with a flash play from Rek'Sai. However, Rush is there. That is the bonus of picking Tremor Sense against Rush. Not going to make one of those risky tower dive moves since he sees 2 people there. Rush just lying in wait. Or actually, maybe they will bring Lustboy to the party and sway the numbers.
Yeah, Flash Tippers likely to turn into a kill if the CC can land. Lesboy gets back in the lane in time, though, and again, we're seeing this Apollo Sivir being pushed into her turret, not really able to fight back. Santorin is here, knocks up Impact. The battle has begun. Dyrus does not have a rage bar, but Impact doesn't have a lot of a health bar either. Forced to run away under his turret, and the Eclipse doesn't even kill the minion.
Yeah, he doesn't get to use his equalizer for the wave flare. Looks like it doesn't end up mattering in the end, though, because they back off for the red steal. No, red's not even there. Just a Krug steal. I feel like TSM should have pressured that wave at the turret to try and deny Impact, since he does not have his equalizer for CS.
Bjergsen was recalling, though, and there's the risk of Rush and Xiao eventually being there.
I feel like it takes a long time for Azir to make his way up there.
Okay.
But fair enough. In any case, Impact will be happy, scraping together a few more minions.
Yeah, he's actually holding up in minions against Dyrus. At the end of the lane swap, he was up 12. He's still at about +10 here, so not too bad for the Rumble. Overall, a 1,500 gold lead for Team Solo Mid, though. It's equal turret, so that's the kill and the farm lead. Once again, Bjergsen trying to make LCS big plays. Knocking down Xiao as much as he can.
Yeah, this is a fun matchup just to watch, just because of both of them are trying to. Ooh.
Oh, Flash Tippers lands the knockup as well. Barrier's there, but he can't get over the wall. Santorin body blocks the move block.
Team Solo Mid committing jungler and support to mid once again. Boom, get another kill. Summoner list Xiao, easy target on the Azir having shoved up. TSM gain the most classic of TSM advantages. Mid lane pressure. Will they transition to Dragon? Looks like Dyrus wants to go handle the wave that's about to hit to his turret. And TSM will be content to collapse down into the river. Turtle's also got his wave shoving, so they should be able to grab this. They could have used Tibbers if they had made the call earlier. But it looks like with Santorin waiting to cut off whoever goes to bottom turret, they will not go for it. Santorin was waiting up by the Grom.
Ooh, good spell shield by Apollo. Takes very little damage. He's rooted up, throwing the hook on a Lustboy. A lot of damage in from Xiao. Xiao pushes them into the team. Apollo hit on the backside. That will be the kill picked up for Impulse, though. Bottom lane turret dies at the hands of Wild Turtle. Really can't be that sad about it for TSM fans.
Yeah, they have both side lanes pushing now, since Dyrus was able to get top pushing as well. And although they got the support kill for Impulse, they committed 5 people mid, and they weren't able to pressure the turret afterwards. So all in all, just a small amount of gold able to be reclaimed.
Whoa! Wow, he steals the blue buff. Dyrus here to help. Santorin is tanky enough, and Wild Turtle here to deal some damage. Bjergsen cuts off Rush, the kick over the wall. Bjergsen just shows back up. Ignite in a Q, not going to give him the kill just yet, but Bjergsen still wants it. All right, that's going to do it. That's going to do it. Bjergsen gets the kill, the solo kill on the Rush. Over the wall and everything else. 3-1 TSM, 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, what to do? I've landed my Q, but nowhere to go. All right.
Point out, there are 2 total assists for TSM. This is really just Bjergsen and friends running around.
Bjergsen has 100% kill participation. Big surprise. Dragon cleaned up after another job well done by Bjergsen. What a, just really the move though. That one play from TSM is a significant change from what we've seen. You know, their MSI collapse, their week 1, you know, half and half sort of performance from TSM. That was an aggressive move from Santorin, backed up by the rest of the team, having the confidence, even though people were a few seconds behind, to tunnel in versus 3 people, grab the smite, and chase everyone out of their own jungle. This is against Team Impulse, the team with Rush as the jungler.
That's true. The winner and winner and runner-up of Rookie of the Split for Spring 2015, and right now Santorin getting the much better end of it all, defending his title.
Worked up his small lead through, you know, hard work farming the jungle early on, and a counter gank, taking away a lot of the early presence of Lee Sin. Now he's got the stats to back it up, and he can place deep vision, getting into that jungle with the Sightstone, pretty much matching anything Rush tries to bring.
This It's interesting. So Rush has a sight split and has for some time. Still has his yellow trinket, interestingly. So like a lot of wards able to be put down. Only one sweeper at all on the roster, but Dyrus getting caught up. Rush cannot kick him in time. Good jump by Dyrus to get out. Gank does not succeed.
Pings go down onto Santorin. Alerted to his presence, so Impact should not fall to this. Well, I guess they're just gonna wait. They don't respect Santorin's move.
Sivir will pop. There comes the equalizer. Santorin and Lustboy low on health, and Impact gonna get himself on the scoreboard again. Nice QQ from Rush, and Apollo cleans it up. 3-3 on the scoreboard. Impulse fire back.
We see the reason for them not being scared of Santorin there. They have more resources on the way. Hard to chase Azir. He's still got his ultimate left. Let's see if Bjergsen can pull it off.
Flash dodges the chain, but that is still the flash required for that one. Top lane turret getting hit, likely to be a kill. Teleport from Impact to hold the mid lane.
Bjergsen goes to cut off the 3 members of Team Impulse. Can he snipe a straggler here?
Takes some damage from Apollo. Red buff is on. Santorin joins the ulti. Good spell shoot from Apollo.
Oh, triple knockout.
In they go. Exhaust pop to keep him alive best they can, but Rush is the first kill. Dyrus joins in, stuns against the wall. Adrian goes down. A whole ton of kills picked up. And that's going to be Wild Turtle picking up a 4th. Great fight for TSM.
At this point, TSM beating Team Impulse across the map. Uh-oh.
Kills him. And he's back. The Ignite takes the kill. An ace for Team Solomid. 17 minutes in. Bjergsen is 6-1-1.
Whew, yeah, they had a ward onto Impact, but he doesn't care. I have flash up, and Bjergsen does go down. That's a pretty big shutdown for the Rumble. At the way that Impulse games go, though, we very rarely see comebacks from them. Let's take a look at this. Everybody joins the party. Dyrus charging up his Narbar, works his way up the lane, and he's able to close the distance due to Santorin using that tunnel flash knock up there to buy a little bit of time. Turtle, after leaving mid lane, is able to come in and pick up the last shot on Xiao Xiao. So basically, lane swap. They were able to weather the storm of the Lee Sin. Santorin hard farming, outscaled him at this point, and TSM with stronger moves across the map due to their presence in mid lane. Early gank by multiple members mid lane, opening up Bjergsen to grab his solo kill, and then a return presence from Lustboy and the rest.
That all culminates in a pretty darn good for Team Solomid. Bjergsen early blue elixir, only 19 minutes into the game. But with Abyssal and Merlinamicon already done, he feels like that's the next step to push it farther. Adrian, Ignite was up. Well, if he used it, maybe he would have died. But mid lane still under fire. Turret number 3 in the sights for Team Solomid. They've won purely on kills so far. Rush is forced to get away as well.
Bjergsen's still, I think, the only mid laner that I've seen in North America to go with these pre-20-minute blue elixirs. As soon as he gets, sometimes even after only an item and a half or so, he grabs one when they want to press an advantage.
Yeah, it's just whenever TSM decides we're going to start team fighting and controlling dragons, and we think 5v5s are happening. I mean, it's a great power spike. The true damage doesn't scale. You just get it, and it's just a lot. So
if the entire team is planning on going for these moves, maybe we see, Turtle grab one of the Elixirs of Wrath, I think it's called, and see if he can get some extra value out of it. I can get the kills. Right now, though, TSM, they've got really, really deep vision on the blue buff side jungle of Team Impulse. So that means Dyrus should be playing careful. Lustboy at his back.
Impulse have already set up a pretty good ward line. They actually catch Bjergsen running through the jungle. They knock him back in. Even the rush Q lands onto a monster. Oh man, Equalizer finally turns it around. Another kill for Impact, and top lane's under fire.
They need to make this count, though, because the split pushing Vayne is taking turrets very quickly. Turtle already going to get the inner one, and is going to pressure Impact into returning to base. No ultimate on the Rumble, though.
Wild Turtle taking lessons from me from the MSI tournament. Vayne solo split pushes the bot lane while his team dies. Looks good for it, though. 1-0 on him. And Impulse do manage to trade a tier 2 for the tier 2, and now they're actually walking right at Baron.
No,
they're not doing it.
No.
I mean,
no.
It just looked like it.
They were walking towards it. You're right.
Yeah. But Dragon to team solo mid. Turtle, Santorin, and Lustboy able to grab that one very cleanly. Solo mid looking to get even farther ahead. They're sitting on 2 Dragons to 0, a 5,000 gold lead at 21 minutes. A lot of sizable advantages for this team in blue.
Let's see if Impulse can use that silver speed to outmaneuver TSM. They do need to find a fight with a number advantage. It's going to be fairly difficult, though, because the vision coverage for TSM is complete. They only have one quadrant of the map that they do not have perfect intel on, and that is this red buff side of Team Impulse. All they have to do is avoid that area. They can draw Impulse out onto the map fairly quickly here. If they just clean Baron up a little bit, and they can try and force Impulse out into their hands. Fog of War is definitely your friend when you're working with LeBlanc, as well as a 6-2 LeBlanc. Bjergsen can easily 100-0 anyone who walks too close. Anyone on this team, by the way, because they don't have a tank.
No, or any magic list items. You've got a Giant's Belt and a No Magic Mantle on Rush, and that's the sum total of his tank items. So, yeah, Squishy Lana for sure. Bjergsen has his pick of the litter for who he wants to assassinate in this game.
There we go. Move all of your vision over to the Baron side of the map. Set it up. LeBlanc can make some picks. They can gain a whole bunch of pressure on Baron because they have Vayne on their squad.
Oh, God.
Vayne plus Rek'Sai. And Gnar can easily take Baron while LeBlanc sits in Fog of War looking for an ambush. Prepping the minion waves here. Dyrus and Turtle doing their side lane duty. Getting those ready.
And right now the gold on TSM is focused on... Oh! Jeez. The gold on TSM is focused on 3 really big carries. Bjergsen, Wild Turtle, and Santorin all have more gold than the richest member of TIP. Even though a few of them have quite a lot of farm and a couple of kills, there's just massive advantages. Apollo, yet again, good spell shield.
All right, they've got double pinks in the river for Baron. Red side of the jungle warded up. Bottom lane will be pushing. Outer turret, or secondary turret down there. Pretty clean here as far as execution for TSM.
Yeah. Let your TP go on the other side of the map. The rest of your team wants to be near the next big objective, which in this case is Baron on the top side. And then stay together. Find people in your network of wards. Bjergsen and Santorin find Rush, kicked back. He's gonna dash away. Nice play by Rush to get out of this one. And they're actually chasing Bjergsen with a Sivir ulti.
Dyrus has a prepped Gnar though. It's just hovering close to Mega Form. So he's ready to teleport in at any moment. And Team Impulse rightly back off. They do not want to take a fight in that jungle where TSM has set up their vision now. Turret does end up going down, and it looks like they're going to get off another purchase before they go for a Baron bait. They could just continue split pushing, but the only secondary turret that they can really do is mid, so probably see some more control around the red buff side of the jungle.
And you're seeing TIP rather have to go as a group just to put a couple of wards down. TSM have strangled vision pretty well, although off the recalls, Impulse gets some time to get it back.
Yeah. That mid secondary turret is pretty much the hardest for TSM to crack because they don't really do all that well grouped up as 5 in a corridor against Team Impulse. With the Azir and Rumble, you don't want to give them any openings to be able to get a good combo off. So TSM rightly focusing on neutrals. Taking away the blue here. They don't want Azir to have that. See if they go back over to clear vision on Baron, though. Or if they actually try and make the split push work.
Well, I like, though, you talked, when you talked about the Gravity games from last week, where they were splitting their attention in a lot of different places, TSM are making concerted efforts in one spot at a time. They all go to blue buff, clear that away. They've got enough wards to make sure Baron's not getting snuck, whatever. Okay, blue's done. Go back to the split push. Gnar can go to the bot lane. The rest of us can cross back to the other side of the map. Yeah. Set up Baron yet again.
I feel like where they can gain most advantage is clearing out all the vision around Baron and trying to bait. This LeBlanc is so scary for all members of Team Impulse right now. Fog of War is the stuff of nightmares at the moment. So they send Turtle to prep the top wave, and we'll see if they swing from mid over there. down to Baron.
Yeah. Looks like TSM really haven't made a concerted effort for setting up Baron, though. It's primary goal, keep the minion waves in good shape. That's done well so far. Secondary goal has been taking easy to grab objectives. It was the blue buff. Now it's Dragon in a minute. They've managed to take the last 3 minutes just clearing out buffs and prepping for Dragon number 3.
Yeah, I guess they will take the safer route. Dragon, a much more tame beast.
It seems like TSM are basically prodding at any mistakes, and if Impulse screw up, they'll go in.
Yeah, Bjergsen's constantly looking for poke on anybody who gets too close. He goes in with just the WQR combo. Maybe he lands his chain, maybe he doesn't. Don't really care because just that initial combo is going to be a big chunk out of anyone. He's keeping them bottled up inside their base pretty much, and the longer that you keep Team Impulse bottled up inside the space, you're gaining a huge amount of income across the map here, controlling pretty much both sides of jungle.
Hook from Adrian not followed up on. No one else was there.
From Impulse's point of view, though, they're really just waiting for an opportunity to have a 5 versus something less than 5 pick and pop the Silver ultimate. But TSM are not giving that to them because they are traveling in a pack.
And they've moved the solo from solo mid right here. The whole group is here.
Fight in the mid would be some good open territory for TSM to work with. Getting chunked out there for Bjergsen, though, down to half life. They do not force the issue.
See where they head to next. Bjergsen recalls after getting chunked, going towards Death Cap, so no Luden's build on him. We see a couple of different builds. Yeah, a big wave bot, which Darius could easily clear. And of course, she's a blue trigger to see that Impulse are not, in fact, going for Baron. But that was a bit of a risk. Nice bait there by TIP.
Yeah, honestly, there's not a lot of threat behind that bluff.
That's true.
But good of TSM not to face check. Use the Scrying Orb there from Turtle and the Prey Seeker.
And so, TSM have a big wave pushing out top lane. They send the Gnar after all to go clear bot, so Darius will continue to get some more farm as he builds tanky. A good mix of armor and magic resist, as Apollo and Impact are both pretty scary in this one. Zonya's done for the Rumble, means he can zone people out even better, and I wonder if TSM will wait for this Death Cap combine. 300 gold away on Bjergsen.
Oh, interesting too. Second item, defensive item here, Cowl for Turtle.
Yeah.
Vayne. He's got plenty of power with the Phantom Dancer plus Blade of the Ruined King. And with the double solo lane APs, looking to stay safe.
So no meaningful attempts on Baron still for solo mid. They're just giving... And the thing is, like, they had this 5,000 gold lead for so long. Like, now it's 6,000 gold, but it took 7 minutes to grow that by 1K.
They did get another Dragon.
Yeah, but that's still another 12 minutes away to go for Dragon 5. This feels overly slow to me from Team Solo Mid. Just a touch.
I feel like they would be able to get a Fog of War pick if they really focus. Here's
there's
lane,
the hard engage. Speaking of overly slow, in they go. They pick up Adrian, and Impact might be next. Flash the way, Summoner heal. Here comes the flash engage, but everyone kicks him back. Still a double kill for Bjergsen.
Oh, Turtle's trapped.
He is very trapped. They can't get over the wall. That's going to be a kill. Finally answered back. The Azir turret of Xiao Wei Xiao helping quite a bit.
How'd he get in there? What the heck?
Oh my god, Bjergsen is third kill of the fight. 9-2-1. Doing all the heavy lifting for TSM.
All right, that should definitely be Baron for TSM. Looks like they're focused on...
Without an AD carry, I don't think they can.
Looks like they're focused on turrets. I guess so. I mean, Bjergsen... Yeah, all right. They're going to get the turrets instead. The turrets are really hard for them to get down, so they see the opportunity to get a turret, they'll take it. But again, they're going to have to make another...
Oh, jeez.
I am curious about that replay to see how Turtle got himself inside the divide there. But Bjergsen putting out the massive deeps, able to clean up the fight for TSM. So all in all, TSM another victory. Let's take a look here. So this is one of their picks. Yes, they were cleaning Baron. Move over, sideswipe them. There's the Righteous Glory from Lesfoy. Able to get a beautiful Tibber stun there and force this. after taking out one. All of Impulse on the run. Okay, so Dyrus gets knocked out of it. Turtle
Does he flash?
flashes into it. That's how he gets in there. As expected, Turtle. He got the kill.
No, it actually went over to Bjergsen.
Oh, he did?
He didn't get anything.
Did he get an assist even?
I don't even know if the... yeah, he has
God.
3 assists now, so yes, the 3 kills were assisted by Wild Turtle, but I'm going to say not worth.
Yeah. How'd Turtle get in there? Ah, he flashed in.
He
Yeah.
flashed in to die and not even do any damage. That sounds like Wild Turtle.
He does get bored.
Well, it's true. It's how he plays.
Split pushing.
Hey, man, if I had 295 minions, I just feel good about myself. I don't care about kills and deaths. I just want farm. At home, my keyboard actually shows my gold per minute because it like hooks into League of Legends. If I have over 400, I'm just like, I don't care. I did what I wanted.
Awesome.
Yep. I'm not a good teammate.
I mean, I know. We've played ranked 5.
I just play Fiora and stay top lane.
Well, like TSM going to try and stay around Baron. Looks like they will try and bait in Impulse again because inhibitor turrets, trying to siege up one of those is just not an option for them. They could try and gain another side lane advantage with a split push to prep this Baron work they're doing, but
jeez,
the Bjergsen poke is substantial.
Let Impulse have the inside track on the mid lane. Depends on how good the sideswipe is from Team Solo mid. Sivir ulti from Apollo can always be used to reposition and get out of hairy situations. Lust Boy's flash is down despite his distortion boots. So a bit more time has been gained here. Lust Boy's heading towards Talisman of Ascension, by the way. That's what that Forbidden Idol is going to be for. And as he sits on 400 gold, he's got a long road ahead for that item, but more move speed is soon for TSM.
Good. They'll be able to make a play. Hey, that Vayne and Rek'Sai are doing work on Baron as well while all this action goes. See if they've bought enough time.
Sivir ulti pop, the TP from Impact. Baron goes down, but the entire team's at half health. Will they follow through? TSM looking to re-engage, maybe through the box, but this could be a good equalizer. This is the fight that you're going to have to watch for. Zhonya's popped by Impact. Sivir ult times out, lanterns him away. No stun from Dyrus. Is this the time that Impulse finally turns it back around? Dyrus getting kicked. There's the equalizer, 1-0. Is there follow-up? Wild Turtle forced to run away. Dyrus just buys enough time for his team to disengage safely.
Well, Dyrus got left hung out to dry there, so there was some discord in TSM communication there as he gets a little bit too far forward and the rest of the team not willing to commit to that.
Dragon's up for Impulse, and at this stage of the game, finally getting a Dragon at 33 minutes is a huge boost.
That was great for Impulse. They were able to not only grab that 6% attack damage and ability power for themselves, but also delay the number 5 from TSM. And they bought themselves a bit longer to huddle inside the turrets. The Baron and the Dragon both off of the field. Nothing to draw Impulse away from their turret defense game. They've just bought a tremendous amount of time for themselves. We'll see if the split push, the Baron empowered split push, if TSM are finally able to, at least take some cracks out of those inhibitor turrets, but
yeah,
Wild Turtle's definitely up to the task, going immediately for the split push. TSM definitely wants to use the Baron buff.
There's no one here that's going to win the 1v1 against him. I think Rush still has room to go.
Yeah, your only hope is to wave clear at the turret. Sivir or Azir will probably have to take up duty and just deal with a tower dive if he decides to go with the tower dive.
Well, we'll see what happens. Right now, that first Dragon buff adding a lot of stats, but Baron adding just a little bit more.
Cooldowns out of Xiao Xiao. The Azir ultimate is a huge part of the turret defense. So Bjergsen there able to weaken the defenses of Team Impulse.
Very true.
With a good solo play. We'll see if that does translate into an inhibitor turret going down, though.
It seems unlikely. Bjergsen needs to get some poke over the wall or something. Get another blue elixir, right-click once in a while. Deathcap and Void Staff now done on him. I think he can one-shot everyone but Lee Sin on a full combo. So watch out for that. Bjergsen can absolutely evaporate someone. You have to keep wards over the wall. Impulse have to put them over the wall to see when Bjergsen's coming in, or they'll get killed from Fog of War. You're seeing one ward right there. That's exactly what Impulse need.
Yeah.
Just clear it away.
This is the test here for Team Impulse. They've had a hard time coming back from games where they get an early deficit, where they don't start out with strong early moves from Rush. Ooh. They're making their stand here. Let's see if they can do it. Quickly back to base. Everybody should be getting home guards for Impulse at this point. And the shove runs through.
Gets away from Adrian, half health on him, and a good amount of damage. TSM stays to knock down the turret right as Dyrus goes Meganar. Lantern out on the Sivir. Here comes the re-engage. The Bjergsen clone trying to buy some time. Eagles are onto the back line, but down goes Lee Sin. Bjergsen gets traded back. That's like all the kills of TSM. The gold left on the map actually quite a bit lower now. TSM get away safely.
Yeah, and the front line got chunked out. Santorin's extremely low. Dyrus down, so they lose the inhibitor turret. They do not lose their inhibitor. Impulse, they at least won't have to deal with the super minions coming in at the moment, but the door is open for TSM in the bottom lane now. So split pushing, probably still on the menu for TSM.
Absolutely. Now, of course, a long time to go for Dragon 5, but with complete map control, Baron 2 is only 3 minutes away.
And this is a curious situation for Impulse. Usually they win fast or they lose fast because they keep trying things in the mid-game if they start to get behind, and the lead of their opponents gets out of hand very quickly.
Yes, flash. Nice, he's already ready for the flash, stands in the correct spot. One more crit would have killed him. Nice try by Wild Turtle.
Yeah, he saw it coming. Instant scrying orb, but no crits. No crits, no kill.
He actually missed a possible auto attack. You can pretty much do an instant reset by tumbling into a wall, and I don't believe his first attack came out in time. So he could have gotten the 3 hits in Silverbolt proc. Close, but hundreds of seconds off. Wow, a little bit of damage onto Bjergsen, but a lot more on a Xiao. And he's still not bought any Matter Cruisers, by the way. Xiao doesn't care about defensive stats, and he gets chunked out every single fight because
his philosophy is basically, if Bjergsen lands a combo on me, I'm going back to Fountain anyway. And I haven't died from it yet, so.
His defensive item is Home Guards. I guess that works.
Exactly.
More damage in the turret. Let's Play does not get hooked. Rush down to half from Bjergsen.
All right, so this, funnel point that the opening to the base does provide is something that Impulse can work with. They can set up Azir soldiers at the front, and they have a Rumble ultimate. So Xiao is on guard duty here. Sand soldiers just patrolling the entrance to their base, trying to fend off TSM's assault.
They're even warming up. Like, boxing at Shadows, like, this is going to happen to you if you walk forward. Better check yourself.
Oh.
The Azir soldiers.
I got it.
Yeah. We're good. All right, Dyrus going to be holding up the top lane for now. He seems to be the one always chosen in case things push in without TSM realizing in time. Still, of course, Bjergsen and Wild Turtle are the ones who clear the waves first if they get the chance. They're given all the gold. Dyrus gets the scraps, but it's enough to be tanky. 0, 1, and 5 in a 40-minute game. Only 1 death. Not bad at all. Impulse get the rare chance to clear their own jungle as TSM had all just recalled.
So when both the objectives come out at the same time here, Impulse, actually I don't think Impulse have the timer for the dragon, so they could try and go for the trade and at least get a dragon out of giving up Baron to TSM, because I think that going into Fog of War is just too risky for them. But they actually, I don't think they got the timer on Dragon, so they might not even be able to trade.
They're heading over that wave, though, after they cleared out mid lane. TSM made sure they had wards on Baron first, and then went to go contest Dragon. Mid lane, though, has to be cleared first away, so TSM still playing by the numbers, a slow, controlled style where they are not giving up a chance to split push, they are not giving a random siege any room to start. This is on top of Scuttle Crab. Wild Turtle is seen doing this, so Impulse will show up.
It's not fast.
Baron's nearly dead. 2,000 health picked up by TSM. There it is. Now, here's the flash engage. They catch Impact, stunned to the wall. He had no chance to do anything, and TSM take him down.
All right, Baron buff. There's the big play for TSM. Impact down. They can probably shove all the way to the Nexus through bottom lane.
That's exactly where they go, right away. Who cares about clearing mid? We can win the game without Rumble. 40 seconds on the respawn. Wild Turtle shows up first. Mid lane gets cleared by Bjergsen. He's going to show up soon, though, and Dyrus barely even cares about this damage coming in.
Banshee's Veil popped That's step number 1 for taking down Turtle.
All right. Well, step number 2 and 3 have enough damage, and with Impact Dead, that's probably not going to happen. Bottom inhib goes down, and TSM take the slow road one more time. They're going to go for Dragon 4.
So another waiting game. Clean the map, grab the neutral. So, do you really care more about minion kills than you do about actual kills, Rick? I don't find that hard to believe.
You don't find that hard to believe?
I find it hard to believe.
Yeah. No, I know. I just say things for exaggeration's
You're
sake.
a PvE player?
Like, for example, most things don't really deal tons of damage. They just deal large amounts.
How much does 1 damage weigh?
Let's go 1 pound per point of damage.
Are we talking metric ton?
No.
Okay.
We're in America.
Just checking.
When we say football, it means the weird round oblong thing with field goals.
The egg?
Yeah, hand egg. That's what football is.
All right, well, we got the triple baroned up cannons trying to do work on the top side
Where's
here.
the banner of command, Lust Boy?
As TSM make work.
It's so pretty.
5 members collapse. There they go.
Oh, man. Down goes Adrian. Solo kill again for Bjergsen, sitting on 11 for himself. Top and hip drops as well. 4 cannons now in tow. Pop the Zonias from Impact. He's forced away. 2 inhibs down. Minions battering on the front door. TSM going to go ahead and knock down the 3rd inhib turret. Milking all the fantasy points there for owners of Team TSM. Azir drops. Everyone's dying now. Impact can't do anything, nor can Apollo. This is going to be absolutely GG. Solo mid answer back that they can defeat a top 4 team, and they will do so against Team Impulse here.
Woo! Bjergsen on that LeBlanc as well. What a great game from him. TSM, they went back to focusing mid lane, throw a few resources over there, ganks from multiple people, support ganks as well. Bjergsen takes that advantage happily and turns it into many kills in the mid lane.
12, 3, and 3. Not only was he at 15 of 17 kill participation, he had more kills than the entire enemy team. He had more kills than anyone else on his team had assists. Just that game is, if you want to know how TSM plays and why they're good, it is exactly that. Bjergsen got some help, and then solo kill after solo kill after solo kill.
Yeah. We'll practice the top lane focus game style for a week to make you happy, Dyrus. And, first Team Impulse, second week LCS. TSM do have a strong competition this week around. They've got a strong schedule. CLG tomorrow. So
yeah.
Very excited to see what they pull out for that one.
And you know, as we talk about what kind of League of Legends these teams are playing, you know, these teams definitely have different styles, generally speaking, week to week. Impulse, we said, is the team with Chaos, right? They want to play Yasuo and Fizz. They got banned this game. They got banned the last game they played against CLG as well. And when you're stuck with the regular team fighting mid like Azir for Xiao Wei Xiao, and then no reliable hard engage to make team fights happen, all you're doing is letting this force for Chaos, this LeBlanc, run around and basically out Team Impulse.
Yeah, they were able to control Vision TSM because they had that good start, and just that one outpost of control of the mid lane there, just sending a couple ganks mid, they were really able to control Rush. Rush didn't get to do anything on his Lee Sin, the signature champion here for him. Wasn't able to make the early game play happen. Santorin out-farmed him during that early game because of the lane swap. You know, it was something that Rush had to adjust to coming to the competitive scene from solo queue. He did a fairly good job of adjusting to it last split. But this time, TSM just did a better job.
Yeah, Suleiman did a great job playing the second half of the lane swap, even though first turret had gone over to Team Impulse. But as we talked about with this game, Bjergsen was absolutely massive. We actually, just for fun, we have a good kill montage from Bjergsen. He had 12 of them throughout this game. So this is the first solo kill. Xiao Xiao actually has all summoners up at this point.
He's got a lot of life as well. All right, let's roll this clip. Take a look here. Bjergsen is chugging on the mana potions. All-in potential. Oh, he instantly clears the wave with the WR so that he can guarantee landing the chain.
Yeah, that was really good. I didn't see that one coming. He's like, how's he land the rest of the combo? He clears everything away. And then here, even though Rush kicks him over the wall,
the chain still goes.
Yeah, chain still hits him. WR back into range. The fact that he chases this too, like Rush flashed into his own turret and Bjergsen's like, no, it's fine.
If you take the Q, then he guarantees to land the chain as well. But If his chain was on cooldown, I feel like Rush should have taken that, because if you W into him and Lee Sin connects, the model connects for Q, then you get the damage.
Yeah, and I mean, the W has to hit the ground, so you can theoretically even go through it as well. But more coming in. This is actually just a really good engage, or attempted engage by Dyrus. Good reflexes by Impulse, but
Double kill.
Just Bjergsen kills everyone. He gets another one on the back end as well.
There's Turtle. Ignore that bottom right-hand corner.
Doesn't matter.
Bjergsen comes in for another snipe, though.
Over the wall.
Bjergsen was, Turtle was actually just a distraction.
Flash R cues him at the backside.
He even landed the chain.
He landed the E on Xiao Wei Xiao. All right. I missed that one too. So, as we've seen today, Bjergsen is quite good at League of Legends. Maybe one of the bigger understatements said today. But yeah, solo mid improved to 2-1.
Wild Turtle's still wild.
Wild Turtle's still incredibly wild. Still managed to keep himself to only one death. That was his only death the entire game. So, golf clap for Wild Turtle to not get himself killed more often in that one. But it was Impulse, kind of unfortunately playing the way we've now expected them to, where it's like Impact does really, really well. Unfortunately, he got focused out later on. The bot lane was still consistent. At the very beginning of the game, Apollo was like 2-1-3 or something, and Adrian has similar scoreline. Like those two sides of the map did very well, but Xiao Wei Xiao doesn't respect Bjergsen. No MR glyphs. He brought barrier, but still got solo killed multiple times, and we're missing things from the sort of central part of Impulse in a lot of these games.
Yeah, and a lot of that mid pressure did come from the bottom lane, Let's Play roaming. So
yeah,
you have to factor that into the bottom lane performance as well.
And they gave a self-sufficient AD carry to Wild Turtle to make that one happen. But now we're going to hand it off the dash to the analyst desk for a word with two of our winners.
That's you. Wait, so.
Thank you, gentlemen. Joined by Wild Turtle and Bjergsen after a solid victory there over Team Impulse. First thing I want to discuss is actually Wild Turtle. The pickup of Vayne. We've only seen it on Otter here in NA, but we have seen it in the other regions. Why are AD carries extending their pool to Vayne now?
I think it's when you you want to pick Vayne into a place where the lane is good for her, and if you're picking her into like a counter pick, it's like really strong, because you get a free lane and you're really strong mid game, and you can basically 1v1 any AD carry. And that was our plan that game, to have me split push. And yeah, that's why Vayne is a popular pick right now.
So Annie, Vayne, you were willing to take that into Sivir.
Yeah.
You're happy with that match. So we did see you guys go with that invade, put the wards up in the top side. However, Tip moved out of vision, recalled, went bot, and the lane swap came through. How does that change the game plan then? Because as you said, is it now I need to accelerate or get back into that 2v2, or fine, I'm Vayne, I'll just farm?
Basically, you want to hit a power spike first, and once you hit your power spike on Vayne, you just want to go against Sivir again, and then you just want to keep trying to 1v1 her and get her in a 1v1 position as much as possible.
All right, and Bjergsen, the matchup we found you in, LeBlanc versus Azir, we did see the Kassadin hover. So I wanted to get your take on what would have been the better choice if you were on the flip side of this matchup, because you seem to handle the Azir quite easily.
I think this is really personal preference. Both champions work against LeBlanc. The Azir versus LeBlanc matchup is very volatile. It can really go either way depending on the players and depending on how much jungle pressure you're putting on that lane. Because Azir will most of the time win the 1v1, but if there's a lot of jungle pressure, the chains on Azir, it's really hard for him to get away from the gank. So it's a matchup that can definitely go either way, and I feel like he decided to pick the skill matchup rather than the really safe Kassadin pick.
And as you mentioned, there was a little bit more focus put on the mid lane for TSM here. So that brings me to the jungle matchup, and although Santorin is not on the desk, what we spoke about before the game was the fact that Rush and Santorin have extraordinarily different playstyles, but they're both very good at what they do. So, how do you feel Santorin dealt with the attempted pressure by Rush this game on his Lee Sin?
I actually think he dealt with it very well. Rek'Sai is just another really strong early game jungler like Lee Sin, so there's going to be a lot of small skirmishes, a lot of fights, but I didn't really feel like Rush was really seeking out these fights, at least not around my lane, and it wasn't successful anywhere else, so I wasn't really feeling the pressure he was putting out compared to Rek'Sai, and that's also why Lee Sin is such a risky pick, because if you don't get that early game advantage and you don't get those ganks off, he's not nearly as strong later in the game.
All right, and then you guys did establish a pretty decent lead early on, up to about 5-6K through the mid game. Wild Turtle, though, there was a bit of a stall out in the middle of the game. Is this due to just respect given to the power and the potential of Team Impulse to climb back into it? Because we saw you have to wait for a Baron, have to wait for another Baron in order to really press into the base.
I feel like we probably could have made that game a lot cleaner and just force them in situations where they had to respond a lot more, because we put down our wards, but we really didn't do anything with our wards. We just let them clear it, and then we were basically waiting around a lot instead of making aggressive plays. So I feel like we could have being more aggressive and doing stuff in their jungle a lot more.
And talking about cleaning things up, I'm going to hit you with a big one here. After MSI not having the performance that you guys wanted to have, I want to know what's different or what is going to be different this summer split as opposed to the spring split, which was touted as the split you guys were using to ramp up to international play. Bjergsen?
I think some of the things is we need to respect the way the other teams play and the way the other regions play, because we were very set in stone with our own play style, because it was working for us in scrims. Even against the team at MSI, it was working for us in NA. So we had a very set play style that we thought was really good. And we felt like even though the other play styles were working for the other teams, it wasn't really something that we were going to enforce because ours was working so well. But I think we need to be a lot more respecting of the other teams' play styles, the other teams' picks, and see how they play. Because essentially, I think the way they played the game was better than ours.
So does this mean that you're going to be looking for opportunities within this split to almost force different play styles in order to get practice with them?
It's something we started doing last split, where obviously a lot of people say we leave Darius on the island, but there are a lot of games where we're putting a lot more pressure on the Darius lane, even though people don't notice it. Even this game, we're looking to pressure top a lot more, and it shows Darius has a lot more impact in these games, and that's something a lot of the other teams were doing, especially teams like Fnatic. We're putting a ton of pressure on Huni's lane, and it's something every team needs to be able to do to pressure all different lanes and have different playstyles.
All right, now moving into tomorrow's matchup, the big one, TSM versus CLG. Wild Turtle, they've brought Pobelter in here, and so far things are looking pretty good with him on the LCS stage. How do you guys feel that their team dynamic has changed and their potential has changed with Pobelter in the mix?
I feel like Link and Pobelter were pretty similar in playstyles, and I think CLG has always been a strong team. They just seem to falter closing to the playoffs, but I honestly think they're the same strong CLG, and they have the similar playstyle, and I still think they're the same CLG.
All right, well, you're going to be going up against Pobelter in that mid lane there, Bjergsen. Thoughts on him and the addition to CLG?
We've been scrimming against them a pretty good amount. Obviously not this week because we're playing them, but in the previous weeks we have been scrimming them a lot, and they are a really strong team, and Pobelter is also a really good player. I feel like he wasn't necessarily held back, but he kind of needed a team to help him grow and really help him grow as a player, because he's always a really strong individual player, always a really strong lane player, but sometimes you just need maybe a good coaching staff, maybe just some really solid teammates that you can trust to really take your play to the next level.
All right, well, everybody's definitely looking forward to that marquee matchup tomorrow. Congratulations again on your victory today. It was well fought. Now we're going to pull a broadcaster lane swap, but we'll be right back for the debut of Teammates' new AD carry, Nien, in a battle against his former LCS teammates, CLG. Now you won't want to miss it.
Pikachu.
I hate Pokemon.
Dude, I don't know how, but Meowth knew English. What the hell is that?
Meow. It's a really special Meowth.
Meowth knew perfect English.
Will pop. There comes the equalizer. Santorin and Lustboy low on health, and Impact gonna get himself on the scoreboard again. Rush is the first kill. Dyrus joins in, stuns against the wall. Adrian goes down. A whole ton of kills picked up. Flash the way, Summoner heal. Here comes the flash engage, but everyone kicks him back. Still a double kill for Bjergsen.
Oh, Turtle's trapped.
Finish it. I have ult in 5. Can you fight them? I have ult.
No flash. Rumble.
Yeah, no flash.
Rumble. CC on the Rumble. Rumble.
Nice. I have ult.
Milking all the fantasy points there for owners of Team TSM. Azir drops. Everyone's dying now. Impact can't do anything. Solomon answered back that they can defeat a top 4 team. They will do so against Team Impulse here.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. Now, before we jump into our next match, there was a controversial moment earlier in the broadcast that we wanted to address. There was some discussion that erupted on social media after the Gravity versus Cloud9 game as fans debated whether Riv did or did not leave Altec hanging as suggested from this picture. Now, Riv, made aware of the gravity of the situation, tracked Altec down and made good.
Speaking of making good.
Pretty damning photograph right there. Oh, it's fixed.
There it is. See? Yeah. And all is right in the world.
Speaking
good
of
on
making
him.
good.
Good guy, Riv.
Speaking of making good, you make a good pun.
Aw, thanks.
Gravity of the situation.
Validation from the pun master himself. Well, now that we've cleared that up, let's send it right over to our caster desk to return us to our regularly scheduled LCS action.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Business III, giving handshakes out all day, taking over the caster desk for our last two games with Aiden, Zyrene, Moon. And what a few games we got for ourselves here. Get to see what CLG can do if they can keep it going.
Yeah, I definitely want to see what happens these games. But Dash, turn back now, because if Freak is giving you validation for your puns, you don't want to go that way.
You don't want to go that way. We are, however, heading into our fourth game with Teammate taking on Counter Logic Gaming. And it has been nearly a year since he stepped down from the LCS. But Nien is back. It's fitting that his first game pits him against his former teammates here.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that Nien's been looking forward to himself as well as everybody else. Now, Nien, he was feeling confident on Twitter, and he tweeted he's anxious to dumpster double lift. but then he backed down. He got a little cold feet there. On his initial trash talk, he backed up, and he was saying, double lift, he is better than me, and he respects him. But I want to see what happens there on the Rift. Leave it all out there. Because last week, Teammate, they looked like a team that needed another voice in their lineup. Cali Trolls, he got really fed on Aurelia. He got really fed on Aurelia versus Liquid. And then they started baiting a Baron, and they didn't clear out the vision adequately. And then they fought in choke points, and the fed Aurelia went around the team fight. It took forever. So if Nien was there, this very vocal player, what could he have done there? So Nien, he has been a very large voice on the teams he's been in since CLG. I want to see if he can bring his voice to Teammate and help their shot calling out.
Well, we'll get to in just a chance. Team 8 as well are still on the hunt for their first win. But on the other side of this match, CLG have once again started the split strong and started the day tied for first with an undefeated 2-0 record. So it's going to be tough for Team 8.
As Jat said at the start of the day, CLG, Golden Age, you can get those signs back out from earlier in the spring split. CLG, they're still in the honeymoon phase, though. Everything is going really well, and everybody's feeling confident about their new teammate, especially Pobelter in that mid lane. He's been feeling great about this change. Aphromoo himself, when we had that interview with him on the desk, he said, it's good to know that we have damage that will show up to these team fights and be very present, very, very impactful in these games. And that's especially important against Team 8 because they're all about the team fights. And with Nien in the roster, who's another team fighting AD carry, it's just going to be more blood.
Confidence among all of the teammates is absolutely necessary for the team fights, and hopefully teammates has that in control. Let's check out the
down that tunnel too.
on
Stop.
the line on the blue side. It's Team 8. That's going to be Cali Trolls in the top lane, Porpoise in the jungle, Slushy in mid, Nien now at AD carry, and Dodo on support.
And on the red side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. In the top, it's Zion Spartan, Xmithy in the jungle, Poe Belcher in mid lane, double lifted AD carry, and Afromu on support.
I feel like this is going to be a great game where we have Tristry Teacher on the side of Team 8 as the coach, and Zix Low on the side of CLG here as we're about to get in the champion select. Heard recently that the team for Cali Trolls kind of corners him into the champions that he is good at playing right now. Not the ones that he wants to try and kind of go off in a game with, but ones that he has to say, this is going to work for these reasons, and that's what we'll do. And then the team kind of agrees with that. So a little bit different structure.
And we're seeing a lot of top laners being able to play exactly what they want.
Right.
Speaking of playing exactly what you want, Afromu's not going to get that this game. Though CLG right now, they're back on that rotational play, that rotational game with Afromu stepping up his shot caller with Link out of the roster.
Yeah.
So having that Bard and the extra rotational power, that would have been deadly in Counter Logic Gaming's hands. As strange as that is to say.
Some sneaky journeys that he could be taking to get himself around the map. Rise will be banned out. Not going to see that from the hands of Zion Spartan this game. And the LeBlanc to control a bit of Slushy.
So far, Counter Logic Gaming's bans have both been really good. Teammate, Cali Trolls, Aurelia was the most targeted ban at top laner. I think most targeted ban in the entire LCS was at Cali Trolls and that Aurelia. Getting rid of the Slushy LeBlanc. And then Teammate, they're really just going for control of what are the power picks right now that they do not want to play against. 2 supports for Afromu that allow playmaking and rotational play and picks, and getting rid of the Rise. And that means they're not going to first pick it here, which is a little surprising.
I was going to say more junglers going through and through, since either the junglers and NA can pretty much just put up a good fight on whoever they are on now. Gragas, however, does get hit. That won't go to Porpoise. We'll see what they decide to take. Probably something here for Cali Trolls in the top lane. Eyes on him on the camera right now. His Aurelia was banned out, so he does have quite a few options here as this champion pool goes quite deep.
And if they're going to pick their top laner first and they didn't ban out the Rise, I really want to see what they go for here, because they usually secure a power pick very early on. And it's the Kalista there. For Nien, new to the roster, they're immediately going to use that first pick on this guy and get him a comfortable champion.
That's a great point, Zyrene. It definitely shows that they have a lot of not pressure that they can put on him, but they are safe in putting that pressure on him, I should say. Couldn't find the word. But he will have his chance at getting his first pick of Kalista. We'll see what kind of support Dodo can give, as the Fates call will be imperative for them to really dodge out of these fights, because it looks like CLG is going to put a fight comp together if they do go with this Yasuo.
Yeah, that was the next thing I was thinking of. What are they going to combine this with? Dodo plays a really mean Annie. He also plays a good Morgana, and those are both things that are really good to use with Fates Call and bind with, and also gives them some initiation power. So is CLG going to be forced to take one of those supports very early on and deny that? Or are they going to have to go with Afromu on a different type of playmaking support? And there's Thresh coming out for him very early, securing a support for Afromu, a top priority.
A little bit of that mind game for Zion to be hovering the top lane Yasuo. We know he can branch out to those champions and carry for sure from that lane. But they go with the Rek'Sai Thresh, as you said. Now to look for the second round of picks here from teammates. Seeing a bit of early jungling we know Porpoise loves to do, but that Gragas Rek'Sai, they're on the away side now, and he cannot choose either.
And that Thresh has been highly contested the last few weeks. Jat was talking about on the desk, 90% pick ban, despite what the stats said at the bottom selectively. So the Thresh pickup here for Afromu gives him the playmaking potential, gives him the initiation. And Xmithy picking an early game present jungler, not going for the Sejuani, not going for the team fight. They're going to play a little bit of a different game here, and I wouldn't be surprised if Counter Logic Gaming starts going for a pick composition.
Well, it looks like they can protect the Kalista so far with what they've brought into the game. Sejuani and Maokai. So Cali Trolls is going with the safe tank this game. Something that the team can follow up on, and he's not going to go too deep without being able to stay alive.
Yeah, and teammate, so far, 100% team fight, initiation power, some damage across the board, and that's exactly what I thought was going to happen, is the Sivir for Counter Logic Gaming
right away.
gives them a lot of pick potential. You can run it a flank, you can run it aside, but this is why teammate picked the Kalista first, because the Kalista into Sivir matchup is a good matchup for Kalista. So Nien against Double Lift, he said he wanted to dumpster him. He might get his opportunity to, unless CLG lane swap.
He may. He did kind of retract this statement, but I'm sure it still lingers there in the back of his mind. You get the chance to, you're going to absolutely take it. for Nien to take down Double Lift. Waiting for the last 2 picks here from Team 8 as we round out the 4th champion select of the day. It's been pretty quick, back and forth. A lot of red side wins today as well. See if that helps CLG out any with the momentum of the red. Could be the Yasuo here coming in for Slushy. Haven't seen too much of that from him. More control mages in that mid lane.
We're just going to see more round out whatever this team fight composition is going to be. The Ziggs, the Nautilus, both very good pickups here for this team that wants to start fights. They want to poke and soften people up ahead of time. They do have the weakness, though, of what Crepo was talking about, the Exodia composition. All the parts need to be together in order for it to operate effectively. The Maokai in a side wave is not going to be that great. And Counterlogic Gaming, they have a lot of options here for their last pick. They could go full pick comp and have Pobelter play something along the lines of Kassadin.
Yeah.
They could go for Twisted Fate here as well if they really wanted that global pressure. And that's very potent. When you have a TP, you have a Rek'Sai, you have a Sivir, and you also have something that is teleport capable in the mid lane. There's a lot of pressure on the map at all times, and if CLG get any outer ring of turret, any turret down, any of the 3, there's an immense amount of pressure in that lane. And they're going to go for poke here in their last pick.
I was going to say the Twisted Fate might actually be something here, but Pobelter does go for the poke. Kassadin even came up before Varus may have, but we have seen quite a bit of this from other regions, most recently again as well. So Pobelter knows how much it can affect the game and how much you can control the lane as well, just pushing it right back at Ziggs, right back at Slushy so he can't push you into your turret.
This is really good because the linear wave clear of Varus is very strong, so he's not going to get shoved in by a Ziggs. He has siege potential, he has poke potential, and team fight at the same time. So Counterlogic Gaming, very good last pick there to round out this composition and give them that mixture of physical as well as magic damage across the board so they don't fall into the trap of a double AD.
Great mobility as well. Seeing Smithy on Rek'Sai, you have the Sivir, you have the Rumble with a bit of speed up, and they can all get around these big tanks of Team 8 if they get these brawly death ball fights. Maokai, Sejuani, Nautilus, they're going to try to peel you, but if everybody's running around with the Sivir ultimate, it's going to be very hard to attack onto those people and shut CLG down. Zixlal and History Teacher giving a quick shake before they head to the back. As the teams get ready for this game, you can let us know who you think will come out on top by tweeting either hashtag T8win or hashtag CLGwin to @LOL Esports. We're about to be heading into the game quite soon as CLG looks to keep a good record going.
Wonder if History Teacher tells them any history-related things. Motivate them. Trench warfare, guys. That's what this is all about.
Eisenhower once said, I don't know if that's his voice.
No, probably not.
Probably
not.
not.
Speaking of trench warfare, though, Nien, every time we've seen him in Challenger, he's typically in a lane swap. Last time I saw him, it's all about lane swap. Get to that late game. Get to the point where Nien can actually be relevant in these team fights.
All right. And Zion says Nien is an AD carry that gets by with a little help from his friends. Let's listen.
I've seen him do really well on hyper carries like Jinx. He's kind of a player that just loves to farm a lot, so I think if he gets all that farm funneled into him, he can do a good job, but leading up to that point, he requires a lot of his team to set up for him, so I think it depends on how well teammate works with Nien as their main carry.
And that's a very good thing to bring out. Bringing in someone like Nien, or in general, someone that requires a lot of farm, changes the dynamic of a team, if that's not already the way you funnel your resources.
Okay, and especially a team that has always been Cali Trolls is a threat, Slushy's a big threat, Porpoise Pops facilitates the top and mid lane.
Yeah.
Now you have another lane that we could consider actually a very high threat with Nien.
See where they get in here. We're going to see an obvious ward in the bot lane as both teams get what they want out of their forward wards here. Let's see what the jungle pathing can really trick either of these junglers into making a wrong move, though. We saw it a little bit earlier with move. Pretty tricky.
Yeah, that was really just the execution of Cloud9 in that situation when there was a ward down. Really caught them off guard and put them in a lose-lose situation. When you end up in that 4v3 in the middle of a lane, there is no winning scenario there after you've gotten to that point and they beat you there.
Got to do a lot of wishing.
Yeah, I said it on the desk. You had to be there about 30 seconds earlier to make anything happen.
So you already see the rotation up here from Double Lift and Afromu. They may actually run into a few members of Team 8.
They are on that red right there. Counterlogic Gaming don't know that Team 8 is still in their jungle. And it's actually a lane swap too, and they're going to get both of the Krugs in the top lane. Dodo's going to get taken fairly low here. Ooh, oh.
Didn't see the Warren image, no ping coming out. May see him on the exit there. Double Lift covered down a little bit, so they have the idea that they're in the same lane for sure now. Interesting little start there here. Let's see if this pays off for teammate. Porpoise getting quite a bit of what he wants.
The big thing they're going to get out of this is Xmithy is still heading towards his topside jungle to look at his Raptor, look at his red, look what is still there, and it's going to waste some of his time.
A big womp womp, that's for sure. He's going to check. How many does he check, though? Does he go for all 3, or does he decide they've taken these, I need to head out? And he does.
Yep.
He doesn't even try to go for Krugs right now.
Yeah, he hasn't even done his blue yet. He just got his Gromp done and his Wolves, and then he moved straight up.
That was actually
side of the jungle.
pinged as well by teammate. Nicely done by them. Keeping control on Xmithy just by timing knowledge here. So all the safety in the lanes to them if they want to even go a little bit aggressive here. But things are still slow just 3 minutes into the game. Xmithy will come out of this still pretty healthy, but not much impact he'll be able to have now here. A little behind.
Yeah, when the situation happens, though, it's all about what is Porpoise going to do with his advantage he has. And honestly, he doesn't know he has this advantage just yet, because usually the jungler will go to your red. They didn't have any wards really around it. They have wards now on the sides.
So he's figuring
now
red's
he knows.
down.
Now he knows.
Now he knows.
So now he sees that he's half HP, Porpoise Pop's half HP, Xmithy level 3 going into the jungle. He puts down the ward, and now, there we go.
Yep.
Now we're going to see what happens with these Raptors and in that area.
Knowledge to everyone here. Porpoise already pinged over that he was making the move to come back in and save his Raptors. A good push in here from Pobelter. Kind of kept Slushy at bay for a second, giving some Xmithy some time to work with here. Only going to see Porpoise on it. Still actually hasn't taken the buff from the Raptor yet.
This is really greedy from Porpoise Pop. Xmithy's going to get this buff no problem. You can see Pobelter is chunked Slushy kind of low, and he shoved the wave in. It's all about that wave clear. If Pobelter hadn't picked something with early wave clear, he wouldn't be able to pull off this move as effectively against the Ziggs.
It's a great job as well by Zion Spartan in the bottom lane, making sure that Cali Trolls can't come up and help either. Really good just early pressure on the lane, setting CLG up a few steps ahead. Nothing but 100 gold yet, but it's the motion that they're trying to stop Porpoise taking that red early, and then the whole top side of the jungle. Seems like Xmithy's fighting back already.
Speaking of fighting back, Cali Trolls. Here comes Smithy, though. Smithy was on this side of the jungle. He hasn't left it yet.
Burning down the tree. That red buff's going to get on him. It's going to force a flash. The TP's already down for Cali Trolls. They just put a little more hurt. So that's 11 seconds and a long walk now for Cali Trolls to come back to the lane. 5 minutes in, and that's going to be a kill going over to Zion Spartan on his Rumble. Very nicely done by CLG to start things off early.
Very strange tracking of junglers this game. Yeah. Everybody seems to be losing track of each other. Do I have this advantage? Do I not have this advantage? Porpoise Pop's forced to back because of low HP. Xmithy knew he was completely safe to stay, take the red, take the Krugs, and then he's like, oh wait, Cali Trolls went in, I don't even need to finish these, and then go, and he gets his first blood in that bottom lane to his top laner, Zion Spartan. I was going to say, before all that came out, that this is actually pretty favorable for Team 8, the fact that they're in a game against CLG. They didn't get lane swapped on. They were able to call it.
That's true.
And CLG's not getting an advantage off the rotational play. But now,
if it's not Afro move flying around, it's going to be Xmithy in the jungler's face, apparently. Not really something we have seen from him, as you were saying, but looks like it worked out here for kill number 1 and about 1,000 gold lead. Still, a bit of a freeze here by CLG in the top lane as much as they can to deny Nien farm. And that's 42 to 29 already, and I don't think it's going to get any easier, Simon.
No, not at all. In that mid lane, you're talking 54 to 38.
Yeah, too.
Ziggs versus Varus. Varus has a lot of early damage just with auto attack trading. Ziggs, of course, he does have the passive, but the big thing here is that he gets to continue to harass him through the waves, not have to worry too much about wave clearing simultaneously because he does that. And now Cali Trolls, he has to worry about being too far forward.
Yeah.
The ward is going to help him out, but this mid lane is something I really want to focus on this game because CLG, they have Pobelter now. He's been doing stellar so far, and he's been a pretty big part of how they've gone 2-0 up to this date. And up against Slushy on Ziggs, one of his best champions. We've seen the Ziggs and the LeBlanc, banning the LeBlanc out, forcing him onto the Ziggs. Seems to be a good strategy here that's working out for them.
Keeping Slushy down, something he can't really affect the entire game too much with, but still have a bit of power, make him feel like he can really play into it. And right now, CLG is going to take that for granted and try to take him down soon, most likely. They've already been twice down to the bottom, trying to get Cali Trolls out.
Yeah, this game has been surprisingly standard the first 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Despite the duo lane being on the top side of the map, it's really just been, can a jungler find an advantage anywhere on the map? while continuing to farm and just letting the laners do their thing. There are a lot of moves going on in the jungle. People are losing track of each other. That's really the only thing that can be said about this game so far.
So, other than playing safe lanes, when you're actually taking or this far behind this early in the game, what's your best option? Is it jungler intervention or just continue to play safe until objective?
If you keep playing safe, you're probably going to get further behind. And
True.
right now you can see in the end, he has the BF sword, immediately backs, goes down bottom lane. They're going to try to find an advantage here somehow, regardless of whether they're catching Zion Spartan with his flash still down. Because look at this, you can see Doublelift is heading top. He's kind of been juked by this back right now because they assume that it is we're backing, we're BF swords, we're going wherever. Afromu, though, he's not going to get called by this, and as soon as they show up in that wave, everybody changes their direction and they're coming straight bottom.
Yep. You can see the cut through the base gate, through the top side of the map as they fly down. A bit of CS here can be grabbed by Nien, but it's going to factor in the same way it did when the lanes were duoed. You may see Doublelift start to grab a little bit of a lead there, but now Dragon is definitely on the table for both teams, and teleports are up once those laners get to their, or top laners get back to their turrets.
And this is actually kind of a tiny thing that actually plays a lot into this because Afromu, he wasn't walking straight towards the lane. He was covering the option of if they do go bottom,
right?
I'm already halfway there. Doublelift starts walking there. Afromu is able to give him a long distance lantern and help speed him up through a lot of terrain. And it's funny because like those tiny things don't seem to matter too much, but they do when it comes down to seconds and pushing minion waves and breaking freezes.
Something we were talking about earlier, it's kind of going into the game and actually just walking a certain distance, knowing the average of that distance.
Well, it's just like in that game that we were talking about with the great level 1 move by Gravity.
Yeah.
If Cloud9 hadn't done one jungle camp and you had been there a little bit earlier, that plan would not have worked. It's a game of seconds sometimes.
See where they decide to go from here. Already have Slushy trying to pick up Wolves, get himself back in a little bit, starving out Porpoise from a bit of his jungle. We'll see if it pays off, though. Porpoise is hovering the bottom side of the map, but so is Xmithy. And we have 6s across the board here to be ready to be used in a fight. Doesn't look like Xmithy's actually going to keep himself going down just yet. It's going to be a transfer of the blue over to Pobelter, who's 96 to 89. Hasn't had too much of a reason to continuously pressure in Slushy, and he's also, with a little ability power, having an easier time in that lane. But still,
every
great early game.
CLG, every lane of CLG has an advantage right now, including the jungler, without jungle pressure in 2 of them. So the fact that CLG are just using their pure mechanical skill right now, and it looks like down bottom they're actually baiting this in. Porpoise Pops is there, but they have a Thresh Lantern. We'll see what happens.
I was going to say, very interesting that Porpoise hasn't been down here more. That Callista pick was first for Nien. They're going to put a lot of priority into that. Here's the first time they actually try to do something off of it. Almost. And that's going to be a waste. A few flashes, I believe. Just after moves. Yep.
One flash, Fate's Call, and
ultis.
TP. TP is the biggest spell that was really used there alongside the flash.
Good call. Definitely something that Zion Spartan can use. He almost has his penetration boots up on that Haunting Guise, which would make for a very nice dragon fight advantage here for CLG. Quick hop over the wall from Xmithy, and he is in safety. Nien taking a lot of damage there, but Doublelift had already backed off, thinking the engage would come from the side of Team 8. Almost taken down Nien there.
Yeah, you always have to be cognizant of the Sejuani over the wall, flash, Arctic Assault, throwing out the Bola.
Xmithy lied to me today. I saw him in the bathroom just before the game, and I said, "What are you going to play?" And he turned around and he smirked at me, and he goes, "Sejuani." And I was like, "I think you're lying." And he did. He did. Definitely faring better on this Rek'Sai.
It's good to pivot and champion select. Sometimes you're like, Rek'Sai was left open. All right, that sounds great.
Let's do it. He's been to the bottom lane a lot, making sure that actually Zion Spartan kept Cali Trolls down, the safe tank that Team 8 would have coming out the later part of the game. Still looking to protect Nien. BF sword only for him onto an almost finished Infinity Edge here for Doublelift within probably 3 or 4 minutes. As he's looking. Actually just went back to buy, so maybe a fight, maybe the dragon.
Yeah, the CS difference is equating to about 400 gold difference between AD carries and jungle. And up top, it's about 1,000. Mid lane, though, very interesting one. It's even.
It did
because
come
they
back.
finally caught up to each other.
Yeah.
And you can see a lot of that is because Pobelter, he's been getting the blue, he's been shoving up, but Slushy's really been stepping up now.
taking all the side camps that he can. Still, Porpoise managing to keep himself in range of Xmithy's farm. It looks like they do want this bottom lane. Aframu just able to walk right in. The Lanterns was taken in, but I don't think they're going to be able to get a kill. No, they get Zion, or Nien rather, as Zion comes in with the death sentence from Aframu, and they're all going to get an assist on that. The kill going over to Xmithy. The time in the bot lane is paying off no matter who's there.
At that point, it's really just take it for me so I can Fates call you back out. Instead, Nien eats the hook, and that's going to be some wave clear there from Slushy. But really, the fact that CLG is able to pull off a move like that, you know the TP's down from Cali Trolls just converge bottom, the opposite side that you see Cali Trolls on the map, and you're going to get a play like that off of the engage. And if Aframu's landing hooks, you're definitely going to get those kills.
And now everything going in CLG's favor. Top turret, yeah, grabbed by Cali Trolls. His perseverance pays off there in that lane against Zion, but the Dragon, #1, picked up by CLG here just 13.5 minutes in. Looks like we got Cinderhawk on both sides with a bit of a different path. But Sightstone just picked up by Xmithy, so you can expect CLG to start pushing that vision forward, start being a bit more aggressive. Oh, very close to being able to take down Slushy. The flash in from Cali Trolls as well. And it looks like they are going to try to get this one down. Zion Spartan comes in. Cali Trolls can't do much. Thought Slushy was going to be able to help his teammate there, but Cali going a little too hard once again.
Now Mega Inferno Bomb down from trying to clear the bottom wave, so he doesn't have it for that fight. Porpoise Pop's not in the area to throw down his ultimate either. This is a team fighting comp, and I talked about how they all need to be grouped up when they're having these engages, and if they're having these half-hearted, half-attendance game team fights, it's not going to work out for them.
Home guard is now finished along with the Sork boots for Zion Spartan. You can see the impact he had in that fight. And now they are going to start denying all the resources that they can. Counterlogic Gaming staying very steady at the clip they have been kind of taking down teams and being able to put themselves in the lead these games. Very methodical in their ways so far this split. But isn't that the way it always is in the beginning? Something seems to change when it doesn't have to halfway through the split, and then everything just gets altered.
And they're just going to get this top turret too. They haven't even had to back since those last fights.
Yep. We'll see if they can prevent that this split. So far, so good. Looking to take a perfect record here in the first 2 weeks, at least on day 1 of week 2. 3-0 as they start off 15 minutes into the game. Looks like some of the CSs have been equaled out. Just that mid lane and the junglers. But top and the AD carry, somewhere Nien was quite outspoken about. Definitely not working for him.
Yeah, Slushy caught up in CS. He was getting a lot of the wolf camp. He's clearing the wave and spending his time on clearing raptors, clearing wolves, getting whatever scraps of CS he can to keep up with Pobelter. So far it's been working, but those turrets falling, that extra turret falling into the hands of CLG, and that kill to Pobelter is really going to deter that a tiny bit. But I want to talk about Xmithy's right now. He's sitting at 100% kill participation, but it's only 3 kills so far in the game. It's been a pretty low action game.
Right.
And Porpoise Pops, he had an advantage at level 1. He had an advantage off of the kind of called lane swap and the jungle take.
Yeah.
And then he wasn't able to press it because CLG reacted appropriately to that situation by shoving up mid and getting into that jungle. So Xmithy was in a bad situation, but he's able to come out on top, and he's made the best of it. And Teammate have just been kind of crumbling under the lack of pressure in their own lanes.
Right, it's almost they didn't have the audible for what if Xmithy figured out what we did in the early game. And now they're still trying to catch up from that instance, thinking that what they did would already have put them in the lead. This clawing back seems to be a little bit harder. Chain of Corruption coming out. Doublelift puts on the hunt on, as well as a little bit of a boomerang toss. Nice bomb coming out from Slushy. Huge damage on the team. Can Nien get enough spears in to finish them off, though? And it does not look like it. They're all putting up a huge wall in front of Doublelift and Pobelter so they can continuously throw out the poke. Whoa! Doublelift just gets taken down instantly by Slushy there. Satchel charged out, and they will continue this fight. Nien gets locked up. Flamesplitter coming in from Zion, but it's just to deter the rest of the fight. He says back off. Pobelter stays alive, but they trade 1-for-1 overall.
Yeah, Slushy a little bit late to the fight, but he shows up just in time to
That was great bomb placement. They couldn't go anywhere else, but back right into the bomb.
And Doublelift had already used his spell shield on the previous Sejuani ultimate, blocking that one. And Pobelter's the only one who actually ate the son of it.
I was actually just about to talk about that fight prowess that Teammate's team has. You still have 2 ADs on the side of CLG, easy to take down members and champions. So if you get a good Sejal, Cali Trolls is on to one of them, you're going to have a good Slushy ult coming to follow up as well. They're going to have to get good fights from the side of CLG from what we just saw from Teammate.
Yeah, they even up the
Almost
turret
perfect
count, though,
engages.
off of team fights. And
Yeah.
Teammate, they need to group up. And as soon as they get to the point where they can group up against this team and force down objectives, but still cover the side waves, because that's crucial against a Rek'Sai who can shove them in, a TP, and having a Sivir who can just speed the team all around the map.
Just not get poked to death before you fight anyways. Here onto the turret. CLG.
CLG's going to go after it.
Not really given that much respect here.
There it is.
Turret's low. Chain to Corruption goes out. Just misses. The equalizer is laid out. It actually separates the team. Neon's on the left. They're able to now just fight the tanks. Take them down as well. That's going to be 2. Slushy and Cali Trolls fall to the ground. Now 6-1 for CLG as they kind of bait that one in. Very low health. Thinking Teammate could take that one back, but CLG, they knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, a lot of members hadn't backed since the previous skirmish. And
right, they just stayed. They said, let's just get it. Pressure it. We have to fight.
They had to stay because Xmithy, he used his ultimate to a tunnel to keep everybody there and just use his Prey Seeker, stop backs, make sure that they respect that he is still in the area. They got the turret, got a little bit too greedy for it, and they had to just defend it. And they just stayed way too long. The turret was going down anyway. The flash from Pobelter into ulti and then the flash to counter it was really well played by both sides, but then they just shouldn't have been there that long.
2 times a fight, 66 seconds on Chain of Corruption, so that's how long they were hanging out. A little bit more. I think he actually just came up on 11 there as well, so definitely a good amount of time. They knew what they wanted. CLG gets another turret. The 3 outers are now down. This is where they can start placing forward wards in. Smithy already making sure they have eyes on Teammate. As Dragon coming up, that fight just happened 50 seconds ago, and already they're going to be back at it.
And they're able to, again, a lot of low cooldown ultimates here from CLG. Teammate,
summoners on both sides.
Teammate, they like to fight, but CLG can still skirmish, especially with this gold lead that they've accumulated for themselves and their low cooldowns.
As we approach these turrets, my eye is definitely on Cali, Porpoise, those tanks that can make the initiation happen.
Ooh, Chain was right there. Didn't quite connect on Porpoise, though.
That was very close. Aframu was going to be able to hit a hook on Dodo there, and they'd finish him off. But there's always a fate's call, so maybe they decided not to. Slow play. Looks like we actually could have Dragon just soloed out here by a few. Smithy's down there covered by Double Lift's coin, so couldn't see him. They're going to get Dragon, and they're not going to lose anything for it as well. This has to play on Teammate's mind. Knowing they're losing objectives, knowing they can't just force down 3 members in the mid lane, it's all just too hard right now.
They're looking for that fight. They're looking for that perfect fight with the Sejuani ultimate, the Ziggs ultimate, and Nien needs to hit some item spikes because he's got his Bloodthirster.
So true.
Right? He's got no crit, and that's a big problem with Kalista when you have that one item and you don't have an advantage over your lane opponent because you need another item behind it. You need the attack speed to start leaping around the fight because right now he's a burst bot, and at the same time, he maxed E first, which is very attack speed based in terms of stacking it as opposed to maxing Q first with the Bloodthirster.
So going around some items, you can hear Slushy's Luden's Echo going off as he finished that along with the Morello Namicon. Foregoing boots completely right now, not even boots one.
It gives movement speed. So.
Well, that's true. Very true.
It'll help him out a little bit.
Speed of the Echo. Double Lift pushing bottom lane so safely. He's just got a wall of defense with wards and his teammates. Smithy is the last one there in the caboose of that defense, and they will pull out. This is great for them, though, having such a mobile team that can now go between the lanes in a shorter distance since they've taken down the outer ring. CLG putting down the pressure very well. Just 20 minutes in, 6-1. Baron's alive, but not even really anything on their plate unless they want to get a fight out of team.
Oh, there's the pick.
Bit of separation there. Fighting in choke points might be kind of tough for CLG in the jungle, especially with the amount of AoE coming out of Team 8 here.
Decent amount of ultimates blown there. Careful. Sivir ultimate on the hunt and the Chain of Corruption from Pobelter. Both those down. They can still siege, though.
Slushy doing his damnedest to make sure the minions get damage as well as anybody else before they get close to the turret. They're trying to hold this outer or second outer ring.
I really like this from CLG because they're going to shove this wave up as fast as possible.
Yeah.
They sent Zion mid lane. He has the TP, so if they get engaged on bottom while they're backing, he can just TP into that fight. But it also means that teammate now has to deal with a mid lane wave, a bottom lane wave, and they can't really continue to fight at the same time, which is really just kind of micro map play that they're using, and I really, really like that they're just trying to test these pressure points, because if you misplay that and send like the wrong person mid lane or somebody else, one people, and then you're like, oh, we have to clear top lane too, and you get complacent in that, then CLG jumps on you and punishes you with an objective take.
Very easy to do that once you get in the lead. CLG is being methodical about how they are going about things right now. Zanya's finished up for Zion Spartan. That's going to be huge for him in these fights. They have pretty much been unstopped in getting to their items. 204, 104, 202. Only double lift went down because I think he closed his eyes in that bot lane fight for a second. And he just got blown up instantly by Slushy. Still can put out some damage, and we're still looking for the game-changing ult. If a good Sej ult hits, still looking if Dodo can get a nice depth charge onto somebody in the back line. Got to remember, 280 carries on their side. Eyes on Pobelter still being one of those 80 carries in the new member of CLG.
Very squishy 80 carries that you're able to reach them. And that's why I'm surprised that we don't see a second item, Righteous Glory, coming out from Porpoise Pops to help facilitate these fights. Going for the Giant Spell, possibly do a Randuin's to deal with the double 80 carry. But
so it does look like it's that time. They want to bait this out. Just a few minutes ago, Baron had spawned, and now it's the reason CLG can start a fight.
You can see the pink ward control around the area. And last time Teammate lost a game last week, it was off of going into a Baron choke point, even when they had the advantage. So right now, they're just going to play the CLG pick game, Afro move, looking for those hooks, looking to start the fight. They do have Sivir though, so if somebody's out of position, they just run them down.
Still so difficult to fight. Even their tanks aren't that tanky yet. Porpoise does have that extra Giant's Belt on him, but Calitrolls is double ringed in that lane to try and stay alive from McSmithy, so his items have been put back as well. Just sitting on a bit more health. They have to back away from the majority of these fights right now. 2 minutes on Dragon, something else CLG will be able to sink their teeth into when they want. See what kind of items can come out of Teammate here to kind of mitigate the damage from CLG. See the Aegis onto Dodo. Gonna help a little bit. I mean, Zion's doing a lot of damage, but...
Well, it's only gonna help against one person.
Right, yeah, exactly. Interesting buy there, but keeping alive. He is a powerful
Burn
rumble.
it down. It's going very quickly. You can see right there in the bottom left corner, 1,000
They
HP.
come.
Oh!
Bomb goes out, and that's the smite to McSmithy. Fates call in, Fates call out, and nobody can follow up actually on Porpoise's Sejuani ultimate there. Afromu gets out still, and Afromu hits back. A little bit of that flay damage probably to pop over onto Dodo and get the kill for himself. Kill secured. Zion Spartan trying to flame spitter over the wall. I believe he just, no, he did not try to flash actually. That was the rest of the team.
There he goes,
now
though.
on to them. Nian and Slushy getting cooked up in the frying pan. Actually pops him forward for another hit there on the harpoon. And Zion Spartan making his way through. Another teleport to come up big on the fight. And Team 8 were almost kind of forced to keep checking that. CLG knew what they were doing.
Yeah, as soon as they went to the opposite side of the map, it was an open Baron, open season there with all that damage that they have with double 80 carry. It can shred extremely quickly, especially since you don't have a tanky top laner. You have a top laner that's just contributing more damage to taking down that Baron. They had so many pink wards around it. You can see 3 in it, and then they saw entrances, all the entrances to the Baron. The execution of the fight, though, was quite interesting, because Pobelter's Chain of Corruption really stopped the follow-up engage from the Sejuani ultimate.
Yeah.
Goes down, good ultimate from Slushy. Dodo a little too far forward, and this, you see right there, a little bit off the side, everybody's fanned out, but look at that. Nian can't jump anymore. He's got the Chain of Corruption on him. Slushy gets Chain of Corruption that he can't follow up. And that's how Afromu gets out with his life, and then they continue the fight. It looked like they wanted to back out, but Zion Spartan was just ready for more, and Nian forced a flash very early on because of the distance that Afromu had created. Melted.
That's where the flashes came from. Looked towards the top of the river, and I saw Zion come in. Thought he hit the wall, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Scrap shield to catch up, take down 2 more members, and now 9-1. That 1 kill still being on the double lift. Went over to Slushy. All the other members of Team 8 hoping to pick up a few of those here as they defend the base. Counterlogic Gaming not giving up anything, though, other than that 1 kill and just a few turrets here in this game. 3 dragons to their name, 27 minutes in as they start knocking on the front door of Teammates' base. And Smithy just feels comfortable enough to keep throwing Prey Seekers in and allow the team enough vision.
This is a great example of an investment playing off. You can see Xmithy, he got the kill onto Zion Spartan early. Zion Spartan, 100% kill participation now. He's making such great TP plays.
Yeah.
When you get the Baron buff back and then TP back into the fight off of the Empowered Recall, you know that player is definitely grateful for that first gank. He is just going off this game. Zion Spartan is having an amazing game right now. He's at the power point where he's just shredding through both squishies and tanky targets, because the tanky targets still are not tanky just yet. There's an Aegis of Legion, but that's about it. You can see there's a Spectre's Cal for Cali Trolls, but now he's facing double AD carry. He has to prioritize armor at some point.
Righteous Glory onto Cali Trolls. He can't really get in with the team. A very nice Snake Bomb coming in. Doubleth goes down. They can get back onto Pobelter. He may as well. Xmithy tries to tunnel out. Nice Flame Spitters harpooned over the wall from Zion Spartan as he cooks him up on the Rumble Equalizer. Pobelter, Eagle Eye taking down Cali Trolls as he tries to step away from the fight. But CLG did not get through that one cleanly.
That was so close for CLG. You can see everybody's health bar flashing on their lineup, all their damage dealers, one of them even down, and they can want it more.
I think this is going to be Aframu going down. It may be a 1-for-1. Zion Spartan may make it another. Xmithy with the Void Rush in as well for a little bit of assistance and security for the team. Looks like it's going to be a final wave clear by these guys, and they will be gone. 13-3 there, picking up 4 kills throughout that engage.
You can see the Righteous Glory there for Cali Trolls very early on, and that's what I was expecting from him. That's why Porpoise Pops didn't go with it first time. That's actually my bad on calling that one. Because, you can see right there, just so much damage. The Zonia's pop from Zion at a really good time, but this hook over the wall to just keep Nien over the fire. He was the big damage threat that was going to be persistent throughout this fight. Since Lushi was running low on mana, if Nien had not eaten that hook, if he was able to stay alive, that would have been a completely different fight.
All the cooldowns and everything coming up as soon as CLG needs them for these ones. Great hooks, great chains, and Xmithy being able to Void Rush back in as well. So you have pretty much 2 teleports if you need guys to come back into the game. Zion's just about to be up, and Cali Trolls is up right now, but they'll be walking throughout their base, so he does not need to use it. Power in numbers right now for Team 8 as they try to find a little room to create an option for themselves. It's a very small window that they're trying to get through here, but something has to happen for them, or CLG is just going to push down here within the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, now that they're at the point where it's 10k gold advantage, they're standing in a brush that's warded. The 10k gold advantage, despite having a compositional difference, is very hard to overcome. It would have to be an absolutely perfect wombo combo onto the key members to get Pobelter off the field and to get Doublelift off the field. And then, as time goes on and they buy QSSs, it's going to be even harder to execute on that type of play. And when you're just banking on that one play, it's very predictable. And you could see when CLG did the Baron and they fanned out, and only one person in a spell shield got hit by the Sejuani ultimate. That's the type of play CLG is going to have, because if you see it coming, it's so easy to predict and prepare for it with your formation.
Easily denied just with one spell their entire attack. It's what we saw before at Baron. See what happens at the bottom side of the turret. Now that CLG starts to spread teammate thin. Nice ultimate onto the turret. They're going to be able to fight this for a while. I still see Cali Trolls going down, but he lives. Little photosynthesis for him. Staying alive, 13-4 here. 30 minutes into the game. Great help from Porpoise coming through the life-saving ult.
And Slushie as well, throwing in that ultimate. Porpoise Pops with the save.
Yeah.
But it only buys them some time here. They're not going to get a whole lot off of it. There's no dragon up.
Gotta go fast. Oh, after all that.
Go this way. Oh, he ran away. Go this way.
Which way did he go, George?
He wants it so bad. Cali.
Maybe?
Calm down.
I don't know. He's trying. Getting aggressive. 30 seconds on Baron, a minute on the Dragon. That's number 4 for CLG.
That just seems like frustration to me. That seems like we're 10k gold down. We have to make a play. We have to find a way to get back into this game, whether it's a hero play or not.
Well, I'd say yes.
Yeah.
I'd say go for take that. Hashtag take that fight. It's the new thing. See Slushie at the turret. You still have Nien for a bit of wave clear, but with the sheer power of CLG right now, that wave clear is still getting to the turret. They're not able to get the minions away fast enough. It resulted in 4 kills in favor of CLG last time. It was at an inhibitor. So it's only going to be harder to guard these outer turrets. CLG actually giving a little bit of breathing room, though, as the objectives start to spawn here, and they get their wards back into place.
Once again, the pink ward formation for CLG around the Baron pit You can see how they warded up. They ward up in that first bush that you would expect people to ward. They ward on the opposite side of that wall so that they can get hooks.
Yeah.
And if somebody walks up and tries to clear it, they get this type of fight.
Wasn't this the fight they pretty much exactly took as well? Right to the Baron, straight up the river. A lot of damage, however, onto the back members of Counterlogic Gaming. Those are the ADs getting hit, but you see the tanks spread, and they still have a crap load of health on them. 16-4 now, 32 minutes into the game. Team 8 trying to march to the beat of their own drum as they take down mid, knowing they'll lose Baron, but they'll get a bit more pressure and maybe a good fight that puts them on an inhibitor soon. It's going to be very, very hard for them to find that advantage, but right now they're doing what they can to keep themselves.
Good to cut your losses, but TP is still up from Zion Spartan.
Right.
There it is!
Oh, it's going to be the cutoff. It's either the cutoff and kill, then the dragon, or they just let the rest of the team kill him. The attacks from Nian, he has to go over the minefield, hit by the first one, hops the next two, and he is going to be quickly cooked up. The rest of the team goes after Slushy. They're going to be quickly onto Nian as he tries to hop over the wall. It's just one harpoon and one flame spitter.
Zion Spartan's been really on top of his play this game.
Yep.
That's an investment as a jungler myself that you gank a lane and then he takes over the game. You're like, that's my boy. That's my boy. I saw him minute 3. And now he's everywhere.
Happy to gank for him, pick up his kids from school. It's just that kind of guy. It's just that kind of guy.
That's like when you pick up your kid from school and then your kid's the next day is immediately like the CEO of a company.
Oop! Chain of Corruption. Don't worry, it's like one of the most missed ultimates in the game. You don't have to all
The width on that ultimate travel time.
There's the first inhibitor turret going down here as CLG starts to put their foot down. Very nicely played. The same spot where they caught a fight just a few minutes ago. And 5-0-6 Pole Belter, 9-0-7 Zion Spartan. Everybody playing very well. And if it was questions and eyes on Pole Belter for that new mid laner, we've seen him in multiple, fight situations. The 1v1 with Cali Trolls that he came out on top of. He's definitely providing the damage that the team says they know he can bring to the table.
The fact that he's able to hold up versus a Ziggs in lane on Verse.
Yeah.
And put him actually behind in CS, forced to go to his wolves over and over again, which stops him from roaming to side lanes, roaming to help out his team. And Porpoise Pops really had very little impact this game. In the early game, he had an advantage right off the start.
As you're saying, that aggression helped a lot because Slushy wasn't able to help Porpoise when Xmithy was like, hey, my entire red side is gone. Well, let's travel.
Exactly. When your entire red side is taken as a jungler, you feel really bad. But then to go to the other side and check it, be like, oh yeah, I guess I get his now, even though I'm like a minute behind on my route. And then you still get it. It's a really...
And then you kill bottom.
It's a strange feeling. You feel like you shouldn't have been able to get away with it, but you did.
You just don't tell anybody.
Yeah, especially with the help of your mid laner, who just shoves the wave up and stops the other mid laner from
Look at
collapsing
that.
on you.
That's incredible. All the pressure. Yeah,
pressure
they knew they were going to get a few guys out of that and lose a turret and be able to guard back, but now they get no one, and they still lose the turret. CLG is really dancing circles around teammate right now as they enter.
It's exactly what I said in Champions, like where this composition is made for picks. This composition has some team fighting behind it now with the Varus, and they shred turrets. They take objectives very quickly. And with the rotational play that you have with the TP, I thought it was going to be a Twisted Fate or something, but the TP and the Rek'Sai combined just creates so much wave clear pressure in side lanes that teammate is forced to answer in that way.
I think you almost get the same thing with more power out of a TF in this comp. It could still work. You get that clear, you get that power. Pole Belter, however, he's saying, whatever. I'll play the Varus 506.
Yeah.
Muramana also finished 3 other items in his inventory. Double lift. Still on the front line. Feels like they're a little more ahead, and he can go into a dangerous position. Oh my gosh, that damage. At least 200 each across Porpoise and Cali on a double lift. Whoa, baby! Going for the long ride on that one. The double lift express takes Cali Trolls all the way past the second tier turret. It's going to be Zion dropping people with the flame spitter. Nian doing what he can to get himself back in a favorable position, but he's just put in the ground. That's going to be by the hands of Pole Belter. Slushy's forced to run, and CLG have teammates' base in their eyes.
The drag all the way back for Cali Trolls. They read that aggression. They read the frustration that he's been experiencing this game, and that's going to be CLG on the Nexus taking down Team 8.
The twisted advance that took you from coast to coast is the one that takes you down. Cali Trolls goes down too deep, go to sleep, and CLG will finish off the Nexus 37 minutes in, 22-5. Counterlogic Gaming take down Team 8.
And that was just a display of what they could get away with in that early game.
Yeah.
And then snowball it. Zion Spartan played that beautifully from start to finish, from the laning phase, setting up the part where he looked vulnerable. Smithy comes in behind Cali Troll, and they just snowball from there. And that put Teammate in a situation where they were slowly but surely losing every lane. Porpoise Pops had to put his attention across so many different points, and CLG having the pressure in every lane, bringing it home for a victory.
What a game. Looking across the board just at the kill participation, 19 from Zion out of 22 kills, and you kept saying it, the word teleport, over and over again. And the fact that they could use that first kill from McSmithy to make all of those teleports count. Just about every single one resulted in another kill. Slushy was flashed in for Cali Trolls in mid, tried to help him. Cali Trolls was left by himself. It does seem like Teammate has kind of gone away from the strategy of we need to go crazy, but I think they've actually tempered themselves too much, and they weren't even trying anything this game.
Yeah, that seemed to be, we're kind of adjusting. I wanted to see more moves from Porpoise Pops, but Cali Trolls was read like a book this game. And it's become a tendency of his to try and overextend, even when they're in the lead, to try and look for a fight. I remember back when he was diving a Morgana that had a black shield on him in a previous game last season, and then Gravity just turned immediately after that because he was too far up, too extended.
Smithy having a fantastic game out of the jungle on Rek'Sai this time.
Yeah. Really good kill
nicely
participation in the early game.
I'm sure, while loving Zion Spartan's lane as well for doing what he did, he didn't really have to go to anybody else's, so he was able to farm as well. That's exactly what Porpoise was doing on Sej to try and get back in the game, so he knew he already pressed the advantage he needed to, and the rest of the team did what they had to win the game.
Yeah, the fact that you're getting an advantage in a Maokai versus Rumble lane, and then you can kind of leave that lane alone for a long time. Smithy gets to do whatever he wants on the map. Not a lot of gank potential or kill potential on a Ziggs, so you can kind of leave that lane alone. Then after that, it's like, if you're winning a matchup where it's a farm fest in the mid lane, and you're winning a mismatch in the top lane, which is your duo lane, the Sivir versus Kalista matchup, then you're in an extremely good spot to start running away with the game from there. And that's exactly what CLG did. You could see even after, and this is something that's a little more fine, but you see when they're taking turrets, they sit there and they're like, okay, we took a turret. They back up a little bit, and they see where Teammate goes, and they're like, oh, wait, we can wrap around here and get another turret top lane.
Right in the bot lane, that's what they did.
And then Teammate tries to do that themselves, and they get punished for it because CLG knows how to punish those types of moves and where people are being allocated to. So it's a very, very kind of like micro thing where you're moving people around, but it's working out very well for CLG that they're exploiting that in other teams.
Working out very well as they come up with another win. And right now we're going to send it down to the side stage where Kobe is standing by with half of CLG's Rush Hour bot lane.
Thank you, Riv. Yes, double lift here after their victory. Congratulations.
Thanks.
You guys pretty much stomped that game, so I have a question for you, though. Nien, coming into this is a former teammate of yours. You're very used to other AD carry players wanting to play against you and wanting to prove yourself. Does it change at all the mentality of the team or the strategy of the team going into the game? If you want to lane swap, what you want to pick against this guy. Do you try and use it against them at all?
Maybe like previously it was, a little more prideful where I really wanted 2v2 people, but this game we chased them 2v2 strictly because just the way the game was going. Rumble is a worse 2v1er than Maokai. And no, I don't think it really changes anything very much. I think I was really kind of a little bit apprehensive because I think Kalista completely destroys Sivir in lane. I would say that matchup's like an 80-20 Kalista favored lane, but Nyan and Dota didn't play very well, so I managed to get a pretty big CS lead and force them to swap away. So then I just kept chasing them 2v2 the whole game, and we just completely crushed them, I guess. Their only saving grace that game should have been bottom lane because Kalista Nautilus is so good, but they didn't play it out as well as they could have, so yep.
Yeah, you guys had a really clean game, strong shot calling. Another, one of the changes that you guys made in the offseason, Link leaving, has that affected your shot calling at all? You guys look as clean, as crisp as ever. How accurate are the calls? How has the transition been without, Link there?
I think the transition has been pretty good, actually. Pobelter's really good. He's a carry mid laner, and he's just really strong. That game, he was doing ridiculous damage, and looking at the charts, he was like 37,000 damage done. He was like twice as much as the second most. So, I don't know. Pobelter's really good for the team, and I think the team, the way we're operating now is just a lot better. I have to get used to it because before we used to play off bottom a lot. Nowadays, we don't play off bottom like pretty much at all. So it's just a new playstyle, and I think Afro and I are good enough of a bottom lane to play 2v3s like against the enemy jungler without any jungle pressure ourselves, and it's just like a nice refreshing challenge. And now like Zion and Pobelter can just really carry games because the meta is just top and mid completely snowballing the game.
As far as shot calling, has Pobelter stepped into the shot calling role as well, or does Afro do the main shot calling?
Actually, Zion is our like big shot caller, like our overarching, and then Afro's more micro oriented now. So before Afro would have like kind of an ambiguous duty. It's like, oh, well, you're a shot caller, but like you don't really have a specialty. You just kind of go on whatever you want. He's more micro oriented, so like in team fights, you'll see him talking a lot. When we're doing rotations, he'll talk a lot. Zion is more just like, okay, we're gonna group, at this time or whatever. He's more big picture. And so with this sort of system, you can really pinpoint like whose responsibility is whose, as opposed to before, which it was like very ambiguous, and you could tell we were really inconsistent because of that. So it's interesting because I never thought top laners could shot call, but I guess in this meta they really can, and it's really effective.
Yeah, definitely effective this game. Now, next game that you guys have is going to be TSM. The rivalry. Pobelter's a new guy stepping into the rivalry, and he's also been a guy that's talked a little bit about how he doesn't think fans give him enough credit for being an excellent mid laner. Yeah. Do you think that he is more excited to step into the rivalry and prove himself against Bjergsen, the number one in North America?
Yeah, I think Pobelter, I don't want to put added pressure on the poor guy, but he's got a lot to prove. So I don't know. CLG versus TSM is always going to be hype, and our coach actually also like enhanced the hype by I don't know. He just talked to us about it, and it's a lot of pressure, I guess, for us to win. I guess we'll just have to see because I think Eugene or Pobelter, he's super good, and I think he can beat Bjergsen for sure.
All right, we will have to see tomorrow. Until then, we're going to send it over to the guys at the desk now.
Thank you, Kobe. And gentlemen, when I look at that game, essentially what it comes down to, or what it feels like, is a simple outclass on the side of CLG over Teammate. Across all lanes, we saw advantages taken pretty early on.
And the thing is, I think Doublelift actually said it really well. It's kind of like a metaphor for the entire game. He talked about the bottom lane, and he's like, yeah, Kalista and Sivir, it's like an 80-20 lane. They're probably supposed to win it. He said, but they didn't play it very well. And you actually saw in team fights with like a 10,000 gold disparity. You're like, all right, but Sejuani ult hits, and the Maokai goes for a ride and like locks up everyone with the W, and the ult's on, and like the Ziggs ult comes by, and like Nien's there for cleanup. But of course they got too far behind, right? Like they got outclassed individually, really good plays being made by CLG, and composition-wise, the lanes should have been good. Composition-wise, the team fights should have been good. But you got to see kind of the impact of player skill.
Yeah, and it's kind of an unfortunate theoretical matchup when you're taking CLG with Zion Spartan versus Teammate with Cali Trolls, especially with the struggles that Cali Trolls has been having lately, where he will overcommit to things. He's having trouble finding the right spot on the map to be, whereas that is what CLG excels on last split and this split. It's beating you to the punch rotation-wise, freezing the lanes in the right spot. And early on, by the time they swapped back, it was 75 CS to 50 and a 1-kill advantage for Zion Spartan. And then he knew exactly what to do with that because time and time again, Cali Trolls was making the wrong decision and Zion Spartan was making the right one.
And this is a very interesting point to explore, and Doublelift kind of hit on it in the interview there, that he feels mid and top are more of the carry-centric roles now as opposed to the ADC in this current meta. Well, Zion Spartan, we've already said it so far this split, one of the best top laners in North America. That's a huge boon to CLG and, how they might do this split.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as, top and mid lane go, I still say that CLG have top 3 in both those roles. As far as solo lanes go, I mean, Doublelift now from Mu, easily a top 3 bottom lane as well. I mean, there is a ton of just individual skill out here. As far as emphasis being on the top lane, I mean, I think we can still see successful AD carry focused teams. I mean, the funny thing is we're seeing marksmen show up in the mid lane anyway. So as far as like people who shoot arrows at you a whole bunch being successful, well, guess what? Pobelter proves that AD carries are quite good. But yeah, as far as focusing hard on getting your solo lanes ahead, sure, that works fine. I mean, we used to see teams focus a lot on top lane, and it just wouldn't be very effective because their top lane is on an island. But it seems that teams are very focused on team fighting, much more than before, compared to like 6 months ago or something. So that teleport to show up every 5 minutes is actually all you really need. So this Rumble, who just team fights every once in a while, is great to have all your gold on.
Well, and I think that's the point. The idea that a well-off top laner can influence the rest of the map with a teleport is finding itself more useful than just a straight-up, 1 or 2 kill advantage AD carry.
Right. The team fights are farther apart, thus, that if you only show up once in a while. as a function of like relative to how often people fight, top laners are there more often.
Yeah, this isn't necessarily about this specific game, but one thing just with the holistic meta right now, with so many tanks being in the game, if we're thinking about Cinderhulk junglers, Rek'Sai, and Gragas, someone's got to kill them, right? And it's generally not the AD carry with when they're hitting their power spikes. So therefore, we're seeing more potency put onto those other solo laners because, especially the mid lane, right now, with the Cassiopeia, the Azir, or even the Varus, just repetitive poke before they can get engaged on, are the ones that are actually able to kill the Cinderhulk tanks. And I think that's one of the big reasons we're seeing mid and top focus right now.
All intents and purposes, great game for CLG. I do want to hit on teammate real quick one thing, which is that we are seeing Porpoise Pops get shut down a little bit. And it's something that in the spring split we really applauded him for, was his ability to apply pressure around the map, him and then Slushy performing as a solo laner. This is not happening for them anymore, and it seems to, it's appearing to be a big issue for them when it comes to powering up to get to those team fights that we know they do perform well in.
Yep.
I mean, this was the thing is, teammate were, almost a playoff team last split around. It was basically off of Slushy hard carrying and Porpoise having a string of very good games. Now, to be fair, teammates had a pretty hard schedule. To my recollection, it was TSM and CLG as three of their opponents so far.
Played Impulse, Team Liquid, and now CLG.
Yeah, okay, so they fought like three of the very best teams in the league, right? Like, CLG looked like the #1 team in the league. Impulse top 4 last split around. Team Liquid also tied first place in the league. Like, these are very difficult opponents, and it's very easy to look outclassed. I don't think teammate are one of those top 4 teams, but if we see them against, easier opponents, they might look a bit better. As far as their performances, yeah, okay, Slushy's still doing fine. He looks about as good as ever. He traded with Boelta. That's pretty good, to be honest. And we're not seeing Porpoise a lot on these early aggressive champions. We got to see a Rek'Sai game, but he went back to Sejuani. And when you're against a really good team, against a slow early game jungler, you're not going to have a lot of impact. And, CLG closed him out. So, if teammates still wants to have a similar performance where they go 6th, 7th, which I think they can do, and that's kind of what they look like to me, they need to start doing that kind of stuff against like the new Cloud9, maybe Gravity, maybe Enemy, things like that.
All right, well, as their schedule gets a little easier, we'll see if they can put some wins up on the board. Coming up after the break, we'll see if Team Dignitas can take down Team Dragon Knights in our 5th game. The North American LCS returns after this.
Yeah, we're gonna learn the dance for that, guys. Okay?
No, Tony doesn't know it.
Dude,
I
already know. Oh, you do? How you do it?
It's like a one-handed.
Is that watch me whip, right?
No.
Oh.
You like throw your arm up like you're driving.
17,
it's the whip.
Like this?
Very nice next bomb coming in. Doublelift goes down. They can get back onto Pobelter. He may as well. Smithy tries to tunnel out. Watch this. They're going on the left.
I'm gonna go on these guys.
They're on me. They're on me. Okay. Set. Cooking knowledge, left. All right, that's fine. Should we do it?
Kaliana double lift. Whoa, baby! Going for the long ride on that one. Counter Logic Gaming takedown, teammate. Welcome back. We are heading into our final game of the day. Team Dignitas versus Team Dragon Knights. And so far this split, Dig has given us our hottest and our coldest games.
Yeah, pretty bipolar there. They went from a game in which they didn't get a single turret, to then denying their opponents Cloud9 a single turret. So Azingi was a big part of that because he brought great jungle pressure in their second game and early kills on Sneaky to set Cloud9 behind. That was his best game in terms of presence and pressure from a jungler that he has had in his LCS career. And Dignitas, they continued to pressure that advantage that he gave them to close out a very clean win against C9.
Squeaky clean.
Yeah, and that's something I want to see Dignitas go more towards, is freeing up Kiwi Kid and Core JJ, because they're big keys to Dignitas' success. And when the map is opened up and they can just roam around like those famous Kiwi Kid roams and Core JJ out of lane with Sivir and Kalista, like he's able to pull off a lot of great moves, and that seems to be the formula of success for them. And it's kind of strange because Dignitas, this is the best they've looked in a while, and it's given their fans a reason to be excited again for this team, because I am really hoping that they come out with a strategy again and that they're able to take it to TDK and show off a little bit of this new Dignitas.
It seems like they are definitely more comfortable in their own skin as the team that they are now. And now they're facing TDK, who once again will be starting 3 substitute players while their main starters handle visa issues.
Yeah, the sub squad performed pretty well for sub squad considering how they had their limited practice time together before week 1. And this week, it's not going to be too much better because TDK, they're actually using a lot of forward thinking here, and they're limiting their practice time with the sub squad to practice with their eventual roster. They're already scrimming with Emperor, with Ninja, with Smoothie in there, so that when they get in the roster in the LCS, that they don't have that time where they have this thing where they're like, we still have to adjust to these players. They're already adjusting to them now, and this is kind of the placeholder. But word is that they will be in for week 3 and possibly Smoothie tomorrow.
We will have to see. It's going to be a tough road for these guys. We see a lot of teams start off at the beginning of a split and not be able to do much because of a sub squad, because of whatever, and that kind of seems to have a weight during the entire split.
Yeah, and a lot of that weight needs to be picked up by the guys who are on the roster themselves during this sub time. It's Seraph and Kez, who both performed really well despite not having a team they're familiar with. So Seraph and Kez, they've been together since the beginning of the Challenger season with TDK, and Kez, when he left LCS on Complexity, he wasn't that convincing of a jungler. His early game pressure was lacking. We've seen more of that from him, and that's really what this game is going to be all about for me, is watching these junglers and seeing who exerts more early game pressure and starts growing into that role, because these are both junglers that have struggled in that regard in their LCS careers.
Right, and even though TDK have had another week with their subs, Shifter thinks it still gives Dignitas their advantage.
The biggest issue with playing with subs is that, you don't really know how your teammates think, because, you're just playing with it for like 2 or 3 weeks or whatever. So your team fighting is not going to be as smooth. Your rotations aren't going to be as smooth. It's just usually going to be the lane phase. And, if your junglers can get them ahead and snowball off of that. So playing with subs is definitely really tough in a team aspect.
Yeah, and having the jungler snowball is going to be the big thing I'm looking out for. Like I said, whoever gets that advantage, if your team fighting's not on point, if your rotations aren't on point, just roll over them with a ball of stats you created in the lane phase.
Hopefully you can. You don't get caught off guard by kind of like JV team when you play against them and they just fake you out. Well, let's check out the starting lineups and see if that happens. On the blue side, it's Team Dignitas. That's Gamsu in the top lane, Azingi in the jungle, Shifter in mid, Core JJ at AD carry, and Kiwi Kid at support.
And on the red side, it's Team Dragon Knights. Top lane is Seraph, jungler is Kez, mid lane is Bishu, AD carry, Lapman, and support Baby.
Hey, back in the days, that's all they relied on was solo queue prowess to be good at League of Legends. You can ask Kobe. He was on those teams. There was no strategy. Just go straight forward, take the fight. That was the strategy that they used. Guarantee it. You can ask him yourself. However, there is more strategy now as the LCS has come about in the past few years, where teams need to get themselves in a house.
Is there more strategy?
Get a little bit more formal. I'm going to go with yes. That is one thing I can. As a play-by-play caster, I can confirm that.
Okay.
We're jumping into the game. Dignitas versus TDK here. Our final game of Week 2, Day 1. Evelyn and Nar have already found themselves on the bench for this one, as well as Nidalee. Let's see what the last 2 for each team are here. Going quite quick. They know what they want to get off the board for this game.
Yeah, that's 2 junglers targeted at Kez, but the Nidalee is also a flex ban against Seraph in the top lane because he plays that. He plays it full AD, but we're not going to see it this game. And I like the fact that Dignitas took away a lot of key junglers from Kez that he has early game aggression on. And then the Rek'Sai ban from TDK. That's a little bit surprising, but they don't want a Zingy on that. He's going to get the Gragas, though, which is, this always blows my mind when you ban one of the early game junglers that everybody fears and you leave up the other one. Just be first pick, but they left up the Ryze, and that's the bait here and the deliberation.
Does Gamsu take it? He has seen himself on a Hecarim and a Gnar so far. The Hecarim is open, but right now with the strength of Ryze, what he can do in team fights and the safeness.
I just love this music.
Why this wouldn't be a pickup? It's an it makes each pick so epic.
Will he lock it in?
You'll see in a few minutes.
And that is going to be a Ryze in the top lane and up against Seraph, who right now is the strongest member on TDK in terms of performance that we've seen in the past. And now he's up against this monster of a champion in this current patch that can just roll over him, and he has to play this safe, and I want to see what Seraph has up his sleeve against this champion.
So he said top laners are kind of on an island with their tanks. Well, their variety comes here in the spring split of 2015. And it looks like the variety stays up. Seraph will not take the top pick so far. Looks like he wants to see the rest of the team before they actually give him a power pick, if he can still grab it. It's the Gragas and the Nautilus picked up here on the side of Team Dragon Knights.
They get their Gragas. They give up the Ryze, though, and if they have something prepared for this, then it's definitely the right way to go about it. Gragas does have a way to get in onto the Ryze from ganks and throw him into the team. And that would, I guess, be the weakness of this champion, since he likes to stay at arm's length.
Yeah.
Just destroy you with roots.
There is the Zac coming in as well. Arm's length. Gragas
really
is at belly's length.
The Rek'Sai ban, the Evelynn ban, the Nidalee, the Gragas takeaway. It's really no hair off of Zingy's chest here because he's just going to go back to the Zac.
That's something I was going to say as well. Who's ever going to ban his favorite champion that he continuously plays over and over? We saw against CLG, he did try the Sejuani, but from past season in the summer, at the end there to now, it's been Zac. Zac is his love pick. Gets it in this time, Kalista as well. We'll see who Kiwi Kid's going to be thrown around as with the Fates call for this composition. The Annie's still left up. Pretty for sure pick for these guys. Allows Kiwi Kid to get in or out, whether he has flash or not.
Yeah, and they picked the Kalista up. Surprised they didn't go with the Sivir here, but this is going to be dissuading TDK from picking the Sivir for this composition, because if you look at it, Sivir would go great with these champions that want to get in there and want to tackle that Ryze, but the Kalista-Sivir matchup, like Doublelift said, he got lucky in it, was able to outplay it, but it's 80-20 in favor.
He should have been pushed in. Heard it from the man himself. Aurelia and Corki are both locked in. I feel like this could be a mid Corki as well if Bishu wants to take that. Aurelia towards the top lane, and we have that jungle Nautilus, or I'm sorry, support Nautilus, jungle Gragas. Core JJ has the Kalista, and they quickly lock in the Morgana. Interesting.
We did see an Aurelia against a Ryze earlier today. Aurelia can do well in that matchup due to her tenacity and the fact that she can get in on Ryze. It's not the same matchup that it used to be, though. Aurelia used to fare much better in it, but now that Ryze has a shield, he has a way to trade effectively.
Yeah.
And ooh, this is actually very interesting because we've seen mid lane Aurelia into Azir a couple times. Azir's locked in, the Aurelia is still on the table. Sounds a little crazy to say, but we've seen it twice now throughout the world. I want to see if Bishu takes this Aurelia into the Azir from Shifter.
I feel like Bishu would be the one to do it. Pretty high mechanically. It's the team fighting that usually takes down a sub-squad. The solo lanes in the early game usually go pretty steady still for teams that are subbing out more than a few players. And TDK here looking to lock in their last one to round out the composition. They may just go with the double AD. They do decide to. That's an Aurelia in top lane. Again, we get a mid lane Varus now from Bishu and that Corki for Latman. So they decide the double AD comp is the way to go.
Yep, been running into Bishu in solo queue a lot. It's pretty much been Azir Varus for him for a while now. His Varus is actually, from what I was seeing, pretty deadly. And the fact he's going to play it into this Azir, Azir's not going to have a lot of threat onto the Varus during the laning phase. It's going to be in Varus' favor for most of it. I keep swapping between Varus and Varus. Every time I say it, it's going to be a different name. But you can see TDK's composition, once again, double AD. They do have a lot of wave clear here. And then it's going to be Seraph split pushing. This is a team designed to split push and wave clear and siege with 4 people, and then have Seraph TP in later. And then if you look over at Dignitas' composition, this is a little bit of team fight, and it's a little bit all over the place. Late game is the name of the game for Dignitas right now. Get Kiwi Kid out of lane on Morgana, affect these lanes, try to snowball them, try to team fight after that, and that's the strat right there for them.
It's the man Rico on your screen. Coach Sean for Team Dragon Knights will head to the back. They've said the last words to their team.
Ever.
In just a few minutes. Hopefully they're shaking their hands due to a victory. The teams have locked in their champion, so start sending us your picks for this game. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag DIGWin or the hashtag TDKWin. We'll update the fan poll with your votes shortly as we head into the game. Final game here, Week 2, Day 1. We're going to get Team Dragon Knights versus Team Dignitas, and we are on the Rift.
Like I said, I want to keep eyes on the junglers this game, Azingi and Kez. Who can open up their team? Because Dignitas' composition, if a kill falls into any of these laners' hands early on, it is a gift from Azingi. Because if you get that Rise going, you get that.
Yeah.
You get that Azir off the ground. You let that Kalista get closer to her 2-item spike. The game is going to get out of hand very quickly. TDK, though, they want a siege. They want to get some kills. They don't need them, but they have really good sieging capabilities. Only thing is, Azingi has a great champion for breaking sieges and starting the fights.
Oh, Gamsu getting found out. We'll see how he does on this Rise as well, as we were just talking about Azingi looking to give him some help.
Nope, he's going to ward the back of it. Nobody's there to kill it. So he gets all that information that everybody from TDK is there.
You are a very dangerous man, Gamsu. He's going to back out, though. We'll see how he plays this Rise. We do know he's been playing the Hecarim lately. He likes the Ignite Hecarim. A little bit of different style, but he should still be going with a W-level Rise and then spam QE, QE. And then a few Ws and then QE, QE.
It's the Wakek combo.
The Wakek.
W, QE, Q, because that's what you say when you start running that combo and you're like, Wakek, Wakek, Wakek. You sound like the penguin from Batman.
Well, he has a while.
That's at least how I remember it, because if you drop that combo just one spell in the wrong order, you end up dropping the whole thing, and you're not going to be able to keep them rooted in place forever.
That is true. If you do it wrong, you don't get the cooldowns you need, and they just kind of walk away from you. Nice clap, he made it by.
That was like a golf clap. I was like, oh,
it was. It was formal. It was a nice play. He squeaked himself by.
Jolly good squeak.
Jolly good. All right, so he gets, or gives, I should say, no knowledge to TDK as they head to the top side. Looks like with a bit of a Raptor camp, Seraph's going to try to get himself a bit of a lead to whatever lane he goes in here. But Gamsu's going to be a little worried. Not seeing anything, but he probably won't care in a few seconds knowing he is alone. Kez takes his red to himself, and Zingy didn't get too much help either, but they are off and running.
Yeah, just Seraph starting a camp. This is going to blow his teleport early on, though. It always leaves that tiny window in the first 7 minutes of the game where if Dignitas or the enemy team, whoever doesn't use their TP, they get an advantage and can throw it down to the bottom lane. So you always have to watch for shoves in the first 7 minutes, and if Gamsu's going to enter a lane. Kez, though, oh, he is so ready for this.
Very nicely done. Teleported to the top side. This was flipped last game. They were going after Cali Trolls after he blew his teleport. Now it's Seraph who blew his teleport, going for the kill with Kez.
Is Kez going to keep waiting?
See if they can get in. He's actually spent quite a bit of time. Just misses the body slam. Going to get a slow, but not enough for the surge in from Seraph. So knowledge of the jungler. A nice ward placed by Gamsu as well.
Yeah, Seraph started Q and E in his first 2 levels, just to try and make this gank happen. Kez devoting a lot of his time to this top lane, doesn't get a second buff just yet for that level 2, trying to get Seraph, the one person who's not on the sub squad alongside Kez, trying to get him ahead, trying to get that synergy down and that early advantage.
Definitely the lane aggression advantage here on the Latman in the bottom lane. We'll see how much of the CS he misses as it goes into the turret. Core JJ and Kiwi Kid were dancing on either side of their wave as they were pushing this in, trying to get damage down. Safe play we saw last game. Doesn't put you in the leads, Irene, so we'll see if TDK can try to prevent some of this quite soon. Farming pretty well. Not too bad. Brings himself up to 16 out of the 22 that Core JJ has grabbed so far here 4 minutes into the game. So he's keeping himself on par. Just a little bit under. Their backs should be nearly the same. Bishu in the mid lane already took soldier damage here from Shifter. It looks like the consumables are going to keep him clearing those waves, actually. So no problem there as well. I'm just waiting for Kez to be able to muster up another gank since he was found out in the bot lane, or top lane for his first.
Yeah, and then that put him behind in CS. You can see as
Right.
he's been farming really well so far. He goes for the Bomby Cinder before he completes his jungle item, just so he can get some wards in his inventory as well.
Oops.
And some extra potions. And Kez, he goes straight for the jungle item, tries to clear out because he didn't get his second buff just yet. He's getting it now.
Off and running. Gromp will be his. Let's see his HP. He's actually got good HP. He may head towards the bottom lane for pressure. Oh,
that soldier's like, come here.
He's just on the outside. Cannot get.
Actually happens in game too when you're playing Azir. It feels so strange when you're inputting so many commands and it starts
just swinging.
It starts freaking out like that. I'm like, is he in range? Did I get that auto?
My soldier's spazzing out. Yeah. He's controlled a few already. Has made him chug all of that flask so far.
I love it when it follows the guy around and kind of tracks him. It's like, you're just out of range. Just let me poke you.
Feel bad for it. But then he turns into sand and he'll come back later. You don't have to feel bad anymore.
I still feel bad about it.
To keep you awake at night?
Yes.
Lane pushing back in the favor of TDK here for just a bit, but I don't think Core JJ and Kiwi are going to let that happen for them to farm. They're probably going to use this for aggression here soon.
Well, Bishu backed for the early tier on a non-cannon minion wave. So he loses a little bit of CS. Let's see if he can get his push on and shove it to the enemy turret before Shifter can actually get back there, or cause Shifter to use a little bit of his mana to actually come faster. But this is a good back by Shifter, because Shifter's going to have the cannon minion wave in his.
Another good play as well. Wards on the top lane, spotting out Kez. He was seeing it, the tri-brush. Now the ping's coming in from Gamsu, sees the pink ward just above mid lane. Wow, Kez is not going to have fun this game. He is completely on the radar the entire time he's been jungling.
Yep. It's a predictable strategy, though, when you have 3 substitutes on your team. Which lane are you going to gank as the non-substitute jungler? Probably the guy you know best on the team.
Right, that's true. Definitely playing to that effect. It is 50-29 in that top lane.
He runs away just to run back. He's like, oh, you know what? We can still go for this.
Get his teleport up. Get him out of lane. They want to make sure that he is actually still hurt.
Shifter and Zingyi are both on their way, though.
Very true. Gamsu's still getting his tier to stack throughout all this. He's still going to be Rise. We saw as Huni picked it in the first time in the EU LCS, he actually had a pretty rough early game and still was ridiculous Huni coming out in the late game. Vizichachi also picking up the Rise. Seen it more and more due to that late game fighting.
Yeah. This is amounting in a little bit of a CS lead here for Seraph. He did start that camp at level 1 and got the level 2 advantage.
True.
And they did have the early gank and pressure on Gamsu. He didn't have to blow any summoners, but it still has amounted in pressure for Seraph and a CS advantage. Bishu, though, when Shifter left his lane just now, he didn't punish him. He just tried to freeze it. He had all 6 minions still in that wave by the time that Shifter came back. He didn't charge Q. He didn't try to shove it up and punish Shifter for that roam because he had no idea where he was going or that he had left.
Yeah. Bishu looking for farm as well as a bit of aggression here in the mid lane as he charges up that tier. Still being pushed back a bit, but good farming between both these guys. They will be very useful in the first fight here if neither of them can take each other out within the next few minutes. I don't think we're going to get jungle pressure here either. No worries for these two. Like you said, we'd see Bishu playing a little too safe, and Shifter just using soldiers as well. Nice hit there.
It's the poke back and forth. No, you go low. No, just back and forth, trying to get that advantage. Once again, both junglers top lane. The ward coverage, though, is in favor of Dignitas. They know this. They don't know Zingyi's there, though. Oh!
Slingshot actually misses as the Zingyi says Jello.
They want to get on Gamsu.
Here. He should be able to make it out. Arcane Mastery coming up nicely to give him a bit of shield. And he's out safely.
Really nice by both teams there.
Yeah.
But that was TDK operating without information of Zingyi's positioning, and Seraph reacting very quickly. But the thing is, they didn't overlap their CCs. It was not, he is in Rune Prison while you have the Elastic shot coming down on top of him. There was a little bit of a lack of overlap of CC there that would have resulted in more damage.
See, this is a walkout. Gamsu is going ahead and waltz back to lane. No teleport needed there, so still up for both him and Seraph. 9 minutes into the game now. About a 400 gold lead in favor of Team Dragon Knights. It's going to come out of the laning phase. A few CS here, a few CS there. And Core JJ has still been able to keep Latman down a few, but they're still doing a lot better than previous games. Latman and Baby in that bottom.
Yeah, Latman and Baby, they've had some problems in the past, against Team Liquid and Gravity. They didn't have the best of games, the best of bot lane times.
Yeah.
It was the worst of bot lane times.
It could have been. Depends on how you look at it.
But right now, TDK slightly in the advantage. It's not really a big advantage that's worth talking about just yet, because the junglers, they still haven't gotten off the ground.
Yeah.
And when this is happening in the game and you have such a late game composition from both teams actually favor the late game right now, it's just going to be coming down to team fights and execution. And Shifter, in his little sound on tape we had earlier, he was talking about how they don't have good coordination. They don't have good team fighting. Maybe that's where Dignitas is aiming to hit TDK, waiting for that stage of the game, just trying to hold off, trying to be team fight champions, and try to beat them there.
That's kind of what I was looking at for TDK as well, is where do they, you know, kind of go off the handle, or do they do what comes natural to them? Do they say, since we don't have too many strats, do we do things that we all normally do? We're okay at dragons, we know how to position around that. We're okay at protecting a buff, but maybe the tower dive won't work since the synergy's not there.
Oop.
How do they actually make it work? And right now, it's still the word defense. Stay defensive. Nice hit by Shifter, trying to come in with a zingy there. Not too much came of it. Kaz is going to Raptor pop a pink ward, unfortunately, but still clear some nice vision. That's been there for a long time, actually.
It has been there a very long time. And here comes Zingy.
Woo! Just missed. He's still got moves for a big guy.
Trying to keep the pressure up, trying to stay on this map and very relevant. Seraph, though, if Seraph gets ahead, he has a tendency to split push as much as possible.
He's already caught up pretty
much. They know that Kez is here, though. This is the route that he would take.
Once
Zingy
again.
off on the side, though.
It's like
here comes the collapse.
Rinse and repeat here on Dignitas top lane. Gamsu and Azingi once again.
Hey guys, what's up? Oh,
hip and hip, and they get out safely. You got to try something else soon. I don't know. Perseverance pays off. I got to credit for them to keep trying, but so far they have come up with nothing. We're 11.5 minutes in, 0 kills, and nobody really has even gone under half HP here. There was a hit on Gamsu, but he keeps getting out.
Yeah, and actually what I wanted to expand on the Seraph point was he has a tendency to split push. If he gets ahead at all over the Rise and he has the capability of solo killing him, he will immediately push that, and that's what this composition wants to do. Like I talked about from Champions Select, 4-1 split push with Seraph. Wave clear, siege with your double ADs, just poke people down, and then have Seraph TP in or get an advantage by solo killing. Dignitas, though, on the other hand, they want to stay safe, and the fact that Azingi is just counter-ganking, blowing flashes mid, and trying to just have some pressure, some relevance. Doesn't have to take over the game, but look at this Seraph. He's going in. He's a little too far.
Like you said, right when he thinks he has that idea that he can take down Gamsu, they go right for him. He gets bounced out by the last hit, actually, of Azingi. And Kez does not get what he wants out of that ultimate. Shifter comes in with Shifting Sands, and Azingi picks up first blood. Once again, has a hand in that for Dignitas, something that helped them a lot against Cloud9. We'll see if Team Dignitas can keep it up.
And Seraph just ditched him.
Yeah, he was pieced.
He was like, I'm going to come help you, and nope. This is a tag in, but he took the bullet for him.
Quick pie to the face as you duck for your partner. So as they come up on 13 minutes, we finally get a little blood drawn. Shifter will maybe...
Shifter can only take so many arrows.
Yeah, he got the assist, I should say, that kill going to a Zingy. Still going to get pushed into the lane, but hopefully he can help him out, finishing a few more items.
Yeah. Bishu's a little too far forward, though. Zingy is off on the side, and there's no flash here. He's not going to go for this. He's going to just go for wave clear, because Shifter has no potions, and he's taking so much... Yeah. This is...
Hail of Arrows and an auto attack would be a dead Shifter right now.
Yeah.
Very
Even
close.
just Chain of Corruption and like
that too.
Bopping him one time.
Just a quick bop. Make it
That's all it would take. Now he gets to shove the wave in. He gets to get a little bit of a CS advantage here. Clear the cannon as fast as possible. You get that back wave. Azingi might have to soak this wave for him.
Everything is happening at such random times for teams. Like, nobody's set anything up yet. That was back, almost a good time for Dragon, but then Latman and Baby went back, so nobody was actually there for the side of TDK.
Shifter.
A lot is just what's on the map right now. They're trying to figure out what to do with where everyone is. Nothing planned.
Yeah, Shifter wants to stay on the map longer. He came back with 4 health potions, because that's how much he's getting poked out of this lane. The fact that it's linear wave clear at the same time as poke from Varus, he's able to get this down, chunk him. Look at that, 1/3 of his HP. That's an HP pot right there. So basically he can take 4 more arrows than he would have normally, or at least 3 more.
We might get our first
that's a lot of spears.
Oh,
Don't go back and range to the red.
Quick passive jump and the flash actually to get out of that anchor toss. Baby's gonna try and get some brush control, but it's not gonna get him anywhere. They're just making sure they're actually safe in this bot lane themselves. Pings over to the side of Dragons from Team Dignitas. They say, can we actually get some pressure onto this?
It's a little risky. Bishu hasn't backed yet. Shifter just freshly
wants
backed.
it.
Yeah, Bishu's
Just the movement. Very nice play from Team Dignitas here.
Yeah.
Just to say, hey, of course we know, and you're definitely going to have to fight us if you want to try. So kind of flexing their muscles. Nobody gets the dragon just yet, but that does mean we are going to get the full 5v5 fight. No one gets picked off. Not too much jungler intervention has really helped TDK. Azingi's first try coming over on the bait from Gamsu, coming up nicely with a rotation kill from Shifter in the mid lane. So those guys have a little bit to start this. It looks like they're resting on that gold right now, not pressuring too much.
Kez is actually coming down bottom lane now. They set this up with a pink ward.
Making sure, yeah, that they can't see him.
It's still,
all right.
Oh, black shield.
Depth charge. There it is. Fate's Call, pull him right out. So many options, variables to get themselves out of the fight, and only one flash had to be blown there to make sure Core JJ didn't get into too much of a dangerous position. So another attempt by TDK, unfortunately, does not work towards the bottom lane.
Yep. Despite being down a kill, though, they are up in gold overall, just based off of CS.
Making the lanes work.
From Seraph and from Bishu in the mid lane. So everybody's, it's kind of like what CLG was doing, except not to that extent, where everybody's just having a better laning phase. Bishu, he still hasn't backed yet, but he needed this blue buff very desperately because when you bring 4 health potions back to the lane like Shifter did, that takes a toll on your mana pool as a poker because you keep throwing out these Qs and it's like, okay, I need to throw out 4 more Qs to get through his life pool to the same point that I would have before. But now I still have the same amount of mana. So now that he has this blue buff on him, it's a good time for Bishu to continue this poke pattern. He won't have to back for a while, but he's sitting on 1,600 gold.
Oh, yeah. Please stop. Oh, I can feel that. Wow, big damage to Bishu. Shifter comes back with a Morel Namakan. Ability tome on that as well. Does not look like they are going to be able to stop him anytime soon. Already putting soldiers down in the turret. Forced by Bishu to clear out those Qs. Like you said, going back to spend that 1,600 some gold, so he'll be away from lane. Actually, stop.
Nah, he doesn't want to.
He wants one more shot out.
He doesn't want to. He wants to stay there as long as possible.
Got the blue. Why not?
And keep this pattern. Look at that.
How? It's like right on the end every time.
You think you got him shoved out of the wave, but you don't. Yep.
Oh, almost. He's still up though. 164 there, being pushed.
He's still gonna. Is he gonna stay?
Finally gets a chance to back.
Okay.
He's got to go.
He's gonna go.
He used all that blue in lane, so I guess it doesn't matter anymore. It's gonna be worn off. Dragon is ready to be taken down. They have the back on Morg.
They just saw her.
Yeah,
back, so this is a great time to converge on onto the Dragon here from TDK.
Zingy with the flyby. I want to see it.
Also,
he's backing.
Another part of this is if a fight does break out, Bishu just purchased Brutalizer and his Ionian Boots of Lucidity, has a lot of cooldown. So if this does break into a 5v5 fight, it's going to be in favor of TDK. And now Shifter, he backs, so it's definitely going over to TDK uncontested.
It's going to be a little bit of pain. 4.8 seconds for each one of those piercing arrows to come out. And right now, they're hitting for pretty good damage. Over 300, so not going to be something you'll be wanting to take too much of.
300 to 500.
325, yeah. So probably that 500.
Depending on how many things it's passed through as well.
Slamming Shifter in the face when he charges up a full one that we've been seeing here in the mid lane. Now that he's got more damage, Shifter's going to have to be even more careful. Needlessly large rod for him, so he can start to output a little bit of DPS as well on top of what we already saw. Very aggressive movements here from the bot lane. One binding or one anchor toss seems like it could really turn the tide here. Both teams are looking for those abilities.
And while all of that Dragon was going down, Bishu just shoved mid lane up, Shifter backed, and they got that turret for themselves. That's extra gold in the pocket of TDK. And the sub squad pulling out some moves today. Pretty much just staying safe. But look at this. Oh, we got another one.
What a crazy interaction. A flash out from Latman. Didn't have the Valkyrie since he already used it. Kiwi Kid low takes a shot, but he's going to stay alive. Latman did not have a big rocket loaded up.
Oh, Kez, be a man. Flash throw the barrel. Kill him. Could have done it. Could have done it. But no. Kez is going to go with the reserved play because that's very punishable. Blow your flash. Look at this. Oh, Seraph. Oh.
There's the rise.
Turn away.
WQE.
Turn away.
Can I open my eyes yet?
Yeah. Well, you can look, Rip.
Okay,
I had to save you from that.
It looks like nothing happened. That's fine with me.
You're so innocent, young. I don't want you to see that.
Why does it happen so quickly? 20 minutes on the clock. Seraph finds out what the Rise can do, even if you hold him down a little bit by 30 CS in lane. 101 now as Gamsky starts to take over that lane, solo style. Even pressured by Kez for a long time.
Oh, it's a 30 CS advantage, just Trinity Force completed. And
yeah.
Now he's like, okay, I got to get Merctrez.
The pain game,
because what just happened? You were going to show it again? Why?
Boom. So he ults Arcane Mastery's shield, so Seraph can't even come back in. And just the thing that actually Seraph could have done was keep in the minions, because then he cannot continuously Q you, and that's one thing that goes against if you're fighting in a wave against Rise.
It lowers the damage that you take,
You're still
but
getting
you're still,
it. Right.
Yeah,
you're still getting his
cooldown.
cooldown.
I'm glad there was no sound of that, because we got to hear no evil that time. Oh, man.
It's the little things. You might take a bit of damage, but you won't take the full. Oh, dear.
I won't die, but I'll be very uncomfortable for 6 seconds.
Or hopefully you
standing in the same
get
spot.
out of range and don't take it at all, and the minions take it. It's painful. It's definitely hard. You can see that even with the tenacity, Seraph not able to get out of that situation. Merc treads on top of the Triforce for him. Already the Aegis being built up here by Kez. He knows the pain factor coming in. Shifter is pretty big in the mid lane. And Gamsu is only going to wreak havoc along with Kiwi Kid's ultimates and bindings to start off these fights.
Dignitas solely needed that, though, because that shuts down Seraph's whole, I'm going to split push you to death, because, they first picked a Rise against us because we left it open, and now he's going to possibly take over the game. He's at least going to take over that lane until Seraph gets assistance. And
Looking at all that focus Kez put up there, Gamsu gets it to work for himself, even with that aggression. Strong play from each individual member this season. It's really not one person kind of going off here for Dig, and it seems the team comes together much better.
They're coming down bottom now from TDK. Bishu on his way. Kez finds this ward because they saw Shifter go up, and now you can see
they seem like they want this.
They want this turret, and that's going to be Seraph holding mid lane. They give up a little bit of CS top, but Seraph, he still has a way to get back up there. They're just looking for a fight. TDK trying to rotate and allocate members to different parts of the map. You can see back up. Bishu's like, all right, let's go backward. Where'd my CS go? Seraph, what are you doing? Ooh.
All right.
All right. It makes sense.
I feel like that was a bit of an unnecessary move.
Well, if Azingi had flashed the other side of him and Let's Bounce, it would have knocked him 500 units towards where Shifter was.
Kind of the reason to engage him to have to flash in the first place. I don't think Bishu really needed to do that. Oh, well. Hopefully it doesn't cost him too much in the next fight if he does need to flash. You have quite a bit of things that can close the gap on you. 59-41 here. Team Dignitas taking over on the vote here from social media as well.
Yeah, TDK haven't really established themselves too much. Trying to get some hype, though, around Emperor and Ninja next week.
Yeah.
See what they can do for the team. Right now, though, TDK having some good play across the map. Those rotations to get that bottom turret. They gave up the top turret, though, to Gamsu.
Yeah.
And now they're going to give up this middle turret. Just some damage, though. Kez is here to clear it up. Seraph. Oh, okay, so they lane swapped their AD carry into a lane where they can get a different turret. Seraph's going to try to hold this. Basically, he's saying, we should have done this from the start of the game. Screw Rise. He doesn't want to be in that lane anymore. Sorry, I'm very passionate about Rise right now. This is why!
Passionate indeed, baby! Oh, he goes down. Now on to Lapman. WQE, do it again! Gamsu actually has to turn. The combo wasn't finished off on that time, and you can see just a few seconds what it means for Rise to have to turn around if that combo is not consecutively made out. He tries to keep it going, finally gets locked down again. It's one after the other of TDK getting themselves into that turret aggro and back out, and they come up nicely with a few kills as they lose baby.
But they're losing so much
and
for this. They lost the mid, and they're losing the tier 2 down bottom to Core JJ, who has a Bloodthirster and 2 daggers and Zerker's Greaves. He's got a lot of damage on this. You can see home guards from Seraph. Is he going to make it in time? It doesn't look like he's going to do it. It's going to go down.
Got it. The hop back as well to help clear just a little bit of distance and give that breathing room in. And Team Dignitas playing very well from the beginning of the match and continuously holding the strength. They don't put themselves into a bad situation. Kiwi Kid's not flashing forward into crazy instances because a kill looks like it could happen.
Was a safe bottom lane. Really safe.
Yeah, very measured, and it's working out for him.
The Black Shield, the Fates Call, TDK looking for this second dragon. Everybody on Dignitas is back right now in the base except for Shifter, who's got a little forward position on him, but they don't have the coverage for this at the moment. That's going to be TDK picking up their second dragon. And the gold is pretty much evened up now. Dignitas, they were down a little bit by about 1 turret, but they've got 2 back there because of that dive.
What will happen next? It looks like we have the teleport on Gamsu. TDK is heading towards the mid lane here. Wonder if they can get pinched off, or if Gamsu has enough time to waltz over and make this happen. Looks like the team's just going to set up some defense for now. They don't want the fight that TDK is bringing to the table just yet.
And right before the fight comes out, we got to point out, Seraph's Embrace not completed just yet, but he does have the Archangel staff. We see the Rod of Ages.
It's very close.
Stacking up. It's
700.
It's very close. He's 50 away from it to the Trinity Force spike. But Aurelia needs a little more oomph behind that. He needs to get that Spectre's Cowl, keep himself healthy, because it's a double, triple AP threat here, considering a lot of magic damage from the Zac. And there he goes on the Baby.
Love what Dignitas is doing with their team here as well. The initiation from a Zingy already made it. Kiwi Kid's actually thrown a Talisman of Ascension in there to keep the engages going if anybody gets popped out. They are ready to take these fights over and over again, as long as Core JJ doesn't take too much damage, as he is right now.
Oh, he's off on the side. He's gonna pop it.
They still want it, even after seeing him go to 25% HP. A good dodge there by Bishu, and they get out alive. So just a Talisman of Ascension, too. Not too much burn there.
You know what I love about Talisman of Ascension?
What's that?
It's 3/4 the way back up.
Yeah, exactly. Almost ready to use it.
It's a 40-second cooldown, and when you get those masteries, it's a 32-second cooldown now.
I'm so jaded, I thought, work with Free too much. I thought you were going to make a pun there. And you didn't. I'm really glad you didn't. I'm like, am I going to get this? But I like it. See, it's already up. Talisman of Ascension. Very useful here for Kiwi Kid. If he's not going to be Flash Tibbers, he's going to be doing the safe run-in and then run out if possible, after he gets his bindings and Soul Shackle.
Yeah, Freak would have done something along the lines of, Talisman of Ascension, it's very suiting because Azir's in the game. It'll help him out a bit. Ha ha ha. There we go.
That was Freak level, thank you.
That was Freak level.
Thank you for fulfilling that. I felt like I had a void or something that was missing. Dragon still a ways away here as we see 2 in the favor of TDK, just about 27 minutes into the game. Dig is keeping themselves away from these fights for now until they get the one they want. They did have a bit of that early game lead, but they fear the poke, they fear the Bishu, and they fear the Lapman right now because they could start this fight exactly like Core JJ was about to, at about 25% HP.
Everybody's going pretty good builds right now. You see magic resistance prioritized on TDK's tanks across the board here. Even Baby is going for the Mikhail's Crucible.
Baby got back.
Get people out of Morgana bindings, save their lives. He doesn't have to go for the early locket because Kez has that already on him. Bishu with the Muramana completed, the CDR ready to poke up. And then Lapman, he also has a Bloodthirster on himself, just like Core JJ. So everybody is hitting these spikes at the same time. The big one, though, is when Gamsu, he gets that Luden's Echo. He's doing ridiculous damage before. It's just going to be even more ridiculous now with that item, considering Rise throws out so many spells during his supercharge.
He's already got the Wisp. He's hanging on that for now. Nice hail of arrows, a little bit of a slow field in that choke point, so Team Dignitas can't get through the barrel as well. Things to deter them. And the Talisman of Ascension goes off. Only a Dark Binding as Zingy flies over the wall. Kez is going to be the first target they look at. Seraph's actually diving in to try and out. Gamsu a little too far forward. Takes the hits, but he's still alive. The Arcane Mastery and the Seraph's Embrace keep him alive. Kiwi Kid close to going down now as a Zingy flies through with Shifter's soldiers, and they can only pick up a few more bits of DPS. It is going to be Baby going down by the hands of Kiwi Kid as they continue to fight. A nice hail of arrows once again to keep Gamsu from getting back into this one. The Talisman of Ascension could be coming back up soon here. A Zingy maybe with a slingshot.
It's up already.
This is an absolute coast-to-coast fight right now. Talisman of Ascension once. A Zingy going for the slingshot. It's not going to be in range, and the fight is finally called off by Dignitas as they make it 50% away up the lane.
They just get to chase them all the way down, and that's Baron in their sights. The TP back in from Gamsu because he didn't die the first time they engaged on Breeze. So low. Latman off on the side. He threw in the ward.
Latman!
Like,
one more! Oh, so close! Oh! That was a lot of damage coming from Shifter Soldier right there. I wouldn't want to stand still either.
Luden's Echo.
Chomping at the bit. Dignitas finally gets a fight that they want, and that was off the Talisman of Ascension. Kiwi Kid flying in.
You got to use it 3 times total.
Yeah.
He used it at the start.
It's like Ryzal.
Chase them all. Don't mention Ryze. But chases them all the way down the lane. Is able to use it again. But this right here, Gamsu. Seraph wants to kill him. Flashes away. Woo! And Gamsu gets out. One more hit. Maybe would have been enough there. And Kiwi Kid almost dies. Flashes away. And this fight just trailing off Baby. He's backing up. He's like, oh, but he was burning the entire time from Kiwi Kid.
That was a really nice hail of arrows to stop that. Not that it stopped everything they wanted it to stop, but it prevented it for a small amount of time.
Yeah. Rise.
Oh, okay. Just gonna take your soul, thank you. He gets out alive. Seraph says, I want that for a little bit longer, please.
Yeah, that's the first edge that Dignitas has had in this game, though, is off that fight and off of chasing them down the lane. And Dignitas talked about it, Shifter talked about it. That's how they're going to get this edge in this game. And I said at the start, if this team composition makes it to late game and they can get these team fights, they can break the siege with Zac, get in there with Morgana, and the Talisman of Ascension is just going to help them out even more in these team fights, starting them off against TDK, which wants to keep you at arm's distance.
Very focused in their dives as well. Or even dives, elongated fights, not doing things that would put them in a bad situation or disadvantageous. And they come out with a low death game, I should say. High kills in their favor because they're the ones playing it safe. Already been able to push up here the second tier of turrets, dropping the bottom one. As we're going to have Core JJ clean up a little bit. A good spot for Dig to be in here. They have some breathing room. They can clear their waves and then set up what they want to do next. Aegis being built up as well by Kiwi Kid, so that's not going to hurt too much on the side of TDK. They don't have too many members that's going to stop, but still, they kind of have to boot items now. It's a surplus of what they can put in their inventory.
It's going to be very difficult for TDK to wrestle out of this situation, given just their composition.
Yeah.
It's made to poke, but Dignitas drafted very well for engage, also to get people out of the very little engage that TDK has. A Black Shield's going to stop people from jumping in on you, and the depth charge, and if you happen to go on Kiwi Kid, you just switch it up with a Fate's Call. It's hard to get in on this team if they don't want you to get to them, but if Dignitas want to start a fight, there's no getting away.
I mean, already TDK is hatching this ward. All 5 members right now can be seen by Dignitas. This is a ward that was placed earlier, still not cleared out. Dignitas has been moving these forward, and I feel like if TDK is in any spot, they should just place flank wards immediately. One to your right, one to your left. That's where they're getting hit.
Kez is looking over the wall for some action.
Yeah.
He's going to actually ditch that position he was in.
See, look at Gamsu, left ward.
Yep.
Easy peas. Make sure your flanks are covered.
Yep.
So, TDK's there with their own for now. Moving into their blue side, they warded up quite a bit, as we saw on your screen. That's why they were able to make it out safely as Dignitas came through towards the Dragon side. 51 to 51,000, I should say, to 47,000 now as we enter 33 minutes in. Dignitas has seemed to slow down a little bit. Can't get past this second tier of turrets unless TDK is not there, so they're going to have to do something tricky to make that happen. Wave clear is still pretty good for TDK.
That's the good thing for TDK, is they have a lot of wave clear and siege. You make it up to their turrets, they have Corki, they have Varus, they have Gragas barrels to help clear them out, and then you have to think of the split push threat Seraph, even though he's not that much of a threat anymore in this game. It's strange to say that a late game Aurelia is not a huge threat in this game. There's a lot of counter to him right now on this Team Dignitas composition. You have multiple ways to get him off members, whether it's the Emperor's Divide, Asingi using Let's Bounce, or just Gamsu soloing him out with multiple routes.
Right. Or you try to dive in, you just get a gigantic Emperor's Divide in your face, and then you can't get onto anybody. Going through some items. Most of the core items finished up now, except for that Luden's Echo for Gamsu, and he is holding on to about 300 gold, so still looking for a bit of cash money to get that in his pocket.
Yeah, they send him down to a solo lane to try and complete that item. His TP is up right now, so even if a fight does break out, he will be in attendance.
Just trying to get the poke out. You can see how weary TDK is right now. I wonder if once Dig does have those lanes pushed and they can start getting on turrets, if a Zingy just holding onto the slingshot is enough to brute force TDK off their turrets, if it's scary enough. We've seen that a lot when we used to say Meteos and other players on Zac. You just kind of use that strength of saying, I could come in. That's my turret.
I dare you to stay.
Yeah.
He's playing chicken.
So we're getting the split finally, though, as Irene, and it's actually going to be Seraph top, so they could have an option here.
Yep, both top laners going to opposite lanes of each other. But this is a 3v4 in the mid lane here. This is really TDK trying to rely on the wave clear of Gragas and Varus just to keep everybody at bay.
All right, so Seraph was just getting kind of a punch on that top lane, so they get a bit of it in their favor. They won't have to worry about it for a little while
still good, though.
Yep. Setting up the Azir turret. Shurima giving them a base outside their base in the mid lane. They can't hold it for too long, however, though. Dignitas knows an overstay could cost them, and they decide to back right now. 2 minutes onto Dragon, good timing on that, and a minute onto Baron will put them all back onto the Rift in just enough time.
That's going to be Luden's Echo completed from Gamsu as he backs there.
Double Ludens now, too, so you're not standing anywhere safe. You're not going to get hit from some damage that's AoE.
2 of them, it's almost like there's an Echo.
Oh, man.
Freak level. We did it. We did it.
We did it.
He's on the desk and heart.
It was clean.
Soul. But anyway, moving on. The fact that Dignitas are at this position, 7-2, they're not fighting their way into these fights, is just TDK having composition that just wave clears. I wish there was, like, TDK's playing it like really well. Well, they're not engaging. Kez is not jumping the gun. He's looking for the right fight. But the right fight involves Azir, Core JJ, and Gamsu, Shifter, Core JJ, and Gamsu being softened up by Bishu, which is a tall order for the arrow slinger there. He's got to be Legolas style. He's got to hit everybody multiple times before they start a fight, or even get an objective more, because Baron looks to be in the sights of Dignitas right now, and Zingy, he's doing what you said. There goes the start.
There's the strength. It's right onto Seraph. You cannot get away. Zingy has just turned it on here in the spring split for Dignitas, making moves that are really paying off for the team. And now it's up to TDK to poke the hell out of Dignitas and get him off this Baron.
Yeah, where was Baby before that? But look at this. Zingy's going to go back in on the Baby.
Bates call in. Eyes on Bishu and Latman as well to make sure they stay safe. Baby throwing it back. Also uses the Mikhails on himself to try and get out, but he gets taken down. Core JJ gets the rend off. Kez comes in for a little bit of beef between the AD carries. And it looks like Dig's actually just going to answer it, go back to Baron and make it happen. You got to remember, though, it's Latman and Bishu and Kez. They can all poke quite nicely. And look at the health of Dignitas here. This could be scary.
This is really scary, actually. The fact that Core JJ is going to be their primary source of damage. Kez looks like he might want to go in, or they're going to poke on the side and threaten going in.
Zingy's way too low. Baby Zac! Keychain Zac, get out! He's good. He's good.
Keychain Zac.
Keychain. I think Kobe said that last week. I liked it a lot. So props to Kobe. Live on both objectives here on the map. Looks like
Are they going to start it themselves? They are going to start it themselves. Here comes the TP, though, from Gamsu. They're going to pull out after that. They're going to try to collapse on him, see if they can do anything about it.
Nice hail of arrows again. Canceled. Doesn't really need to make it happen. The TP is up for Seraph, so he might be able to tend to a different lane. If that was even necessary right now, he can just go ahead and push mid. See if they can get onto Latman here. Core JJ making his way up, but that ward already going to see him. Flash for flash. Latman's going to have Valkyrie in the fight now, so that could be very dangerous for Core JJ if they get a good stick on any of those ultimates from TDK.
Just looking at the Luden's Echo Rise. 431 base movement speed right now.
Why? Not safe for work.
Yeah. Merc treads, I assume movement speed quintessences. And then having the Luden's Echo movement speed on top of it, 431. And then when he pops his passive, or pops his ultimate, he gets 80 more movement speed. He gets to train down pretty much anybody on this team. And with the Merc treads, he's a little bit harder to peel.
It's like Formula One Rise. When you hit that ultimate, you're just off and running. Pole position. 38 minutes in. Seraph's going to be picking up third dragon here.
Which is good, because we just talked about movement speed. It's going to get TDK.
That TP's up. Oh, it steals it! It's going to be Kez that takes down the Baron. Kiwi Kid's now getting hit. Fake call, pulling back in. Seraph distracting the team on the other side, so Latman and Bishu can get in with more poke, but they just want the Baron. They actually don't want the fight from what it looks like. They're out, and they're happy.
Little bit gratuitous there from Seraph. Was not necessary, but it looked like TDK wanted to pick a fight afterwards. That's going to put them, once again, 4K difference between these two teams off the back of Kez with a miracle save there.
He has been putting himself out there all game, gank after gank. That did not work. One last time, he goes for broke. Baron is definitely going to help put Dignitas back in this game, help get their waves pushed.
I like that, though, because it shows that Kez, last time we saw him, he seemed very risk-averse on complexity.
Right.
Hashtag 80 minutes to the dream. Every time they could make a move, he opted to not make the move, and instead it was, no, give up the objective, back up. Kez seems like he's taking more risks for smaller payoff, but this is like a medium risk, medium reward because he had flash and body slam.
That was
so he's like, I should at least try it. I need to try it.
The only other risk they've taken because TDK
goes in.
Boom.
Boom! Body slam and the smite. 1,100 was the last number we really saw on that.
Yep. Able to pick up Baron, a little bit of map pressure, and hopefully enough room to get themselves back into this game for the TDK fans. Kez, a little careless here, taking down the Scuttle Crab.
Speaking of
a little far away from the family. I was going to say, they are able to meet with him, though, right in the mid lane safely enough. So TDK gets the fight they want at Baron. It wasn't a flank. It wasn't what we expected. It was just the all-out brawl that Kez was able to steal Baron with. And now we'll see if they can get the fight 5v5 right in front of Dignitas.
This team composition with Baron operates fairly well. They want to poke. They want to get these very squishy members, Shifter and Core JJ, to a little bit lower HP before they engage a fight. Zingy, he wants to jump in, though. We'll see, because this composition, both of them are set up for wave clear situations. Shifter can clear these casters out very quickly. He can also clear the melees. Apparently, when you sweep the Azir turret, you see it, so. it gave eyes back.
It's here.
Oh,
Zingy over the wall. Let's bounce.
Stunned, though.
He did get stunned right at the beginning. Flies through. And Zingy tries to keep it in the fight. He's going down. The blobs are out. The passive is down as well. And that's a 5v4 now for Team Dragon Knights. But again, they are having hard hats on. And they are not going to go in under the turret. They make sure it's safe. They know they have Baron, and the wave was not too far off. Going now for the inhibitor turret. It does not look like Dignitas can do much. They're very, very low, and not too many members are even sporting home guards, so they have to stay here. They have to try and protect the turret. Inevitably, gonna watch this go down if they can get a few more shots, and it will be.
Baron wears off.
Baron has worn off. TDK are able to pressure through one more time. Gamsu getting the ultimate off, does not take down Kez, but that forces TDK off of the base. 15 seconds on a Zingy. Still have some time to wait for him. Oh, he flashes over the chain of corruption, but Seraph goes in with the same idea. They are thinking alike right now, but Seraph goes down first. That's the double kill for Gamsu. It's exactly what he wanted to be, the focal point that TDK came back on. And now only Bishu and Latman stand between Dig and the Nexus.
When you stay too long and you expect to get out, I talked about the movement speed from Gamsu earlier, flashing over the chain of corruption because he knows he's going to close that distance onto Bishu eventually. That's huge. Dignitas, despite not getting the Baron and flubbing the last few minutes with the Azingia engage, they're still going to go even in turret trades, and they're still going to get this inhibitor on top of everything.
Gamsu with the balls to the wall play, flashing forward, knowing he had his Arcane Mastery close to up, plus the Saris Embrace, and nobody could chunk through that shield. Absolutely beautifully played there, and the team followed up. They knew it was coming immediately. I said not a lot of people had home guards. Gamsu does.
This turret is well.
Now they all do.
Dignitas, and they didn't even get the Baron, and they're going positive on what they got out of that Baron being taken. Bottom lane, though, from TDK. Big minion wave on that tier 2. It's actually, I think it's going to take that turret. It is going to take that turret down bottom. You can see here,
this chain.
Just,
nope. Woo! Thank you very much. Here's the shield.
Yeah, Seraph jumps in after that, and everybody's like, we got to save him! But no.
The shields actually get depleted immediately. It just looked like regular damage because they came and went. That would have been his entire health bar in the end. 1 minute on Dragon. It is number 4, so should be stopped here by Dignitas because TDK could start to put their foot down with 5.
When you stay a little bit too long for that turret, that's exactly what happens. And like I said in the previous game, it's a game of seconds at some points. If they don't spend those extra 3 seconds killing that turret, they are 3 seconds, 900 units further away from the rise than they would have been earlier.
Yeah. Seeing some more items come out now. Talisman of Ascension actually answered by Baby here for whether they're engage or disengage from what Shifter or Kiwi Kid can bring to the table with going into the fight. But Kiwi Kid has also put a Banner of Command in his inventory, having a little bit of extra gold here and not really anything else as he builds his way now to his items. Hasn't used the Banner Command, I don't think. Still not on cooldown. But they have that option to force a wave and keep TDK focused on these fights, which they have been.
Yeah.
So they may not notice that minion wave.
Baby. Everybody's going towards this dragon. It's the 4th dragon. Like you said, that minion wave, not really noticed.
Where's he going?
Baby inspired by Kiwi Kid to buy the Talisman of Ascension. Very late on that pickup, but it's still gonna be enough. If they get this 4th dragon,
oh, let's bounce. 2 members, almost 3 now. Kaz on the back line, very hurt. There's a nice cast, but it doesn't really separate the team in the way that he wanted. It's Dignitas with the ability to still put down the DPS. Core JJ over the wall now doing what he can to take down Kaz, and they will back off once again, measured in their attack and not going too far. Also, they're very low, so they probably would have tied instantly going in there. Smooth and well played as they do not force themselves into a choke point. TDK still trying to do things to keep themselves in the game. I like to see that they're not afraid to keep pressuring these things. Obviously, 5th Dragon is going to be something that could put them inside Team Dignitas' base, so something that they have to continue to try.
It would be a huge swing if they were able to pick up that 5th dragon, delaying it even further.
Yeah.
Baron up
but now they're delayed
a couple of
further,
seconds.
honestly.
It's true. It's very true. Speaking of delayed, though, the heal from Core JJ was used so Shifter didn't die to Dragon. He got very low, and he's like, I have to fight this. I have to go in. But look at this. Kez is no longer around for a hero steal.
Oh, hello. No disrespect, just knowing that Kaz isn't there and there's not much you can do about it. Chain of Corruption comes out to stop Dignitas from moving off the Baron too fast. All the way over. 2 gaps from the Baron pit. A Zingy hits up Seraph, but there's more members of Team Dignitas there, so his tenacity is through the roof right now, and he breaks out immediately as Aurelia. They're going to go ahead and head back to safety once again. TDK keeps scraping their way out of these fights. They're able to somewhat fight against Dignitas, but they never get too much out of it. Dignitas is eventually just going to break these inhibitor turrets.
It's really the prep for the fight here for TDK. Even if just looking at the kills and the compositions, 14-3 in kills. TDK is still holding on, though, because TDK has a lot of wave clear. TDK is able to poke people down before fights, and that's how they've gotten so many objectives. They're only 1 turret down against Dignitas because they keep poking them out, taking an objective, poking them out, taking an objective. They're not getting the kills. They're getting people very low, but they aren't getting rewarded with those kills. And then Dignitas, their comp is all fight. They want to fight. They want to engage. So when you see TDK go for a dragon and not soften up the opponent beforehand, it's going to be a 1 fight for Dignitas because people are making out with just slivers of HP, and they're able to be reckless against this composition that's all about poking. A lot of the damage from a Varus and a Corki is pre-fight. You soften people up. Inside the fight, though, their damage output in total drops because the fights are so abrupt in comparison to the pre-fight.
Would love to see them pull out what they did against Cloud9 now. Very close to the same score. They only died some 4 times in that game, but much more control over what happened at this point in the game. Already taking multiple inhibitors, finding their way through. Seems like TDK has figured out this Team Dignitas strategy here, and they're not having that as easy of a time 0 turret win. Dignitas is not struggling with this one, but definitely being tested a little bit more here against the sub-squad of TDK nonetheless.
Latman goes top. They lose a good portion of their wave clear, and they lose both turrets. This is all 3 inhibitors open.
Okay, so as I say, they were taking all the inhibitor turrets. They start taking inhibitor turrets. A flash of Gamsu locks down Seraph. Still, without too many members there, that Rune Prison is going to do a good lockdown onto Aurelia. And they start to finish off the inhibitor turret now. Get more super minions down the mid lane here. Baron, remember, is on to Dignitas, so the minions coming in are going to help even more. They already take down Baby. And it looks like Kiwi Kid once again forced out after his initial initiation. Shifter returning to the fight with a squad of super minions in the bottom lane. Or rather, minions that are baroned up. And they go for the fight. Whoa, Gamsu a little too far forward there. Puts himself in the fire, and he gets burned real bad. But it's going to be the rest of the team. Shifter and Core JJ picking up kills and inhibitors for the team as Dignitas finally looks to put, looks like they're going to put a stamp on this game inside the base of TDK and on some Nexus turrets.
Dignitas Not with the same type of early game of pressure that we were expecting. Azingi, though, having another good performance on the Zac. I am extremely surprised with how he's performing this season.
In a way, if it's the thing that he can get the best engages on, like I said, the CLG Sejuani game he played wasn't that great. Maybe people will start banning out this Zac against Azingi since it's become so good with the team. Maybe even it was Dignitas that started working better with it as he leveled up his play as well. It's just all come together for Dig. As you can see, 4 members down, and Seraph almost on the fountain as he's quite dead. Team Dignitas are going to take down Team Dragon Knights. 49 minutes.
Very low kill game there from TDK.
Once again.
High kill from Dignitas. They're really in a habit of starving their opponents. And the way they played that, it wasn't just draft, it was the way they played the map on Dignitas' side. The way they played the team fights around Azingi was well executed. The chase down top lane was the big play of this game that opened up the map off of Kiwi Kid's Talisman of Ascension, run in over and over again. The relentlessness of this composition, when they see and they smell blood, they're like sharks. They will keep going for that kill.
Yeah. As well. Also stopping when they needed to. We did see that one fight in the top lane go pretty much from in second tier turret to second tier turret. Dignitas knew they had it. Definitely something that's different in their play. Very methodical, very measured in what they're doing. And like you said, low kill games, low death games as well. Only 4 deaths against Cloud9 when they played that matchup. Team Dignitas definitely looking better here in the spring split. For TDK, not much you can say other than hopefully this doesn't hurt it when they bring out the original main roster that they've been looking to play with.
It's hard to say original because they changed since they played in Challenger.
That's true. Not original, but the main roster they're looking to play with. Because they definitely seem like they can start putting some numbers in that win column once they get the full team. Kez playing with 3 subs. Not to say that 3 subs are bad, just naming them as 3 subs because it's a big thing. To play with 3 subs on the LCS stage does not give you the team fight coordination, and that's 20 to 30 to 40 minutes is where we see a sub-team fall apart. But what I'm getting at here is that TDK actually still look pretty good. So with that main 5, they could be a threat.
The thing about this game, though, was they didn't put a lot of weight on Kez's shoulders or Seraph's shoulders. It was really a poke composition with an AD carry and mid laner. And Bishu, I have to say, did step up to the table. He has 50,000 damage this game, and I know that's the nature of poke champions, but you look at Latman, he's got less than half. He's got 23,000 damage. Yeah. And then you look at Shifter, who was also playing a champion like Azir, 29,000 compared to the 50,000 that Bishu did. So Bishu was basically the strategy of TDK, and it was ruined by that guy you were seeing there on your screen, Azingi, who kept getting those perfect engages on the back line.
Over and over, and especially, we didn't even get to see them really bring it to a turret where I was saying maybe he'll just pressure him off the turret and Dignitas is big enough.
He just kept coming from the side and slingshotting himself
in,
and then Kiwi Kid would Talisman of Ascension up the gut or come from the flank. It was really well executed there. Every time they were kind of looking for TDK to play into their hands, they did.
It was pressure that ultimately made TDK's defense go to the wayside. As I was saying, there weren't enough wards. They need to place one left and right. They actually had that in that blue side jungle, and TDK walked away from Dignitas in that instance. Fast forward 5 or 10 minutes, that kind of falls to the wayside. You may not have a ward as you move forward. Azingi flies over 3 or 4 walls, and the fight goes over. So Dignitas definitely keeping their mind in the game the full time. Better with a full squad.
Yeah, TDK
made it happen.
TDK kept their minds in the game. They were playing around the map, the poke, the playing around that. And Kez with the steal was something I actually really, since it's a sub squad and they aren't expecting to get a whole lot of victories with it, the fact he's able to make those risky plays and say, you know what, I will go for this, seems very un-Kez-like from what we saw previously. So I'm glad we're seeing that from him.
Absolutely. Maybe big things for the team once they get that main roster. To share their thoughts on that match, let's send it over to our guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. And guys, I think we have to tip our caps to the sub squad of TDK because both last week and today, they have really stepped up. Those 3 individuals in particular, having had very little experience on this stage and at this level. I just want to commend them, on their efforts there.
Absolutely. I mean, it goes to talk about a couple different things. So one being that there are a lot of very good players out there in North America that aren't on LCS teams right now. We're seeing their duo lane hold up quite well. They're on a challenger team that failed to make it to the Challenger Series. You saw Bishi run around and do quite well. His solo kill on Phoenix last week was really awesome. Like, there are a lot of good players out there, and we're in the first half of the split. And even though Dignitas held their lineup together, it just feels like a lot of the teams got rusty again at the very when we started out the summer split here, and that kind of closes the gap between a sub squad and an LCS team, where the shot calling differences aren't quite as stark. Even look at teams like Gravity, where like Bunny had to go relearn everything because they need a new shot caller, even though that's their full starting lineup. So this is the kind of world we're in, where these sub squads will make it look very close. Yet again, laning phase looked pretty good, and then they slowly got outplayed as time went on.
Well, I think that's the important thing to note here is that Dignitas did look in control for the majority of the match. Really, the only hiccup was that Kez Baron steal, and you can only do so much about that when the Gragas comes over the wall and it's 50-50 smite.
Yeah, I do think there's several things Team Dignitas can improve on. Like, for instance, Shifter, yes, Bishi played well, but he was on his ear and he lost his turret fairly early on in the game on a champion that should be able to defend the turret much more easily. So, like, Dignitas, they've had a very strange first 3 games. They got basically perfect game by CLG, then they perfect game at Cloud9, and then they have this really competitive game against TDK, who should be the worst team currently in the LCS with the sub-squad, and it was a really close game. So I think there's a lot of learnings they can take away from this one, but they should be happy with the win.
From a morale standpoint, this has to be a big boon to them, starting the season off 2-1 with the roster that they decided to stay with.
It's great to start off 2-1.
Yep.
Right? So that's one of the better starts of all the teams.
All right, yeah, exactly. So Dignitas with the 2-1 sitting near the top of the table. That being said, let's pull up the standings to see how the teams are shaking out. Tied for first once again, it's CLG and Team Liquid with a perfect 3-0 start. Gravity, Team Dignitas, and TSM are sharing third place, followed by Cloud9, Enemy, and Impulse in 6th. In 9th, it's another tie with Teammate and TDK with 3 losses. Now, we'll be back again tomorrow with 5 more matches, starting with Cloud9 versus Team Impulse. After that, Team Liquid will face off against their former sister team, Gravity. Then get ready for the game of the week. It's El Clasico as CounterLogic Gaming battles Team Solo Mid. That will hit your browsers starting at noon Pacific Daylight, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. And looking ahead to next week's schedule, be sure to tune in Tuesday and Wednesday for the European and North American Challenger Series qualifier finals. You can catch that at 6 p.m. Pacific Daylight to check out the stars of tomorrow as they begin their journey to the LCS. Now, earlier this week, we announced the locations for the upcoming European and North American Summer Split finals. On August 22nd and 23rd, the LCS coverage goes on the road with our European counterparts heading to Stockholm, Sweden. And for the North American finals, we're heading to the Big Apple, and we'll be setting up in the historic Madison Square Garden. Check back on LoLesports.com for all the information on how you can pick up tickets later this month. Now, for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Ready to kick off our first game of the day. It's Enemy Esports versus Team Liquid. Onto the second drop as well, and Dominate to run away. 2 kills, maybe make that 3 as Players tries to dive with the turret, gets imprisoned up. Team Liquid in a dominating fashion take down Enemy Esports. Kill goes to Balls. Incarnation stays alive so far. Keen getting just evaporated. Balls goes down to Altec. Now the push on towards Meteos and Lemon. At the same time, a triple kill for the new AD carry. Gravity in 35 minutes knocks down Cloud9. Rush is the first kill. Dyrus joins in, stuns against the wall. Adrian goes down. A whole ton of kills picked up.
Finish it. I have ult to 5. Can you fight them? I have ult.
No flash.
Rumble. Yeah, no flash.
Rumble. CC on the Rumble. Rumble.
Nice.
Easy.
I have ult.
Solo Mid answer back if they can defeat a top 4 team, and they will do so against Team Impulse here.
Hey, what kind of style are we going with here?
But me, I fall in love with you every single day.
Very nice bomb coming in. Doublets goes down. They can get back onto Pobelter. He may as well. As Smithy tries to tunnel out. Callie on a double lift. Whoa, baby! Going for the long ride on that one. CounterLogic Gaming takedown. Teammate. The Arcane Mastery and the Saracen Brace keep him alive. Kiwi kick close to going down now as a Zingy flies through with Shifter Soldiers. TP's up. Nails it! It's going to be Kez that takes down the Baron. Team Dignitas are going to take down Team Dragon Knights. Bye.